Core duo, PYW and DY, has historically been, at least throughout Singapore, throughout Season 2 of the Chinese DPC, my favorite support duo in all of China. Old 11's reliable, but he doesn't really need to do very much. And same thing with Poyoyo, their carry player. He's good. He gets the job done, but unlike for Nigma, which I think is like a lot riding on the shoulders of their core players like Miracle, I think Vici Gaming, their consistency comes from their support duo. So they got the Grimstroke. Lion still in the pool. Snapfire gets taken out, otherwise that one's another China favorite.
Yeah, I saw Vici open with it quite a bit before the nerf during the season. One of my favorite heroes, really nice with Clockwork as well. You just rein in the damage from afar, but in the laning phase, people, I think yours probably more of a cookie build when you were still with us, but nowadays it's all about the little shredder for the minus armor. Yep. Very effective against Roche as well. And just kind of devastating the laning phase. You know, with the Blightstone, it's just too much minus armor to deal with, especially in the more tank meta. Yeah, Doom has the armor buff now. Used to be 0, now with 3, but you still go to negatives when you get hit.
I already feel like I've heard him say his catchphrase. It's a thing with Kyle. Kyle gets catchphrase. You ever notice that? During tournaments, he always has some catchphrase. I feel like I've already heard this one so much, and we're not even through the first series of the day. But control the armor, control the game is Kyle's catchphrase right now. And this is very much looking already like Kyle might be right.
Who would have thought, right? It was funny.
Definitely not chat.
Insania, I was joking about him the other day because he's been hearing me say that since like 2011.
Yes, yeah.
It's like it's pretty much been the name of the game. And I think an underrated aspect that we don't see quite as much is the importance of magic armor. I think Veil is going to make a comeback. The spell damage increase, we didn't see it much, but it's real cheap and it's a lot of damage amp. And E-Blade, I've seen a ton of people picking up E-Blade. Sure. Elder Titan, another hero that if you have that magical burst, you just pop somebody. Like, they explode. Pugna, another hero that will probably have to wait till later picks in the draft, but it will be seen at this major. And I love it. The MC Darkseer, that's the way to start off for Crow and the boys.
Yeah, especially the support duo is already confirmed, so don't need to worry about Enchantress, don't need to worry about Oracle. Seeing as how Vici Gaming pick up an Earth Spirit, which there used to be Earth Spirit mid viability. I don't even see Earth Spirit in general. Definitely the least picked Spirit out of the 4 in the past season. Mainly because roaming 4s are not that popular anymore. Mid lane's not easy to kill. They got full water runes every minute pretty much. What do you do as an Earth Spirit? You can try to win the lane, but unless if you have someone like a Darkseer on your team, what are you doing?
Yep, you can stack camps, that's for sure.
Sure.
But Vici, they just double down. This is full greed. You know, Doom, not a huge counter pick to the morph, but now you have a Void as well. There is so much control. Both supports represent a lot as well. But it's definitely geared towards the late game. You know, Vici are playing for 30 minutes plus. And Team Nigma are going to certainly need a last pick that allows them to step on the gas. They'd love to be able to get objectives after a few hero kills.
Yeah, now I'm thinking that Lina that we've been hyping up so much might be on Vici's radar now, because
definitely
that was the most popular combo I saw with putting damage into a Chrono, because you said the physical damage build is starting to become the de facto build for Lina, and they ban out the Juggernaut.
Yeah, TA's already banned, which is one of the more traditional counter picks to Alina, because no matter how farmed you are, how ahead of the game you are, you're always going to be squishy and susceptible to high reach burst. But Lina's a must-ban. Yeah, there it goes. Right? That is Lina?
Yeah, that's Lina. Now, Puck is banned out also, so that's not a possibility. What other ranged mid laners can you put in? I think Medusa would be ultra greedy from Vici, so I don't think they would do that.
I think Pugna is a possibility. You can also try to get more aggressive. Is Batrider still in the pool?
Banned out before the Lina on Nigma.
Cool. I'm gonna need.
I'll try. I'm trying to.
Okay.
I don't know.
What is the third ban on Vici?
I think it's because it doesn't have color. That it's a little bit
also
harder
true.
To
the desaturation definitely does not help.
Yeah.
What is the third ban on Vici? From left to right, it's IOAA. And something with like a hat.
It's either Bat or Monkey King.
No, because Bat's on the other side. Because you said Bat ban, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess that could be Batrider. But now I see Bat on the left side.
Dude, well, it's also like, I remember panicking. What was it? I was starting, long story short, I flew to meet Fear in Peru to play the open qualifiers. And I went to start drafting, and everything looked weird. Because you see in the spectator view a completely different draft if you're in Dota TV or if you're watching live. And then I'm on the pick phase. I'm like, oh God, where is everything? What do I do?
Yeah, it's on like the right side or whatever with the timeline.
We lost like 9 games in a row.
Tiny banned out. Death Prophet banned out by Nigma. Leshrac is still in availability.
That's a good point.
How do you feel about Leshrac Shard? I thought it was a meme, but now it seems like it's actually like a really good thing that you build.
It's just kind of silly.
That's what I thought.
Like the radius increasing, you just spam stun. If you get an arcane rune, you're sieging or roshing, you just spam stun in the pit or on the high ground, and you just stand in it. So what are you supposed to do?
All right, the draft has been rounded out.
Void Spirit is Vici's go-to. How do they deal any damage into this chrono?
I have no idea. I remember there was a great write-up on Reddit regarding Void and how to play around it and how you shouldn't pick Void Spirit with Void because you don't have the damage into chrono. You're not playing Dota Underlords. There's no natural synergy there. And I personally love what Nigma's got. This is speed. This is that last pick pace that they needed. They've got the Darkseer synergy. ILTW Lycan is Beast. We'll probably see the Armlet Echo build that we saw throughout the DPC League. And Miracle mid-morph.
All right, well, now that we have everything in front of us, Kyle, how do you expect this one to actually play out?
I mean, I'm not going to change my predictions. I think that, Kuro and the boys, they've been here longer than any other team. They came to Kyiv early. They've been boot camping. They've been grinding. I think they've got a little bit of that honeymoon period, and I love their draft. This is the style I like to see them play, and I almost always feel like they come out ahead when they're the ones in control of the pace of the game.
I don't know when Vici got here. I don't like this draft. It's not what they did during DPC China. I have to change my prediction. This doesn't look good for Vici. I'm not on board with this. I'm going Nigma.
Okay, and I mean, you were the one who, when we got here, you're like, Vici's most consistent team.
May need to retract some of those statements, it seems. We'll see how the game plays out, but I don't really know how they, why would you pick Faceless Void and then not get a last pick mid who can deal damage into chrono?
Banned out, I guess? I don't know.
They had Leshrac, they had Pugna.
There were options.
All right, well, finally, we're going to get to see some cross-region play. We're going to get this started right now. Let's get the major underway.
And here we are, the best game to start things off, isn't it?
Oh,
Lacoste, Nigma up against Vici Gaming. It's been a while since we've been on the mic together, but how are you? What are expectations coming into this series?
Man, I don't know. I feel a bit disappointed at Vici Gaming's draft because this is the team that I hyped up the most throughout the first and the second season that I've been working on the Chinese region. Now looking at the draft, I'm like, what are these guys doing? This is not what they've been playing. I don't know if they're jet lag. Tsunami said, when did they come here? Because this is definitely not the draft that they've been playing. No damage whatsoever inside the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Void Spirit was kind of dead, just not in pretty much the whole region, Southeast Asia. Picked it a couple of times, but felt like the worst spirit, I would say. People are just not picking it at all. Double Doom, however, very strong, not the best way to disengage the fight. Nigma has a lot of stuff that they can put the damage from far away. You have Snapfire ulti, you have Clockwork from a distance. I want to see more of this Lycan. Safe lane Lycan, I think, is very underrated. Something that Nigma played 1 or 2 times.
The physical damage build as well,
exactly.
Right? Yeah, and I think looking at Vici's draft, the fact that, like you said, they don't have much damage going into Chrono, sure, they won't be heavily reliant on it. They've got lots of abilities to cycle through in these team fights. But do you feel like once they commit for a fight, they're all in? If they Chrono, they Doom, they start a fight, they have to go for it, don't they?
This is a team, this kind of a lineup needs you to go in and do stuff. Like, you need to be able to just get a kill or 2 and then maybe force potentially a buyback. This is something that Nigma needs to have as a backup option where, whenever you see these big team fight ultis, long cooldowns, just have a buyback ready and win a fight. Go inside Roche Pit, take another fight. I want to see this mid matchup, how it's going to go. Because I have not seen Void Spirit in a very, very long time.
And it's up against Miracle Morphling as well. I was covering the SA division, and we saw a bit of Void Spirit early days, but it was very often hard countered by the puck pick or dealt with quite nicely. And I feel like when we saw it succeed, it was around that kind of level 6, level 7 moment where he gets an action rune, he moves into the side lanes, he needs to get early kills to really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, maybe the reason is they have a Faceless Void, will pick another Void on top of it. Is there a third Void in the game?
I don't know, in Underlords, TA and Enigma are Voids as well, I believe. So they're counted as like the Void family. I mean, we've got 2 spirits as well, Earth Spirit and Void Spirit, so we're getting the Underlord synergy going, if anyone still plays that game.
They do. Kyle is an expert. I heard like
I'm
he's
a master.
He's a
I'm
top
boss too.
100 player.
Oh, is he really? Oh,
He
look at
is.
DY. GH and Mind Control with these Ion Shells. Oh, they're going to chip away at him. They've got the first blood coming. He's popped his Fairy Fire, but it'll do very little. Mind Control gets that first blood spilled in the top lane, and that is a cracking start for your Darkseer.
In the Western Division, EU, Clockwork was one of the heroes that caught my eye the most, whether it's GH, whether it's Saxa, playing it, just being very active on the hero, doing so much early on, and now you have a hero that also enables you with the Darkseer, Ion Shell, plus a Surge.
Yeah.
Right now, Mind Control still saving a point in case they need a vac back, like vac back into the cogs as well, very strong combination.
Or even to cancel TPs, we've seen that, right? They're kind of level 3, you've got this 1-2-0 build, not even bothering with Surge. Cancel TPs back into cogs, like you said. And then down in the bottom lane, the final one, which we've not paid too much attention to, LTW, you know, he's farming away. He's trying to, attempting to. He's 4 and 5 right now. There's a bit of pressure coming in from that Doom and Earth Spirit, though, as we did see them earlier on, dragging waves around, manipulating the creeps. And GH, he's bodyguarded by Mind Control, so he will be able to slip away from that top lane aggression.
Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, PYW, just one more hit.
The Wolves, nah, they can't chase him. They'll turn back and swing into action onto Kuroki, old 11. Can't go for the dive. They'll stick around and whack LTW a little bit instead. But they've really put a lot of pressure on this Lycan's farming rate, haven't they?
Yeah, right now he's just sitting at 7 CS, Doom 9 and 2. Doom, at the start of the season, wasn't really a big fan on the offlane, doesn't pressure too much, but he gets a ton of farm. And when you hit that critical timing, I want to see if he's going to go for that Hand of Midas type of a build, which I really like. Also wasn't a big fan, but after seeing a couple of games in other regions as well, where you get that Blink Dagger, BKB, Hand of Midas, most of the time it's just the same item built into Shiva's Guard and then a Refresher, because you get so much gold, it's very hard to play into.
What is it? It's like 300 GPM on top of it, right? With Devour and the Hand of Midas, it's pretty nuts. And you get those items much faster, of course. And Nigma here, trying to contest the pull that PYW has successfully dragged, but Kuroki, he'll reset that lane, but a double wave arriving now for LTW to try and lap up a bit more CS there. And mid lane, Miracle, 19-3. Not much of a struggle for the Void Spirit so far. Has his bottle up and is trying to do a bit of damage to Miracle, but Morphling is unkillable at this point, right?
Exactly, that's pretty much what matters in this matchup. You cannot die.
Absolutely, especially with Water Runes up, there's no way that you're going to be able to take him down. Even with an Earth Spirit rotation, it could be quite a challenge. And Water Rune is going to come back up again in a sec. GH will guard the top for Miracle. So it looks like the Void Spirit, he's going to have to go for the bottom one.
I think Morphling should regen more from the Water Rune, like extra 50%, because he is the water himself.
Someone was asking me, is it cannibalism? He's made of water, he's drinking water. Is that cannibalism that Morphling's partaking in?
Good question.
We'll have to ask the Lore Masters. Where's Slacks when you need him? And Mind Control. He's got himself the raindrop, so he's very tanky up here, and he's been left alone. Clockwork has made that little mosey down into mid lane.
Even after all these nerfs, Snapfire just seems like it's a first big material as a hero. It nerfed the Lil Shredder, nerfed the Aghanim Scepter before, still feels super strong.
I guess she's kind of moved roles a bit as well, right? Because we saw her in that 5 or 4, then people figured out you could play her 2 or 3, and now with the nerfs, it's kind of play as the support. You don't really have that same core or carry strength that we previously saw from, the Thompson Snapfire, for example.
It's still doable, I think, in certain situations, certain scenarios. It's just that it shines on a position 5 most of the time, because you get so much damage. They have a good setup with the cog.
Minus armor.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I guess you've got that mild flexibility with a snap, if, like you say, if you do pick it up early on in the drafting stage. What's going on up top? Because PYW's TPing there. Clockwork, it looks like he was trying to drag the wave, and DY, he's dead. He's dead. They do get the trade back onto GH. And Mind Control, the time dilation, that bashes, the time locks. They've got him all stuck up here, and Vici Gaming with a great rotation from that Earth Spirit make DY sacrifice all worth it. Well, bottom, old 11, chased back by LTW, but Kuroki can't really close the gap on him. The Doom is tanky and speedy with a phase boots up.
I love that. The build on Poyoyo this game, putting in a single point in time dilation. Roll mid. They surprised him.
They catch him with the Remnant. The nuke damage, not enough. Look at that. Morphling pops his one, has the raindrops, even turns for a nice little adaptive strike back into them while bottom lane. The cookie forward. They'll catch the Doom out at long last. Nigma grabbing that off-lane kill.
Oh, tips, not offensive tips, not something that Nigma does. Doom getting closer to his level 6, so once they get that, I expect the Earth Spirit to rotate, so they possibly get a kill on Lycan.
What are we looking for here in terms of the game plan for Nigma? Because we went over Vici Gaming in terms of how they want to approach fights. They're waiting for level 6 on the Grimstroke, on this Doom. Their ulti is very important. Nigma, what are they focused on? Is it item builds? Is it Lycan and Morphling hitting item timings?
As a Morphling on a mid lane, like you can put a lot of pressure, just force a rotation, as we've seen. You know, just being very annoying, because Void Spirit without items, he can't really kill you. They need to bring Earth Spirit to silence him or a Doom. He doesn't care too much about the Grimstroke rotation. If there's a Phantom, there is a 1 point in one, because you have all that agi, it just instantly dies pretty much.
Oh, old 11. He's going to phase himself over Kuroki. The big bad wolf is coming though. The shapeshift from RTW is going to slice through this Doom after the Inkswell ends. RTW should be able to finish this one off. There's no way PYW or DY can save him at all. He's even going to go diving a little bit deeper here, considering the move onto the Grim. But gives up in the end. There's creeps to be had back at his tier 1 tower.
First good usage of Lycan ulti. They get a kill on a core. Lycan going into right click. There's no necro units anymore, so you have to figure out what you're going to build. Going into Echo Saber, probably going to be... maybe Armlet's not the best one here against Doom, even though item got a huge buff in terms of how much damage you actually receive from having it on.
Yeah, I guess with the Doom, the Magnetize, even this spill damage coming out from the Void Spirit, the Grimstroke, it can be a little bit nasty to try and toggle your armlet. But we're seeing Vici Gaming here almost scrambling to try and make something happen. You see the net worth of the Void Spirit right now, 6th position. It feels like Ori really wants to get himself on the board, find some kills, but mid lane is a no-go zone. Bot lane really hasn't been successful for them. Are we waiting for the Faceless Void to TP rotate with a Chrono? Because right now, the game is almost slipping out of Vici Gaming's hands.
It's a 1k gold lead. We still need to see first Chrono rotation. Once again, very concerned about their damage output inside a Chronosphere. No range hero, like I would maybe prefer if Void Spirit was a Leshrac, but that's just me, because this hero feels completely...
Oh, hello.
Oh, bottom. Never mind.
Fake out. I think he killed off the creep that was being cookied forward.
Yeah, and on the top lane, Poyoyo is just farming, going into Maelstrom, pretty standard build on Void these days.
Yeah.
One thing I like is that he's maxing the Time Walk, because there's a lot of overtime chip damage coming out, especially from the Clockwork and the Iron Shell, so he decided to max it out.
Kuro going to get away from PYW. And again, it's a Vici Gaming movement that comes to very little and might actually set up for Nigma to turn on them. They jump into the cogs with the Void Spirit, but PYW stuck in here as RTW back into Shapeshift, and GH finally pops for that late damage from the Astral Step, while a good TP from DY gets him safely back to Fountain. But Vici Gaming making moves and not really having the payoff, as mid lane they do deny the tower away from Miracle's Morphling at the very least.
Something that shouldn't happen. I think he got surprised. Old 11 still going for that Hand of Midas. He also got some chunk of gold after denying that tower. So all good there. Meanwhile in the top lane, Rocket just scouting things out. Poyoyo continues to farm.
Yeah, untouched. Absolutely untouched on that Faceless Void. 4,200 net worth. And Mind Control, he's even dropped the wall earlier on. But that's another thing, right? If you're looking at this Vici Gaming lineup with all the damage they've got, once MC gets himself, the pipe, the mech, the Greaves, or whatever it might be, he mitigates a lot of that teamfight potential. Now the Kuroki gonna get found in the trees here. Nuked down. Another one up there for Vici Gaming, and Ori gonna be happy to get some earn charges on his Void Spirit.
Doom still didn't skill his ulti.
Good roll. PYW's found ILTW, the TP. Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's a big W for Nigma. He gets out.
You've been talking to Rich about these Ws.
Yep, I love talking to my boy Rich.
I hear ya.
A lot of insights, not about the game, but about like life
in general.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, we're looking pretty good for Team Nigma now. We've got the Echo Saber on the Lycan. He's going to farm through the jungle at a pretty rapid rate. Catapult wave top not being utilized. I mean, it's been pinged out on that tower because Vici, they are on the tier 1 bottom lane, while Nigma a little bit behind the curve in terms of map movement. focused much more on their farming rate rather than the shove onto that top lane. And it's kind of a hard lane to move into, right? Pushing Faceless Void out of a lane unless you're chipped away at him.
They don't have a single silence. They have, like Lycan Morphin doesn't provide anything. Roll in.
Yeah, they catch out DY with hookshot, but there's so many heroes here ready and waiting for that initiation. GH gets turned on immediately. And they'll get the tower denied. Miracle grabs it.
1-1 in terms of deny. Wolf.
On the Wolves, the kisses are coming. Oh, he's got Time Walk. He's going to TP out, and there's no more stuns.
That's all they got.
He cancels. He wants to turn around and fight this. They've still got Chrono ready. If they want to find the big bad wolf, the time dilation's there. Maybe Kuro will be that final kill they'll find in that top lane. Try and get some bashes going. He's forced the wand out. And there's a Snapfire dropping.
I love this Faceless Void. Actually canceled the TP there. Does not want to go in. And what's most important is he is saving the tower. Something that we've seen from Void Spirits, going into that Spirit Vessel early on, instead of going that like Yule's Aghanim Scepter. You're playing against Morphling, you're playing against Lycan, a lot of overtime damage, canceling the healing, one of the best items, one of the reasons why Morphling also decides not to get a shotgun. Going into Manta style, have a way of dispelling things, and then like even, good catch.
GH has found him. And he's going to set up Miracle here for a freebie on PYW, isn't it? Yeah, there's the final adaptive strike. All around the Roche pit, but still no ability for Nigma to get out for that top tier 1 objective that they would so desperately want to claim. And we're still holding that Chronosphere on the Faceless Void.
Now just stacking the Chronospheres for later on. Maelstrom done.
How long until Grim hits level 6, by the way? Or has he hit 6 and he's holding a point of ulti?
He's not
he's
holding a point. He has all 7 abilities used.
I see. So he's going to be waiting for level 8 until they finally get the double dooms going.
I think he gets another point in Inkswell and then gets a point in the Soulbind.
Okay.
Because right now, what he wanted to do is put another point in the Phantom's Embrace, so you can't really kill that easily. And you can like stack the silences with him and the Earth Spirit. Still yet to see the combo, because they have not been using this Doom, they have not been using the Chronosphere so far. Yeah,
it's been quite a slow, steady game from them until now they kick into action. On to GH's Clockwork, who tried to break the smoke. He gets his job done, maybe a turn here for Miracle and Kuro. They won't be able to drag back on the Void, and the Doom is going to come out. Finding in the back lines, Lycan, he's stuck down here with the Doom, bring over the kisses, back towards DY. Allow Miracle to split them in half again, and they got the wall onto 11. MC and RTW, even though they've doomed up the Lycan, he just turns and hits them.
There's no follow-up damage. They definitely need Void Spirit. They need the Spirit Vessel to have some more overtime damage. Good thing for Vici Gaming is they have one of the better heroes to utilize the Inkswell. You have Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, like pretty much everyone loves to have it on because all these heroes are melee and they want to jump in.
Absolutely. And now we've got that mech up on Mind Control. That's going to be a great little save there for Nigma in these longer extended team fights. He's waiting down by that bottom rune, a dangerous place to be, and it's an arcane that can be grabbed up here by Vici Gaming. And they won't catch on to Darkseer, but Clockwork makes the jump onto PYW instead. GH yet again brawling away at a very rapid rate as they cancel out the roll. The Miracle Morphling still on the back lines, battling with the Faceless Void, turns into him as well. Time dilation, not something that Poyo really wants to be handling.
And the Cookie,
he's straight onto the Faceless Void. They time walking back up to high ground though. The Wolves are going to scout. RTW hunting and chasing, but doesn't have the follow through. These fights really are very scrappy. They engage, get one kill, disengage and spread.
They don't have the answer for Faceless Void nor Void Spirit. None of these heroes build into any kind of silence, into any kind of hex. So very hard to control. So Vici Gaming should keep fighting. I want to see a Chronosphere, even though it's not the most, they don't have the most damage inside a Chrono. Just placing it on one of the supports just got to do the trick.
We'll put it on the Lycan. Waste the shapeshift time. Make sure your supports can survive. Well, Miracle has that Manta style done. Over towards the Ancients as the rest of his team making that barrier in front of his Ancient area. MC breaks the ramp, walks up to high ground. Gonna spot out Old 11 in a second. Again, they don't really have that great ability to jump, catch, and kill.
They need Clockwork. Clockwork needs to be pretty much involved in every single kill. He needs to be active. So far, he has been involved.
There it is.
There we go.
He goes in. But then what? Yeah, he's been silenced up. They've got stuns, they've got slows. They will try with this wall and then jump in. Miracle finds PYW. But Vici Gaming, probably quite happy with that. Wall dropped. Nigma expend a decent amount. And they'll be able to reset and maybe think about fighting around this Roshan because Nigma are walking into the pit.
They have enough damage with the Morphling Manta style, with Lycan inside the pit. Echo Saber deals a ton of damage. Still no points in Howl, but eventually we'll get there. Let's see if they decide to take this fight. It goes down so quick.
That is so quick. I was going to ask you, is it worth Vici contesting this?
I don't think they can.
They don't even know it's happening. It's happening so bloody quickly. There's Aegis now for Miracle. So the unkillable, unkilled Morphling now with a second life. They've got an Arcane Rune on Ori mid, though.
That's a big one. If he gets multiple spells off in a team fight, it's gonna wear off in the next 10 seconds.
That's unfortunate. That would have been a great spot for Vici Gaming there to use this bottom jungle platform area just to move in towards mid-tier 1. Again, an important objective for them to grab.
And this is why Mind Control is the best Darkseer player in the world, in my opinion, because he does not go for Aghanim Scepter first item. I've seen in the other regions. He wants to be able to fight with the team, tank up. You know, Aghanim Scepter makes you tankier, but components, it's just stats pretty much. So you don't get that value that you get from the mech.
Yeah, much nicer as like a second or third item.
Sure.
And when you've got like an Ember Spirit or, you know, a Lawnmower hero, right?
Shot misses.
Yeah, they don't catch PYW. But maybe later on the Aghanim Scepter Darkseer could be good on the Lycan. Chasing people down and running them into the ground. As Nigma really do secure themselves a nice little foothold in that top part of the map, in that dire jungle.
Vici Gaming, they need to play a bit of a split push game for the next couple of minutes, just to get them back on track. Very limited on stunts, as we already mentioned. No silences whatsoever. Their catch is clockwork. If he misses a hook shot, then on the other side of the map, you can start playing more aggressively. But Nigma, they're not stopping. They took a tier 2 tower, they can take the outpost, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it's quite nice as well when you've got that kind of situation you're explaining. You know, Void Spirit feels the need to catch up a little bit. Void can farm that area you're indicating down bottom, and then Doom doesn't need that much space to farm. He can devour, he can keep his net worth and gold going, but look at this. Nigma are on your high ground. They're using this first Aegis very aggressively. Miracle forced to dip away from the tier 3, doing about a third of the HP in damage to it already, 18 minutes in, and more importantly, forcing all of the TPs back.
And also what's important is they are keeping a tier 1 tower on the mid alive. They're controlling the runes. Miracle right now with the Arcane Rune going into E-Blade. So supports need to be careful. Even Void, he's not building into BKB yet, going for SNY, a bit of status resistance, which is okay. Like this is what, if you tank up, if you survive, you don't even need a BKB. If you can get like Scotty Satanic, I think that should be the build here against the Morphling, especially like an ulti.
A bit
prematurely.
He's hungry. He sends the wolves up to scout out DY. The kisses are coming across, and Morphling, he's turned into the Earth Spirit, gets the catch with a roll. Beautifully done. And Old 11 is being hunted down. You can't catch him out. The hookshot does miss, but Old 11, Echo Saber slapped down, and the roll back in. Miracle just keeps it going. A double for your Morphling, and GH unfortunately couldn't quite get in onto that bonus kill, but Nigma, they start the steamroller now with that first Aegis.
Very aggressive move there from ILTW, just runs in, he gets leashed, but you know, this wolf/dog cannot be leashed that easily, especially if there's no one around him. And what's most important is that he provides the vision for the team. They also don't have enough burst damage. 19 minutes in, where's the Chronosphere?
That's like, we haven't seen a single one, have we?
Nope.
Oh yeah. Oh, we have been saying that there's no damage really to go into it, so maybe
that's why he's not using it.
He's just not using it. Well, Faceless Void, he's got some other spells, and he's building some nice items like you were mentioning. SNY very close to completion. A little bit behind the Morphling now as Miracle starts to create a bit of a gap that Faceless Void potentially might not be able to bridge. Good hook shot. GH, he finds Old 11 off in this dire triangle, but they roll back in towards the clockwork. PYW, ink swelled up, and now the Chrono.
There it is.
But the back wall is onto 4 of them. DY being slain by Miracle. They do get the Doom onto the docks here on the back, as Kuro gets rolled on again. The bashes from Poyoyo and Vici Gaming strike back, but Morphling is such a potent force, you can't contend with Miracle.
A good vacuum back. I believe that hit on 4 heroes on the top of the vault. Great way to disengage. And we can see the lack of damage inside a Chronosphere. Another like an ulti.
Another one, yeah, he's going back onto the Void Spirit now. I mean, they're both Voids back behind their tier 2. Nigma starting to put the pressure on real thick here. 14 to 11. The kill score, the net worth difference doesn't seem by the metrics that there's that much between the two teams, but the pace at which Nigma have been playing the past 3-4 minutes around that first Aegis, pressuring high ground, moving up to tier 3s, and might be even going up again. Poyoyo Inkswell They want to get onto Miracle. 20 seconds until Aegis is reclaimed.
They know there's no cooldown. Like, cooldowns are there. No Doom, no Chrono. Let's see the combo.
They go on to Morphling. He's still got Aegis, and he's gladly going to give his first life as they get the Lycan out of there. Kuroki saves the day for RTW while Miracle rolled upon yet again, but he got the strength morph off. Looks like the Morphling should be alright to waveform back as Kuro gets healed up by the mech, but PYW helps Ori.
They need to get more. PYW needs to connect with his
spell.
But
he misses the roll. Jinx. He misses it, and now you got this Faceless Void. Miracle Morphling jumping away. Old 11, has he got a Doom? Has he got anything to stun him? Miracle is just dancing around him. The Ballerina Morphling pirouetting around Vici Gaming. No catching this fella.
This is the silence. This is the silence that they need to charges on that silence from Void Spirit so he can control the backline, but they will have tools to deal with it. Manta Style is already there, Dark Cheer with the Guardian Greaves.
Oh, it's a full Greaves now, yeah? Oh, he's bringing so much sustain to these fights. And what's the next move? It feels like Nigma kind of just wants to wait for second Roshan, then potentially finish the game the way they've been going. And Vici Gaming, is it just try and chain smoke, try to look for fights?
They need to use the Chronosphere. Next Roshan may respawn in 2 minutes, so this is where they should try to take another fight. Going into Scotty. Smoke from Nigma.
Oh, he misses out. The hook shot not on the mark from GH this time. And it looks like Void Spirit's going to get away from the Cogs, but the E-Blade Adaptive Strike, that shotgun picked up by Miracle, slays DY, and RTW into the wolf form, but he won't find anything to pick off in that triangle. I'll just take control of the area, ward it up, and start thinking about the push.
Look at that, Miracle also finds a Nether Shawl, which is probably the best item you can find on Morph, just a better hood overall, plus some spell amp on top of the shotgun. He had a perfect game so far. 8-0-0, which means that he stole every single kill that he was involved in. Which you want to do with Morph.
Something going the way of Vici Gaming, and the Doom coming out as well. Old 11's BKB himself up, and they are starting to slap down into RTW. Ori picks up a double kill as Nigma stick around too long with a couple of heroes in the triangle and spreading the map too thin.
Not sure BKB was needed there from Old 11, because it's just a Lycan. He doesn't deal any magical damage, but better to be safe than sorry.
No stuns either.
Both mid laners actually having a really good game. Not even a single death on both of them. Ori also 8-0. Going into Kaya Sanj, which is one of the best items in the patch, I would say.
For sure.
Even after the nerfs, the status resistance plus the spell amp just feels so good to have on certain heroes.
Yeah, like Lash, Void Spirit is a spectacular item. And he got a couple of Spirit Vessel charges still there up his sleeve as well, so he'll very likely be holding them for whenever they find Miracle Morphling isolated, or the ability to jump onto the Morphling with the Earth Spirit and the Void together. But Nigma, they're going to know that it's nearly Roshan time. We're getting to that point where it's fast spawn time, so these smokes are looking to secure themselves the top area of the map, get some kills, pick off DY here, and it looks like it should be a pretty simple one for Miracle to continue his streak.
And that's godlike for Miracle. Roche will respawn in 2 minutes, so they don't need to rush things. They could potentially take a tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. Tier 1 also still standing there. So
free money.
Yeah, free gold on the map.
Absolutely is. That's why we've got these couple of heroes here. Void Spirit pushing the bottom lane, showing on the map, and Faceless Void playing off map in these jungle camps, just trying to extract as many resources from the map as they possibly can. But the Wolves are always scouting them. Like, wherever we look at these Vici Gaming heroes, they have a wolf on them. There's Vision, and Miracle, ooh, he's not gonna find him. Beautiful attempt to try and catch the Earth Spirit on his escape, but not quite there.
What a wild game. Like, score pretty much even. Vici Gaming leading in terms of net worth. You know why?
Doom?
There you got it. Got it, Gary. A lot of it. Like, this is where Doom shines. Like, he wants these mid-game fights when he gets the items going into Shiva's Guard. His next item, if it comes down to that, should be a refresher. And then you potentially have 3 Doom targets if you can execute. Problem is, DY does not have a cast range item and didn't find a neutral one, didn't build into one, instead decided to go for a Force Staff, which is okay. You know, forcing people out of the cogs is something nice, but you need to be close. You need to be standing close to the fight. The cast range on that Soulbind is not too good. They're getting scouted by the Wolves.
Yeah, everywhere they go, the Wolves will follow. And they try to smoke there again. vying for control around the Roche pit. What's the timer now? 10 seconds. And Nigma are the ones that look like they're in prime position to try and grab this. But Vici are also ready. They've scanned the pit. They know that something's not quite right. LTW, here we go. Shapeshift forward with a great hook shot. Catches two of them on the outskirts of the battle. PYW almost blown up, but he survives. Old Levin and Poyo back in towards the Viking Wolf. They need the Chrono to catch him, and they will. The Cookie, nothing will save him at all. And also in the back, the Doom and the catch. Mind control down to Old 11, all around the Roshan spawn. What a huge fight for Vici.
Vici Gaming, they're not done. They're still chasing. They're going to get this one as well.
The Tier 1 tower still alive. I mean, Morphling in the back. He's hunting for targets, but unsuccessful in his attempt. Maybe Nigma can stop them taking Roshan, though, as Vici Gaming have 5 alive up against the 2 of GH and Miracle.
They need to get something done out of this, like potentially get one more kill, or if they want to wait, just reset, get your ultis back up, and go for that Roche fight.
There's Tier 1 tower mid, there's Roshan, and look at Miracle's positioning right now. Angling towards a free kill. He attempted on the Void Spirit.
And he gets
it! The 8x streak demolished! Miracle, beautiful pick off. Now that's going to stop Vici Gaming in their tracks. GH will gladly die for the cause.
800 gold for Morphling on top of it, and now he's getting closer to the link.
He's going to get another kill here, maybe. DY on the run. Miracle in that Faceless Void mode again. Already used his time dilation, time walk off to the side, and GH even buys back to secure the Roshan for Nigma. It looked good for Vici Gaming with a team fight victory around that perfect timing, but Nigma are the ones that will claim the prize.
Yeah, they cannot take this fight anymore. No Doom, no Chronosphere. It's Cheese Ages plus a Shard. I want to see who gets the Shard. I would give it to Snapfire potentially, or Clockwork for the memes.
The jetpack memes?
Jetpack memes. It's not as bad as people think. I'm kind of convinced Darkshire actually holding it for now.
Okay.
Normal punch. And he's going to be punching people like anime. Yeah, no, we're here. That's why he decided to get it.
That very, very fitting. In with the theme. He's got Blink Dagger as well, so he can, jump onto that Faceless Void, normal punch him. Let's see what he can get done. The second Aegis, though.
It got buffed. Like, do you get the max stun easily now? And also, Howl. The disability attack damage reduction, it's not maxed out yet, but once it will be 40%, and also armor, -8. Howl is that balance, Gary.
It's pretty bonkers. Such a good debuff there coming out from LTW.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess Snapfire's got no points in Scatter Blast. Did I see that right?
Yeah, that's why they decide to give her Shard. It's like one of the old memes. Buys Aghanim Scepter.
Doesn't level up the skill.
Exactly, doesn't level up ulti.
Well, Kuro looks like he's holding a point there as his talent tree flashes. We've got Morphling, still with that now the Shawl, sending the Grove Bow back. And Nigma just regrouping, resettling themselves to think about that bottom lane push, and maybe the attempt on high ground in the next minute or two. Well, Vici.
And because he picked up the Aegis, doesn't need to go for Linken's here. He's not afraid of the Doom, instead decides to go for Scotty, more slow, just better stats overall.
Yeah, slow down these melee heroes, right? You mentioned there's no real ranged threat from Vici Gaming up against the Faceless Void, the Void Spirit, and the Doombringer. Kiting and slowing them such an important part and factor here for Miracle's gameplay. As it looked, or is he going to try and do an illusion bait? Are they going to go for this? He sent the real hero with an illusion to the tower, and he's trying to bait with his second illusion, but they're running away from it. Not going to try and fall for any kind of play by Miracle.
They know which one is real.
They spot him out.
Still, lead for Vici Gaming in terms of kills. Well, Doom. That's where the gold comes from. It's a gold factory, pretty much.
And I guess Lycan not really the fastest farmer, is he?
He's not. He tends to be in the fights. He's not the same hero anymore. No Necrobook, as we mentioned. But I like what he's doing. I think maybe his second item instead of Armlet should have been that Orchid. It was a popular build before, especially in Southeast Asia. Get the Necro into Orchid and just completely destroy one hero because they have no stun. Hook shot.
Oh, the vacuum though. Finds PYW, but he's got another roll away. Oh, the little puppy steps in front of GH, but Miracle, he's snuck into the back here. Kisses expended by Kuro, and it looks like PYW are going to get slapped down. Miracle's there with a Skadi slow. Great roll to the high ground, and he's even BKB'd himself up to survive.
Radiant's middle tower.
ILTW has done a really good job. It's like he's playing a Beastmaster, or the old Lycan with the Necro, just providing the vision for the team has been crucial in some of these team fights.
Yeah, it gives the openings for everybody. The Morphling, the Clockwork, even they Snapfire to launch some of those big globs of lava at people. But another situation where Nigma feel the need to fall back and push out their lanes and slowly meander their way across the river towards the objectives they want. While Vici Gaming...
This is going to be a huge problem when they get the next set of items. On Doom, Refresher, he's getting there. Like, he needs the just 2,000 gold to finish it off. Shiva's Guard as well on top of it. So they're going to have Holy Trinity of the items, which I like to call against certain heroes like a Morphling. You have Spirit Vessel, you have Shiva's Guard, and Faceless Void will have a Skadi.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, we're getting to the point where Vici Gaming, they're in late game at this point, you know. We've got these huge items coming up for them. Yeah, scaling really, really well. While... now Nigma starting to become more and more like that 4 protect 1 around Miracle's Morph. And he's moving forward again with these Wolves. RTW scouting everything that Vici Gaming are up to.
I would love to see a gem. Just gem getting picked up so they can smoke, not necessarily invest into sentries. They're waiting for Roach. They're waiting for this Aegis to expire, and it's gonna expire in the next 25 seconds.
There's a hook shot in. They want to make the most of it, and they get straight onto the Faceless Void. He's dead. Has a buyback ready if they want to pop it, because Old 11's going in deep, hunting with his Doom onto Mind Control. They kill off Poyo, and Mind Control drops as well, but RTW turns the Wolf, helping Miracle get that beyond godlike streak. PYW, he's got a good Magnetize going, but the double kill Morphling just slaughtering them. Vici Gaming.
Aegis is gone in 5 seconds. Can they time it?
He can get away with a roller cost. He's turned into Earth Spirit. Waveform TPs, and he's out of there. Nigma move in, they strike. They get 3 buybacks off the back of that as well.
That was such a big play, because Faceless Void, he felt secure. He felt secure. There are no silences whatsoever. I can get away with this item build. Suddenly, Orchid reveal from Lycan, and they managed to burst him down from 100 to a 0, forced 3 buybacks, and it's time for Nigma to go. Like, there's still a Chronosphere up, but I feel like if they win another fight, the game just ends, because they have enough damage with the Morphling. A Morphling could potentially even buy back. There's still tier 1 tower to TP to easily on a mid lane and just get back into the fight.
Yeah, they're going to have pretty much everything, right? The Kisses are back. They'll have Shapeshift and Wall reasonably soon. And they are waiting in that mid lane spot to see if anybody comes to shove the wave, and it looks like the Wolf leading the charge.
Again.
They spot Poyo. They see the Faceless Void.
He knows.
There it is. GH catches him with a hook shot. Never mind. No follow-up. That was scary though for Vici.
Style points. You know, we can get you if we want to, but we don't want to end the game here.
Just poking the angry ogre, making sure they know who's boss. Miracle going to go down to bottom, shove that wave out, and close the net around the little fishies of Vici Gaming. They're being shoved back into the bunker that is the Dire base. Only one hero there. You see the Void Spirit out on the map anywhere, and even he has to TP back because he is afraid. And there's that gem you mentioned. I'll see if they use it to smoke up out of this real sticky situation. There's a long line drawn.
Took them a while to pick up that gem, because it's super annoying to play into. There they are, already scouting. You don't necessarily need to deal damage with them. It's all about that reveal.
Hello, little doggos. And then say goodbye. Now what's the... There's the move. Smoke time. We need to get these double dooms going. And PYW's been pretty good at finding these targets with his rolls, adding the Ink Swell from DY. As we do have that Infernal Blade Aghanim Shard, yeah, like the Observer's showing there, so even more potent percentage-based damage onto a hero like Morphling.
I've been trying to think what ILTW stands in this particular game. The best I could think of so far is I like the Thurn and then like Into, which is not there, Wolf. But yeah,
I like the Wolf.
I like the Wolf pretty much. Yeah.
Just stick with that.
Keep
one,
it simple, okay, Gary? Thank you.
You set it up. I'll do the proofreading. Don't you worry.
Boom! There it goes.
Very patient though from Nigma, isn't it? There's no need to rush. No need to go too headstrong into these situations.
And Faceless Void, changing his mind, needs to get that defensive item going into BKB next. Understands if they silence me, it's been shown in the previous fight, I can just straight up die.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, right? He went to the Ashen Wide, didn't go for Manta or BKB, so he doesn't have a Dispel. And I guess Satanic, not really something that's on the cards for the Faceless Void either.
Satanic is also a Dispel, which, but
it's a bit wonky to fit it into this kind of build.
I think he also wanted to have something to defend against E-Blade, because if he gets Ethereal inside a Chrono, there's not going to be any damage. Still, they don't have any real damage. Well, they have 3 melee heroes and the 1 range hero, which actually does not deal damage inside a Chrono anyway.
And you don't want to have to BKB to get rid of an E-Blade, do you? But we'll see what he gets up to. As Vici Gaming still not able to take down that mid-tier 1, 36 minutes in. They get some good vision down, and they are here, ready to make the jump onto whoever shows to push out that mid-catapult wave. It's ILTW, shows under the ward. Do they go for this, Lacoste? They will. Blink Stomp Doom, Old 11's in. They make the jump onto it, and the Chrono catches Nigma. 3 heroes in the bubble, pants down Nigma. They're getting slaughtered there. Michael has to buy back. ILTW does it as well, and Snapfire will return to the battlefield. The vacuum wall, MC, he's in on top of all of them. Miracle's in trouble though. He's lost the majority of his Agi. He's had to shift straight into strength. Comes back in as the Faceless Void, as the roll across, misses out on him. Spirit can't catch him. And Vici Gaming come out with a double kill, but the Doom is in trouble.
Still alive.
They're still taking him down. Miracle, he's on Poyo. The finishing blow gets the godlike streak to continue. PYW's caught up there with a battery assault, and RTW, he's hunting for them. Bashes the Earth Spirit, gets caught up in the nice little remnant, but he's dead. 100 seconds.
3 buybacks by Nigma. This is something that I mentioned at the start of the series. It's gonna come down to that. You want to bait one of the big spells, like a Doom or a Chronosphere, instantly buyback, and try to win a fight 90 seconds without Faceless Void.
How long on Roche?
45 seconds. So they need to go mid, like potentially get 2 sides. I don't think they can finish the game 80 seconds. We'll see Doom getting closer to that refresher. What he can do is, okay, he actually has enough money. That's it. Hookshot misses. We heard the sound.
But yes, that was the fight where we were expecting Nigma to, you know, take out these heroes that don't have buyback. So really,
it's a full minute still, Gary.
They're gonna jump. Miracle's getting caught out here. They've got the refresher orb. Old 11 with the soul bind.
He has no buyback.
He's gonna die. He's gone for a minute and a half, and they've caught ILTW as well. Wall stomped him. Lycan's an absolute gunner.
Oh, they did not respect that. What a play from 11. He actually gets enough money for refresher. Even if he didn't, I think he could potentially sell the Midas, get the gold, and just surprise them. Like he surprised that Morphling. Morphling needs 800 gold for buyback. So next Roshan is up. Vici, they don't know that. It's very hard to have a good read whether he has or does not have enough money for that buyback. And they can go inside the pit once Faceless Void.
Look at the lead now! 12k lead for Vici Gaming. I mean, this Nigma side, they really needed to push their advantage a little bit earlier on, because Roshan is about to be scouted out by Vici. They move into the pit. 4 heroes alive. Void ready, like you say, in about 5 seconds. And there's still that minute window.
Like
they can't stop it.
Try to go in, potentially like sacrifice one of the heroes and try to steal something. What's Roshan gonna drop? It's Cheese Ages plus a refresher. So potentially, Gary.
Oh, how many?
Potentially 4, but there's also a possibility that they add another one. Let's say you double doom someone with the Grimstroke ulti, so that's 2. 1 hero dies, and then it latches to another hero, and then you'd like doom him again. And then
there's too much math going on there.
Yeah, like right now they have 4. Maybe they give it to Faceless Void, because Faceless Void has enough mana to actually cast 2 Chronosphere. Before he was struggling as a hero, but now you build into these stats. You also get the stats on your own levels, so not bad, and getting closer to BKB.
Yeah, he's nearly got that, you're right. And that is absolutely huge for Vici.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Doombringer up at the top of the net worth at 25k, overtaking, leapfrogging across Miracle's Morphling. And Nigma now the ones.
He decided not to get Lincolns in the end, just bet for the full Butterfly, has a Scotty, finds Spell Prism, and of course finds Illusion Escape on top of it.
Perfect.
Because it's just the thing. Ice Frog and Gaben, they love to give certain items to certain heroes. Personal gifts, here you go.
There you go. What level's the Dagon on the Void Spirit? I saw he started picking up Dagons now.
Oh, it's pretty high. It's actually Dagon 5.
It's Dagon 5 already? Jeez.
So what they want to do with Void Spirit, like all that damage amplification from Kaya Sanj, has also Enchanted Quiver, level 25, to simulate stuns for 2.5 seconds. So a lot of stuns, like Earth Spirit going in. You have Doom with also Shard upgrade, so that stun is increased by 0.6 seconds on top of it. You have a Vor Stomp. And this is it, like Doom, he's ready to go. This is what you've been waiting for. Like this, like, until this point, you weren't really playing a game. Like now the fun starts.
Now you're suddenly an actual hero that you picked it for. My goodness. Yeah, late game hitting here. Real hard for Vici Gaming, getting into the groove of things. And they are smoking down south. It looks like Morphling was just in that bottom right-hand corner, the elbow of the map, hiding away in the trees. Vici Gaming won't be able to spot him out, as it looks like he has a Blink Dagger queued up on Miracle there. So I guess the Swift Blink might be coming for him. A way to jump in and out of these fights a little bit better.
Bought a book and now has 2 waveform charges, also gets a blink, so he can get in and out of the fights, potentially blink out of the Chronosphere, but what he wants to do is blow up Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Like Leash Mechanic, too powerful to play against DY, not a single defensive item, just a Force Staff, could potentially make a big play with the Trickster Cloak that he's holding, just be invis in team fights. Right now they have no gem on side of Nigma. Couple of sentries on Kuro, and that's it.
Yeah, and all of these tier 2 towers, they've been waiting for Vici Gaming just to come and claim. It looks like reasonably free money if they can actually get on top of the towers down bottom and mid. But Nigma, they're making their move up top, trying to force Vici Gaming away from where they want to play and more into that top jungle area.
If Vici Gaming can clean like 2 supports first, they are gonna win this fight so easily. Doom, at the moment, level 25, plus 2.4 seconds Infernal Blade damage.
Nice.
The more HP you get, the more damage it deals. So against Morphling, one of the best abilities in the game, percentage-based damage-wise. Anything is good.
Superb. Oh, hello. Morphling. Where's he gone? Waveforms away. They're still rolling. PYW trying to give chase, but Miracle's into Earth Spirit mode. Time dilation. I don't think it quite caught him, and he's got the Manta to dispel it anyway. The old 11 Poyo. PYW have to give up on the chase for now. And that's given a bit of time here for Nigma to grab up some additional items. That BKB on Lycan has arrived, and it feels like they might want to go out smoke across the map themselves. Always having to address that top lane, though. Contending with the push from Nigma, which has just been shoving that top wave in consistently. It's something Vici Gaming have to keep in the back of their minds at all times.
I love this build on Ori. Just all in.
Oh, man,
Does not have a single defensive item. Finds a Spell Prism, because why not? Why wouldn't you lower the cooldown on all of your abilities? Plus Dagon.
Miracle. Oh, Poyo down to about 500 HP or so. But it's like we said at the end of the draft at the start of the game, isn't it? Vici Gaming, their draft is very much all in. Once they commit real hard for targets, for kills, and for team fights. So having the optimization that follows through on it feels really good.
And know what, Gary? Backtrack talent, 20% now available on Faceless Void, so things could get tricky. Let's say you dodge full E-Blade damage. Thank you, Ice Frog. Like, I'm gonna go in and just win a game off that.
Super powerful stuff. And they've got the double outpost again. Real strong presence on the map from Vici Gaming. And Radiant's vision right now, it is pretty much that top lane ward and one in their own triangle that's quite deep. So they don't see the smoke maneuver that Vici Gaming are pulling right now. Still a while for that next Roshan to spawn, around 3 minutes it looks like. But the potential to try and grab Miracle here. As the Aegis is reclaimed, DD Void Spirit front lines for his squad. They'll hold back with the smoke and don't jump just yet.
A bit limited on tower damage for Vici Gaming. That's why they are respecting Nigma. The good jump they can have with the Clockwork. And follow up, of course, with the Morphling.
Yeah. And they're just dewarding everything. And we've got double wards now in that top jungle area. It looks like there's a bit of a catch on the Snapfire. A nice little freebie there for the Void Spirit. Ori with that DD still going.
Kuro, thanks one for the team. And look,
someone needs to be out there pushing waves.
500 gold he got for that kill.
Wait, really? Because it was a solo kill.
Solo kill by Ori, level 27, so he's gonna have other talents online on top of it. Already has mana regen plus the damage available.
I saw an arcane blink for the Doombringer now as well, so...
Lower the cooldown.
Yeah.
That's all what this is about. Has a
So
quickening
good.
charm on top of it. 10.6 seconds on the Vor Stomp. Infernal Blade, 3.5 seconds. The duration, 1.2.
Yeah, for that Doom as well. I mean, real huge for Old 11. Miracle is lurking in the shadows, sends out the Illusionist's Cape Illusion. Well, it's immediately zapped by the Dagon of Ori, making a stand there against Miracle. And it's still been a good job for this Morphling to get farm out on the map, which has been closing in around them for the past 10-15 minutes. But it honestly feels like this next team fight is it's just going to end the game one way or the other. People are going to run towards the buildings, and
We still have buybacks. 9 out of the 10 heroes will have a buyback available soon. The only one who's not close is Mind Control on the Darkseer. Bought a full Lincoln Sphere.
He buys the Scythe of Ice. He comes in, but Ori's out. They don't get the finish. That Kaya Sanj helping him to slip away from MC and Miracle.
Miracle playing a different game, understands that they're in a spot where he needs to do Miracle stuff and decides to buy Hex on Morphling, something we don't see usual.
No. Well, they've been struggling with that catch and kill, and it feels like GH Clockwork not able to really offer them that consistently. So the Scythe of Ice definitely helping out. There's been very good, patient, defensive play from Nigma when they know they're behind, they know they need something fantastic to come out of Miracle's Morphling.
No Lotus Orbs on Nigma, just to turn it back to Doom so he can get another Doom off, which could potentially be a pretty big deal, and just be able to remove the silences, remove the time dilation, Faceless Void, picked up the shard. There's so many meme stuff in game right now, like Clockwork with his shard, and now we have One Punch with the Darkseer, Faceless Void with the Rewind. I wish I had this Rewind mechanic.
Oh, yeah?
When I say something stupid during the cast, I just go back, didn't say it.
You've never said anything stupid, I don't think.
Nope.
Everybody just laughs at you. Oh, Morphling Illusions contended with by Ori. No problems there. But it's a very unusual map state to be in. Enigma are the ones moving out, pressuring lanes and continually pushing with the Lycan Wolves, with the Morphling, and Vici Gaming almost scrambling to find these fights, but it's not like a desperate scrambling. They're not in a rush to do things. They're still just looking for that perfect pick-off which can swing them into an objective or a Roshan or a high ground push. It's quite a delicate position to be in.
23k gold lead for them. Doom also getting some higher levels, higher than 25. Not the best talents that he gets.
Ooh. A DD rune on Morph. Does he want to do something with it? That's the question. Do you want to go out and play the map with this DD rune, look for a team fight, or do you want to sit back and farm a little bit more? Because you've got some big items going out.
RTW
shape-shifted.
Already going in.
Guess the Wolves going. They've got a silence onto the Void Spirit now, but he's managed to get himself away and cheeses up. But the Chrono, Poyo's back onto ILTW, finding the Lycan, and it looks like they'll stab into the back lines. The Morphling, Scythe of Ice, catches the Doombringer, but Poyo forces him back. Miracle, he's shoved into his own jungle. Vici Gaming come out strong, catch the Miracle Morph and zap him with a Dagon. Poyo picks up that final touch on that kill, but that is a statement of intent from Vici. This is their game, their map to control, and Nigma has no right to be playing down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, one of the best heroes in the game, in the late game. You have Chronosphere, you have Faceless Void with the backtrack now, you have double Doom, triple Doom, even more Dooms if they decide to hand him that refresher that Faceless Void is still holding on to. Next Roche may respawn, it is gonna respawn in 50 seconds.
Oh yeah.
But they should poke, like they should try to poke something, see what happens.
Find a bonus kill here maybe. Kuro, they know he's in the tree line. Immediate bash from Poyo, and Ori picks up another kill for his second streak.
Is under attack.
GH and MC, they've hookshotted and vacuumed this Earth
BKB
Spirit.
in a second.
He's going to BKB and attempt to roll, but it's cancelled out by GH. So Earth Spirit down and something going Nigma's way. But the push is coming.
Like, you did not expect aggression from offlaner and position 4, who are the only ones who are alive at the moment, and they get a pick off.
They're still going to have to contend with this. Actual shove into their base though. Look at mid lane. They've got creeps coming in onto tier 3 tower. They wall up, but there's the dive coming in. The two voids going to work, pairing up beautifully, and we're going to catch out this Darkseer inside the bubble. Old 11. Hook shot it up, but GH dead to rights under his own tier 3s. Buybacks are available for Nigma.
Everyone has a buyback. It's just that if they will probably need to buy back if they want to contest a Roche. Because Roche is holding on to too many stuff right now. Four free items for them.
Yeah, an absolute delight in that Roche pit. And there are the buybacks, just as you expected. Rocket Flare is going to try and scout out Vici Gaming's movements as well. And back to controlling the lanes we go. And Vici just not taking any risks here, really, are they? They know that they can keep this going, extend things out. They are scaling and accelerating a little bit faster than Nigma, who want a team fight right here, right now.
Vici has been very stable in terms of decision-making, experienced team, so they know how to win a game. Like, they love to play these type of games.
The Void Spirit illusions. Lycan's going to try and kill off one. Morphling takes down the other. And they are in this Roche pit.
He already used Manta.
Miracle. In comes Poyo. Inkswell time dilation, but doesn't catch Morphling out. Miracle too quick on the fingers. While Ori, he's in, he's out. He's trying to shake it. And Doombringer inside some
double cogs. He's trapped.
Double cogs, he can't move anywhere. The Force Staff out and the wall back in. There's a Doom though, finding my controllers. Miracle's blown up by the Void Spirit.
Instant buyback.
He does have to buy back, doesn't he? I mean, Nigma, they're struggling in this one. The Doom is too strong with that Doom available. Pressure again. That looks like it's done for as Nigma. They lose the clock, and Darkseer with no buybacks on them is basically going to be a 5 versus 3 as Vici could think about moving high ground.
It's just that this Doom, they try to go on him, trap him with the cogs. There's just not enough damage. He's way too tanky with the heart, with all the armor that he gets from the items. And now they can go inside a pit to finish it off and go in. It's a 40k gold lead for Team Vici Gaming.
40 kills, 42k net worth lead now. Poyo grabs up that Roshan Aegis. What's he got? Refresher Shard, yeah. Finishes off his Mjolnir. And a couple of goodies for PYW and DY as well. Little party backs for them after that little Roche Pit excursion.
Aghanim Scepter picked up by Faceless Void, so a lot of chaos in the front lines going in and out. You can't really focus him. He has that rewind button and also Aegis plus backtrack on top of it.
And are you worried as Vici Gaming at all going high ground here?
They should feel pretty safe right now, Gary, about closing out this game.
I'm just thinking, vacuum wall, kisses, lots of magical damage, some illusions, but at this point, like you're saying, they've got so many items, it doesn't feel like that's going to be an issue.
It's a 51k gold lead.
It's monumental for Vici Gaming here, game 1. And they've got that tier 3. Super easy move up to the high ground. Breach the ramp and take down the barracks too. And Nigma are going to have to really think about how they want to start this fight off, because they've probably only got one fight left in them. As Vici Gaming have about 7 or 8 heroes, maybe even 9 heroes worth of spells, abilities, and lives. And there's the rewind. Gets Poyo in and out. Inkswell also used by the Grimstroke just to hold back and reset. Again, very calm, very deliberate movement from Vici Gaming.
Yeah. Octarine Core plus Spell Prism Dagon is 12-second cooldown. With
how
all
much
that
damage?
Spell amp.
800 damage?
It's 800. It's more than 1,000. 1,040 with all the spell amp that he's got.
That's nuts.
I'm doing math, Gary, while I'm casting. I'm actually not. I just clicked the alt button, but won't pretend that I was doing it.
I saw you doing it. There's the catch on GH. Clockwork gone for 80 seconds, and they're just going to go and clean up the entirety of Nigma now. It looks like fountain dive time for Vici Gaming with a 2-man chrono.
Double Dagon, that's the combo.
Gets them both caught up inside, but aside the voice, a hex from Nigma, but the turnaround coming in. RTW and Miracle can't stand their ground. Poyo is too strong at this point. One hero remains for Nigma.
You know what I always say, Gary, when it's time to call it,
it's time to call it.
It really is, because they have no business whatsoever in this game.
Last man standing is that Morphling right now. And he can't defend against the 5 members of Vici Gaming, hammering away at your tier 4 towers and soon to be your throne. Game 1. I mean, it was close. It was competitive for the first, 25, 30 minutes. It looked like Nigma might just have had it. But Vici Gaming hold out. And there we have it. Game 1 in the books.
Yeah, Nigma with Lycan as a second core. It was kind of a carry, you know, but Morphling was the real carry in this game. They needed to maybe end up the game more quickly. They had the opportunity. I think maybe a different itemization. We could saw Kuro going for Vlad's just to be able to get more damage, get them that lifesteal.
Yeah.
I think Lotus Orb was what was lacking on them, especially against the combo that they had.
Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult one once we got into that kind of mid to late game. I mean, you mentioned it, right? The Doom was so farmed with that Midas and the Devour just building himself up and up. But I think we can pass it over to Rich and the boys on the panel to break it down a little bit more.
So they don't go for the straight-up Soulbind combination. Doom was still available. They don't see the necessity to push it in first phase. And I'm surprised with the AA first pick, because Morphling's banned out, so you didn't really need to worry about that.
And look at this as well. Nigma, they rotate a bit to a half and half with, I believe that's Mind Control behind Kuro.
The draft structure right now?
ILTW has switched chairs.
Interesting.
That was MC's chair before game 1, so perhaps a little bit of role swapping going on?
I will say that I prefer ILTW on team fighters, and they put him on a Lycan, and so maybe he was getting involved, and he's like, yo, it's cool, man. Like, I'll win the lane, I'll push. And now he's like, okay, ILTW, you sit back, we're going to give you Juggernaut. It's fine.
I mean, I just like, this will likely be the Miracle Puck, and I think that this is, I mean, who knows how many more times we'll see it. We got to see the next 2 days play out, but this is, well, we really haven't seen Miracle play for years. He has not really been on playmakers very often throughout these DPC seasons, throughout the last couple of years. He's almost always playing that hard farmer priority, and even I kind of like this.
This hero specifically, I remember T-Gov went on quite a rant on how China does not care about Puck.
Not at all.
And I can confirm that after because that was like a week 2 speech that he made.
Yeah.
Week 3 through 6, it remained consistent. Puck is not particularly popular these days. They ban out Templar Assassin, which we think is on the come up, so don't need to worry about that. But I see Leshrac be picked a lot. I see DK be picked a lot against Puck. Sure, Miracle on a playmaker. I'm hyped to see it. It's not necessarily what we've been known to his signatures, but hopefully they have a better plan for ILTW, because I think his hero in game 1, that Lycan, just was not able to carry as much as it should have from
we were not liking the Lycan. One thing though, consistently we heard in preparation for the tournament from any of the teams that we got a little bit of information from beforehand was TA going to be very important. We're going to see teams have answers to TA. Does not seem like those answers are ready. It seems like just consistently banning TA, something that we're going to see in this best of 2. Rasta. Kyle, how do you feel about the Rasta here?
It's excellent. You always want to have a Hex mechanic against Puck. Lion, Rasta, both ideal, because you also have that secondary disable.
Both ideal, so why the Rasta instead of the Lion? Because I've been seeing Lion be far more popular, not just in China, but in all regions.
Maybe just for a bit of the tower pressure.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you always go for, but like...
stronger laner to an extent. With Tiny as well, you can do some cool mechanics where you just drop wards, Tiny hits tower, and you've got a very strong fortification that can be placed offensively. Less, I guess maybe you're just less fearful of the enemy 5 position as well. You already see the AA.
Yeah, so lane, don't know where this Tiny is going to go.
Oh, 2 direct disables, although Shackle with Grimstroke.
Shackle has a cast animation. But you do get double wrist shackles with Soulbind.
There you go. Because obviously Lion's stun.
Yeah, it'll have a travel time for the projectile for the other spike to travel, so that's true. Better synergy. But you miss out on double finger, which would have been pretty good.
What do you miss out on?
Double fingers? Write that down. It's not in this game.
Oh. Let him see it.
So you said no double. All right, so we're gonna.
We've moved on. Look at the draft.
Yeah, I already saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't even need to look. I was just like, I'm not gonna have that oversight here. Dark Willow gonna be locked in. Obviously, something that we've seen in the meta a whole bunch. But what are you expecting here on the side of Vici? It was actually Neil. You were the one who said a little bit earlier that you were putting a lot of pressure on the support duo in the drafts. But what else are you looking for here?
I need to know where this Tiny is going. I think Tiny does well against Puck mid, so I'm hoping that it's going to be an Ori mid Tiny. Poyoyo can go for the Faceless Void again. Oh no, never mind, it's banned out.
I love the synergy though. Like we saw this again. It's in EU. Like EU Western was all about Puck. It was consistently first two banned, first two picked. And this was a combo that we saw come out later in the season where you get the huge AoE fear from Willow after coil's been placed. Pretty easy to hit there, stuck in the coil. And a lot of the damage, almost all the disable, like that's from the snap of the coil. If you can force that, that's huge to win a team fight, especially when you consider how squishy that support duo is for Vici.
Yeah. I would be down for a jug from Poyoyo.
Oh.
They pick Centaur into Puck.
Okay, so a natural pipe buyer and a very tanky frontliner, but relatively susceptible to the magic burst that Nigma already show, although he will probably just buy a hood.
Sure, especially since Vanguard got nerfed in the D-patch.
True.
Because it used to be like, no matter what, even if there was magic damage, it's like, I'm getting that 6-minute Vanguard, no matter what. Here, I guess, hooded's a higher priority, but I still don't really like Stampede against Coil. It was a pretty common response in 7.29C in China, and now this Dark Willow is looking like she has tons of combos.
I was going to say, we said we needed more team fight. Yeah. They said, okay, you want a team fight.
Bro, this Stampede is not getting you anywhere. You're stuck. Coil,
Game 2's
Arena.
looking completely different than what we actually did see in Game 1, but once again, Tsunami, we're in a situation where I'm curious, how are you feeling about Vici's draft here?
I'm not as skeptical about it. Yet again, the question mark that I had last game was the Earth Spirit. Here it's the Shaman in terms of heroes that I don't see particularly frequently, but I have confidence in Vici's teamfight execution. Nigma had minimal teamfight execution in Game 1, and so I'm much happier with their comp, even though I preferred it in Game 1 also, because ease of execution, term, it's commonly thrown around. This is a very easy teamfight to execute.
It's the Bulba coefficient. How many teamfights are necessary for a team to win the game?
Okay.
And if you're in a scenario where you just need one, and that's it, and the other team needs 6 or 7, then typically the team that only needs the one engagement is going to be favored. In this case, I don't think both drafts look solid, right?
We still
both
need to see the carry
heroes.
We need to see the scaling potential. So Poyoyo generally prefers later game carries. ILTW generally prefers mid-game carries. I still think Jug is good for both teams, honestly. Vici Gaming, Jug being able to spin out a Coil and Arena would be nice. Lifestealer's banned out by Vici Gaming. Meanwhile, Nigma are banning out Terrorblade and Phantom Lancer, so Illusion heroes. Just surprising, because I feel like they have pretty good Illusion clear on Nigma. Unless there's a carry that they want to go for, like Ursa, who doesn't deal well with Illusions.
You know what we could see out of Nigma? This is a pretty nasty Drow game.
Yeah.
I've seen that hero picked up a little bit more.
Drow, you said?
Yeah, with PL out of the pool. Gives you the tower pressure the draft is missing right now.
Only because I'm seeing Tinies not get Dagger as early as they used to. Because otherwise, if it does be a mid-Tiny on Ori with a Dagger Rush, then I do think Drow could get a little bit pressured with Stampede as well. But I think that a ranged core would look really nice for Nigma.
Yeah. Something that rains in damage. You want to be able to pretty much just explode anybody caught in either an Arena or a Coil. And the way that Vici have their lineup set right now, it's about absorbing damage, not avoiding it. So you want to have something that really threatens the Tiny or the Centaur if they're the ones you're forced to target, because that's likely how they're going to play it out.
Okay, so they do go for the Ursa, because that's why they banned out all the Illusion carries.
That's an Ursa.
That's an Ursa. And it's probably going to be an Ursa Diffusal, because that's the only play that you play Ursa these days. And Poyoyo Spectre.
All right, now that we have all of the cards in front of us, how are you feeling this time around, Tsunami?
It's way more even, at least on paper, for me. I don't think that... Okay, so if we go with teamfight coefficient, now that Vici have a late game carry, that coefficient gets higher.
Yeah.
You need to win more teamfights, because they cannot push particularly quickly on Nigma. No one hits towers.
Nobody. That's the big concern I've got right now, because once again, Vici, they're buying insurance. They're saying, look, we get this to 30, 40 minutes, you're going to be in some serious trouble. Spectre has a dream game right now. AA, Willow, Puck, like these heroes hate to just be all of a sudden ulted on, shadow stepped on later on in the game with the shard. Like, you're in big trouble if this game goes late enough. And to Tsunami's point, like the big fear is that once again, Nigma do not have any natural methods of pushing towers. Meanwhile, Vici, they have more of a late game lineup, but they're just going to run a strength hero down a lane and drop wards and dare you to defend a tower.
All right, what's the key thing to look out for, Tsunami, as we jump into this second game of our best of 2?
If Nigma win, it's going to be really fun to watch because it's going to be a lot of flashy team fights. And if they lose, it's going to be very boring because Vici are just going to avoid every single fight. Spectre's going to get huge, and she's going to carry the entire game.
All right, so if Nigma wins, it's going to be very much like... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to make the analogy. I was going to make actually the worst anime analogy ever, and
Please
thankfully the game's ready, so I don't have to do that right now. I'm going to throw it over to the casters, and we're going to get into this best of 2 second game right now.
Rich, yeah, here we are, second game, Lacoste, and the panel was saying about that teamfight coefficient that we're really looking for Nigma to take and win as many teamfights as they can, while Vici has that late game insurance in the Spectre. I mean, what are your thoughts on that draft?
Yeah, I gotta agree. I don't think they have enough to close out the game in 30 minutes. Last game they had Lycan, also didn't succeed to close it out early enough, and this time around, I think it's gonna be even worse. Ori, at the start of the second season, he was a bit slow. You know, he was not Ori. He was 70% Ori, 30%, I don't know what it was, water. But at the end of the season, it's the good old Ori, you know, because you have high expectations of this player, what he can do, and we can see in the previous game he ended up with, what, 21, 22, and 1 score in the end, and in this particular game also he is the king, because you're playing into Dark Willow, Puck, and Ancient Apparition. These heroes are just food for you. Like one combo, you delete one of these heroes, keep repeating it, #repeat, and keep going in and out. Also, it's a good matchup for Tiny on the mid lane with the addition of the water runes, so he can be pushing out the wave, use Avalanche, 3 grab, 3 toss, and then just outpush the wave. Nigma, on the other side, they have a good combo, and they have great ways to deal with the Centaur, especially Stampede, with the Coil, with the Arena, so they're not going to get too much value out of it, and they have a great combo. Like, either it's Terrorize into Mars Arena, or Terrorize into Coil to break it, get that long duration stun. Centaur is strong hero, one of the strongest top laners right now for sure, but it just doesn't feel as strong when you're playing into Ancient Apparition.
Ooh.
GH.
Yeah, with DY already having a bit of a scrap in that jungle. And Dark Willow always going to come out the victor in that battle, especially with Mind Control's assistance. First blood very early spillage there, as Vici Gaming lose out their support in the safe lane. It does give a little bit of freedom for Poyo, though, to secure the range creep. Of course, important for that safe lane carry to do so. I'm just coming back to your speech about combos and things like that. Like you said, it's going to be difficult for the Centaur to use Stampede. But they've also got that toss from Tiny as a defensive mechanism as well. It's not just that offensive capability, isn't it?
Yeah, potentially you could save people out of the arena with toss. Like, if they're standing on the edge, you can toss them out of it. Other heroes, they don't get out. Like, so it's a good start for Nigma, because Mind Control got that first blood. And what is he bringing? Just a casual bracer.
Okay.
Love me some bracers. Damage. HP regen. Remember when Strength gave you
status resistance? Yeah. I try not to remember that, but unfortunately I do. That was still when I played a lot of Invoker, and my god, it was a pain in the ass trying to get combos out when everyone's got different values of status resistance, dropping from my tornadoes every couple of seconds. But yeah, like you say, it's a great start for Nigma, because that's what they need to get the ball rolling as early as they can and connect into these early to mid-game team fights. It looks like we do have just a little bit of a quick pause coming through. Now, thinking about Game 1 and the similarities here in Game 2, Vici Gaming, it seemed like they love to take it to late game. They want to be able to drag things out and get past the stage where Miracle can just outplay and outmaneuver them and get to a point where we say, hey, we've got 3 or 4 heroes that are all stronger than you. Try and beat us now.
I'm looking at the item build that he has queued up on Ursa.
Oh yeah?
Just phase boots, and he's going into Hood, which is okay. There's ton of magical damage that they got. I'm wondering what's his next item was going to be. I don't think Battle Fury is viable anymore. Diffusal Blade is the thing. Okay. That's something that China has kind of pioneered back when Battle Fury got nerfed.
Is that just allowing you to play faster?
Yeah, you come online so much faster, you threaten the first Roche, second Roche, get stuff done on the map, it's more damage compared to Battle Fury, where you just want to farm. You get the Battle Fury, you're not fight ready.
I think that's something the panel brought up as well, was the fact that we like to see Nigma when they are playing very, very speedily. And we'll see if R2W can pick up the pace with that Ursa build that you've been talking about. Currently facing off against the old 11 Centaur and PYW Shadow Shaman. This is the base damage lane. They've got like 155 base damage between the two of them. Pretty ridiculous stuff.
Pretty balanced, exactly.
Denying and last hitting, all that good stuff.
PYW Shaman was a thing. Like, during the first season, the best Shadow Shaman player, without a doubt. He's done some amazing stuff. You know, there's a couple of other good players. Jin Q also played it quite a lot, but PYW Shaman is something to always be feared. Because he knows. The thing about this game is both supports on both sides are not gonna have a good time. If, let's say, Puck gets a first jump, if you get inside the arena, you're straight up dead. Same goes for Tiny going in on one of the supports, blowing them up. I feel in this game we will need to see a lot of earlier buybacks from position 4s and 5s. This is how you win a team fight.
I think Carl was mentioning the ability for Vici Gaming to send a strength core down the lane, have Shadow Shaman threatening with wards. They've got some great ways to bait out fights to start off, like Shadow Shaman or Centaur shows, then Tiny blinks in, Spectre haunts, they can turn things around. So I think Nigma have to be very much on their toes and maybe even see some of these early maneuverability items, whether it's the Blink Daggers or even the Yule Scepters, to be able to counteract Vici Gaming's game plan in that regard. And the mid lane probably just going to be a farm trade for the most part, would you say? Tiny against the Puck?
Puck doing much better than I expected, but there's a full wave coming to Tiny. That's why, because it's a pretty even matchup, I would say, where it can go both ways. If there's like a rotation, if Tiny gets his runes stolen, then he's going to struggle a bit. But he can also threaten a kill on Puck with his combo.
And so far down bottom, and DY's first death, definitely leaving a sour taste in his mouth, but so far hasn't really fed away too much more. This threatening lane from Nigma, actually going to get onto the Spectre now with the chain stuns, but pops the wand and a little fairy fire to keep the Spectre alive.
Interesting build from GH. I've seen different builds. I've seen him going for max Shadow Realm.
Old 11. Cold Feet snaps on him. He turns. Oh, the double edge. Trades his life out, but killing that Ursa off. Beautifully done.
This is a killer lane for Vici Gaming. No points in a retaliate. I think he needs to get it like right now. But 1-2-0 build is kind of a thing when you are paired up with someone who can just disable them, like Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
But to go back to the Shadow Realm talk, I've seen GH maxing the spell. This time around he went for 1 point in Bramble, 1 point in Cursed Crown. I'm a big fan of Bramble Maze, where Bramble gets them maxed out. Especially here, where I don't think you get too much value from the Shadow Realm. We'll see what he decides to go for, but just more control and more damage, like laceration as well, is a great setup for Mars.
Yeah, exactly, especially with that Mars, spearing people through brambles, getting the Curse Crown stuns set up beautifully in that bot lane for themselves. As it looks like Ori, like you were saying, pretty even matchup in the mid lane against the Puck. We'll wait for that kind of 6-7 minute moment where they decide to rotate and come into the side lanes. That's still a good 3 minutes away, so it does have to be the...
Oh, Miracle dropping low. Pops the Water Rune on mid.
And he's turning back onto the Tiny. Ooh, orbing forward.
He's fine. Has a bottle. Magic Stick, also a Fairy Fire to work with, but needs to be careful now when Puck spells come off cooldown. There are no Bounty Runes to be picked up. Yeah, so you would wish someone dies in this situation, like one of your side lane supports, they die, come back to mid lane, refill the bottle. I'm not even kidding.
No, you're reading my mind. That's something I've been saying for ages. Yeah, just wait for DY to die, come and refill the bottle. And thank the position 5. Spam out some salves and bottle refills. Oh, they do get a catch on Tiny. There's the coil with a GH rotation, picking off Ori. And that's Miracle hitting level 6 as PYW thinking about the go on Kuro. That can't keep the chain stuns going. And of course, Old 11 wanting to play the lane and not get dragged away by the pesky support.
I gotta say, Old 11 has been more stable. One of my favorite players in terms of like doing fancy stuff, throwing the game, overextending. I like these type of players, but he's been more stable lately, just doing the stuff, textbook examples.
Yeah, for quite a while, in my mind anyway, he was somewhat of a budget ice, where, like you say, he had these real crazy plays. He was able to get in the face of his opponents and cause havoc.
I always say about 11, either he is the best player in the team or like looks like the worst one, and no in between.
But yeah, he's become much more stable, you say, as of late. As we gather up in towards the rune spawn time, GH takes the haste, and stunning DY caught up in the Bramble Maze with a combo. Tiny's in, the toss. It does catch Miracle, but he's jumped forward to his orb. Now caught out as the Ether shot zaps him down, and DY taken out by the Shadow Realm, but they've got Tiny and Shadow Shaman both here on the GH Dark Willow, but Maraska gonna haste and run away. I'll hold 11. Very close to death.
Oh, doesn't catch. Oh, that was close. Shaman was steeping top to buy mana boots.
Combo again. GH as he got Shadow Realm. And he looks like he's safe and sound regardless with the wand and the raindrops.
A raindrop.
Shadow.
Plus a floppy hat is the thing to buy on supports this game.
The
you did
counter.
not exactly the tiny counter.
Oh, mind control. He's been left alone for a decent amount of time, but he's top of the net worth, given a good early lane stage by the Willow. 3,100 net worth for him. So, what we're seeing, is it going to be the Blink? Is it going to be the Yules? Or does he go Hood first? What's the plan for MC?
For MC, I wouldn't mind seeing a Hood or Blink into Hood decide, because decides what we'll see what Puck decides to go for. Because right now he has a Witchblade, which I'm fine with that,
Nice.
just to be able to one-shot the supports.
Oh, it's a smoke. Oh, he spots them. Avalanche to stop any attempt to jump up to his high ground. So he dodges the gank. And it looks like Nigma also wanted to try and scout out some stacks in that Radiant Triangle area too, and maybe get some vision down.
Poyoyo is level 6 in Spectre, but does not have mana to work with. He's bringing some regen, has power treads. Let's see if DY has one mango to work with, so he could potentially use it on him and then make a play.
Yeah.
Global presence is very strong for Vici Gaming with the Spectre, Tiny blinking in. You follow up with the Stampede, possibly, so very maneuverable.
Yeah, they're everywhere on the map and nowhere at once. Tiny finding the Dark Willow. Shadow Realm not going to save her from the onslaught that is PYW. Shadow Shaman, oh, hang on a second. They've slipped the Dark Willow away. The Stampede, but into the coil. Now PYW's the one stuck. Shackles up the Miracle Puck. Nigma have backup with GH and Kuro both still lurking around. And PYW the one that gets found and killed while GH survives.
GH is level 6, 8 minutes in. That raindrop already expended every single raindrop charge. I would not be surprised if he decides to buy another one.
Spam the raindrops, keep him going. And he's pairing up with that Kuro Ancient Apparition. Looking up towards the top lane, safeguard ILTW's farm. He's got phase boots and that Ring of Health heading into the Hood.
Plus a chipped west on top of it, so a lot of regen sitting at the tower, 11 per second.
And old 11, he's going to slip away. Hides in the trees, went for Vanguard himself. Probably going to go for that Vanguard Hood into the Blink Dagger.
Pretty standard stuff from the Centaurs these days. Just want to be able to tank up, not necessarily get an early Blink Dagger, because they're mid laner. Oh, there's the combo.
The Tiny. Combos up the Ancient Apparition, kills the Courier with his nice little tree toss back towards it.
Again, they have multiple heroes that benefit from Inkswell. You have Tiny, one of the best ones. He goes in, especially with the Blink Dagger, and I'm a big fan of Tiny's not upgrading the boots instead of just rushing the Blink Dagger. Miracle.
Mail all the way. He saw that one coming.
Ooh, that was not quick enough from PYW.
And GH still going to get caught here, but he gets the Bedlam out and the Shadow Realm damage. PYW, he's going to get
Miracle
caught by the
clean up.
Miracle backstab. The coil hits 2 mana. Double kill for Miracle while Ori gets away from the Cold Feet and the Vortex. GH trades himself, but this time 2 kills gathered up by Miracle and a stack being claimed thanks to that Magic Amp and the level 4 Orb Waning Rift.
They needed Shackles straight away. PYW not executing perfectly, hexing, but not using the Shackles straight away, which gives enough time for Dark Willow to use the Shadow Realm. Still, no Haunt, not even a point in it, just maxing out the Dispersion, going into Blade Mail. Pretty standard stuff, Power Treads into Blade Mail, Manta style, most likely Scotty, just tank up, maybe even like Manta Diffusal Blade. I'm a big fan of Diffusal Blade in this patch particularly, because it just feels really good. Battlefield got nerfed, so you gotta get something other than that. Getting closer to Blink Dagger. Tiny, can he blow him up?
I tried.
Arena available.
Terrorize with the spear. That Inkswell's not going to do very much. And GH, the slippery devil he is, yet again, out of the grasps of Vici Gaming. And what was that? 4 heroes brought down to the Spectre lane as they stampede top. That's to get old 11 away from ILTW.
Gary, it was to get faster from the bottom lane to the mid lane with that stampede efficiency. He also runs away.
The macro play.
Yeah, bottom lane. ulti flying. Where's the follow-up?
They're looking for it.
Looks pretty dead.
Poyo, beautiful setup. Good call across. There it is. Slay the Spectre. Unexpected. As Vici Gaming, like you said, had moved from bot back to mid, and Nigma, they find their opening.
There were no wards. They have 1 ward behind the tower. Shadow Shaman ulti dropped on a mid lane, plus a catapult. No AA ulti, they know it for another 15-ish seconds. Tanking the tower, Tiny 12 armor and has a Blink Dagger now.
Oh, he does. RTW and Miracle try and defend that mid lane against the Serpent Wards. Killed off the Catapult. The wards are all gone. And mid tier 1 looking a little worse for wear, though. Around 300 HP.
Let's see Ori if he decides to use Shovel once. Like near the shop, you can swap it, but he is bringing it to Old 11, it seems, or gonna give it to DY. DY, you're Kobold right now. Start digging.
Is it gonna be a Kobold? No, it's a Salve. Give that to Old 11 straight away so they can stay around. Ursa shows on that top lane. Vici.
Interesting build from Centaur. He built a Vanguard, then disassembled it, used that ring to get Hood of Defiance, and now gets Vanguard once again.
Cool.
What if you keep disassembling it?
Disassembling the Vanguard
and
over and over
then you disassemble Vanguard, you get a Lotus Orb.
Or an Eon Disc. There's a few things you could do with that.
I think it's a bit of an underused mechanic, being able to disassemble certain items, especially for Bristleback, where you can like, he builds into many items, but the Hood Vanguard, disassemble Vanguard later on, you get a Bloodstone possibly. There's so many things you can do with it.
Yeah, limitless options almost there. That's a good point. Oh, hello. Miracle has his Witchblade. GH, Kuroki, both level 7. And they would love to get some action around this Dream Coil. Yet again, going back to what the panel was saying about needing to win team fights, they'll have to defend up.
He doesn't die. He's too tanky. That Hood of Defiance, maybe they got surprised, you know, didn't click on a hero. I see certain players doing it.
But this very Shrinker, though, they're going to have another Tombow pretty soon.
Yeah, that's the big item you get on Tiny, that extra bit of a burst sometimes that you need.
They see GH, Inkswell, in comes the combo, blows up the Dark Willow, and another objective secured by Vici Gaming. That's the systematic maneuver that we've been expecting from them, tower to tower.
Every single time there's Shadow Shaman wards up, they rotate to one of the lanes.
And they stampede forward. They know RTW's nearby. They're going to catch him without his enrage. He's tossed back into DY. RTW going to turn and try and fight in the arena with a spear and the Ice Blast coming in. They're going to take down Ori here with a nice blast and slay him. Miracle with a coil catching the Centaur too. The Hex though, PYW and Poyo get into the back lines with the Ancient Apparition. The Soulbind's also going to connect onto the Puck and the Mars. But PYW's down and Poyo left here without any backup. Nigma surround the Spectre. Now there's no retreat. RTW, he was the one that was initiated on, gets a double kill. Or DY, he's fine. TP's home successfully.
This build on Ursa allows them to take these earlier fights, because without the Hood, he wouldn't be tanky enough. And Miracle, he is once again having a blast. Both of the mid laners pretty much, but this time around, Miracle having a better time. I don't think you get this kill. Dark Willow, does she have ulti? She does, but still respecting the damage that he can tank, plus also the TP rotation.
Yeah.
Tiny's in.
Oh, look at that. Straight onto Kuro, but you said it, the counter's there. He's got fluffy hat, the fluffy hat for AA. As PYW down in the river, isolated, taken out quickly by Nigma, who moved forward aggressively. Great spear back. Mind control, finds the pick, and they'll Ice Blast him into oblivion. A double for Miracle, and they want Old 11 now as well, apparently. Tanky Centaur be damned. I mean, DY's being dived by the puck. Old 11 in the cold feet snap, and DY down. A triple for Miracle, and GH picks up the 4th.
Yeah, there's something that I mentioned, you know, but fluffy. I've seen Mind Control getting multiple fluffy hats. I didn't mean that for this particular game. If you get more than 2, that's actually griefing. But 2 is fine. Ancient Apparition, we see him sitting at 1300 HP. We have Dark Willow also having just 1 casual fluffy hat, which allows you to not die after Tiny using a combo on you, and very quick rotations from Nigma. They understand, like, there's no Spectre Haunt, there's no Stampede. Let's try to make stuff happen. They kill the tower with the Catapult wave on top of it. Pretty much the stars aligning for them.
Oh, absolutely. And now they've got this Miracle Puck with Blink Dagger.
It's big. Like, it's Puck with a Blink Dagger, it's Ursa with a Hood and a Diffusal Blade in
Let's go
200
time.
gold. It's time to keep
Just
fighting.
keep on running at them. PYW out on his lonesome in the middle of the trees there, and a good spear onto the Tiny. The combos just keep flowing for Nigma. One after the other, they get pick-off after pick-off, and Vici Gaming starting to crumble. DY in the Ice Vortex slowed down. Miracle gets the coil. Solo onto Grim. Take him out.
A lot of drawing on a minimap, like they are here. We know, we can see it. Apparently, Vici Gaming, they don't have any vision. Nigma, they set up a high ground ward. Like, this ward will most likely get devorted, but they got the most out of it. Even if it's placed like straight away, you get a kill or 2. They can also protect that ward easily, and Centaur getting closer to the Blink Dagger, so he could potentially be the one initiating on top of the Tiny. Tiny now upgrading the boots, the power treads, going into Echo Saber. They need that a little bit of extra burst, like that second hit is sometimes all you need to finish off a certain hero.
Absolutely do. Absolutely do. And he's going to try and farm that up at the top, taking out some neutral creeps. Well, I mean, PYW, he just can't really show on the map. We were talking about the threat of...
Mind control, suggesting another fluffy hat for Kuro. He's holding on to 3 right now.
He's got 3 fluffy hats. Oh, he's the Ushanka King right there as they get the catch on to Centaur. He's popped his hood, Vanguard up. Oh, he's just destroyed by all the magic damage.
You're not tanky. Like, they have probably the best setups in the game for AA to hit the blast.
Yeah.
You have Mars, you have like even Dark Billow's stun.
And they're not really long cooldowns, are they?
Yeah, they don't really rely on any of the cooldowns, so they can keep fighting all the time, and that's exactly what they're doing.
And soon you're going to have this BKB on MC. He's got Blink Dagger already, so whenever he sees a target, he can jump an arena. While Ori, mana burn. Yeah, this Ursa is going wild on him. But Tiny's not going to last long. He's going to try and blink away. He's pretty speedy, pops his 1. But in comes that Blink arena we were just mentioning. Mind control closes the door on the Tiny.
Very clean game from Nigma.
And
just going in, keep fighting, not losing any of the heroes.
And that Ursa allows them to take Roshan whenever they want to, doesn't he? So if they win a big team fight, it's just straight into Rosh no matter what.
Right now, Nigma is just controlling the big portion of the map, not allowing Vici Gaming. Like, Vici Gaming has vision inside the enemy jungle, which they don't benefit from at the moment.
There's the spear.
Snap the coil.
Snaps it up, and Puck. Blade Mail causing a few issues as Poyo turns the damage back onto them. Haunts around, tries to run, gets himself a little bit of distance as Nigma. They do disengage. Scatter back to a bit of safety, but that's Haunt expended defensively, something Vici Gaming would have been relying on to win a team fight in the next couple of minutes.
Vici Gaming needs to tone it down a bit to try not to take these fights, get some vision up in their own jungle, D-ward, and play for a bit later stages of the game.
Delay.
Nigma knows that, because like they know that they can fight inside the Roche pit, as you mentioned, and I don't think there's going to be any response.
It doesn't look like it. Well, I think you're right. Vici Gaming, name of the game right now is delay.
Buy time. Go to Shopkeeper. I know you have all these shiny items. Bro, do you have time? We need to buy some stuff.
Do you have a loan, any kind of credit system? Can I borrow a rapier? No. I'm going to save up for it little by little. And that's now Aegis in the hands of RTW. And they've got some towers up top that should be pretty easy to claim for Nigma. And they are, pinging out to cut the wave in between Tier 1 and Tier 2 there, while also holding on to mid lane. So spreading out across that top third of the map and forcing Vici Gaming to be farming a little less efficiently elsewhere down towards bottom altogether. Interesting positioning from Tiny right now, though. It looks like he's scouting out.
Creep skipping.
Or is it just creep skipping?
That's it. Blast it and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, cut that wave. TP's coming back from Miracle, though. Oh, he's hungry for this. Mind Control's also arriving. There's the arena. Coil catches the Tiny out, and DY, he can't TP out. The Soulbind's there, but what are you going to do as a Grimstroke? You're just dead to rights. MC comes out with a double. Beautiful setup yet again.
They were so ready for it. Like, exact moment when he shows up, and you can see that they know. Like, the decision-making, who's going to TP to Tier 2 tower, who's going to TP to Tier 3 tower. It's just really on point. Nigma, this game, 7k gold lead, 22 kills.
To the 6 of Vici Gaming. Oh yeah, there's the lead. It's starting to spiral out of control. Much more of a solid position than they had in Game 1, where, of course, they were leading in Game 1 around this time as well. But it feels like if they continue fighting, battling, and reacting as quickly as they have been, Vici Gaming going to have some serious problems.
And I like this. I like what Miracle is doing after finishing off the Witchblade. Has Deso, so he wants to be able to scale. And also going into BKB. He understands they got nothing. There's literally not a single spell that goes through magic immunity, so they're good to go. One of the reasons why Mars is also going for it. Ursa, after finishing the hood, has Shard queued up, which is...
got his Basher as well.
Yeah, Basher on top of it. Just a casual one, because he's super farmed at the moment. So items are just piling up.
A smoke's broken by Miracle mid. and Mind Control is going to be lurking around near the Roche pit too. I was going to say, if there's one thing Vici have shown they're very good at, it's choosing the right moments to strike around the haunt with a smoke. That was a 4-man move, but Nigma just a step ahead in that situation until they lose the courier there. Vitality booster of Kuroki drops.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Immediate response. Ice Blast chucked down to that bottom corner. Right-hand side of the map. Everyone from Nigma smoking down here, and I think they might have spotted PYW. They're going to TP out, though, as Vici Gaming.
Better TP out. And also, he found the perfect item.
Oh, ult 11.
All good, reliable. Fillet Stone, 11. Seems pretty dead, no one to help him around.
Yep. Left down there all alone. And RTW continues his streak. As this map just... the fact that Nigma come bottom, they get a kill, they push one wave, and look at how quickly they move, TPing to top outpost, getting into the Radiant Triangle, because that's where they know Vici Gaming has to be. There's nowhere else they can farm. So they're keeping the pressure laid on very thick.
Kuro, his item build. Like, if you've seen this in pubs, you'll probably think I'm reporting this Overwatch case. And
screw you, Tiny build.
But this is exactly what it is, you know, just does not want to die to Tiny, and I believe he's also going for E on this, which I really like. So he's going to be able to get his spells off, most likely going to get procced by Spectre in a team fight. Maybe Spectre doesn't have enough damage to actually go below threshold.
Find Mind Control, they toss the Haunt Illusion, great Terrorize! Shackle's not cancelled out though, and the Soulbind comes in with a big Blink Stomp! Mind Control's taken down, and it looks like Nigma still wanting to turn and fight around Poyo.
No mana
there, but he just walks straight through them!
No life.
Miracle beyond godlike, and they want PYW as a cherry on top of this team fight. You killed our Mars, we'll kill the rest of you. Who's the third one? He's out there, Grimstroke barely TPing home, but Tiny might not have the same luxury. He's being coiled, snapped, and frozen in the cold feet. Down you go, a triple for Miracle.
Miracle is just completely popping off in this game, as he was in the previous series. Now, like, that was a fight that Puck Arcane Rune, has phase shift attack, has damage down on top of this, so just not enough. Like, they need to execute the combo, they need multiple hexes, multiple shackles in a team fight, but it's hard. As we said at the start of the game, supports are gonna struggle. Because Puck, he gets the first jump, you can't fight. Like, you get silenced, pretty much you're dead. Delay, drop for Nigma as well.
Yeah, give that to Kuro, shall we? Buys himself a smoke as well. Definitely a sign of life, though, from Vici Gaming. Even though it wasn't a great team fight, they lost out a lot. Still the ability to make moves on their terms, which is something that some teams can struggle with when they are so far behind. I mean, a 10k lead now for Nigma with all those items you mentioned coming into them. And that next Roshan just under 3 minutes away from fast spawn. But a BKB from the Mars, and RTW's aggressive jump to high ground.
That shard.
DY nearly just dies, and a Terrorize on the two of them. GH is going to come in with the help of the coil to fear them up. The Tiny dead, and the Centaur looking pretty screwed as well. Unstoppable Ursa back onto the Spectre with a Bedlam. What's the control looking like though from Nigma? Is a spear, and the clear up from GH. 4 heroes obliterated.
If Ursa gets any other item than what he's got, if he doesn't have Hood of Defiance, he straight up dies there. Potentially different fight, but very nice itemization from YLTW. I don't think I've been pleasantly surprised by someone just knowing how, like, good itemization can win you the game as in this one.
Surprised by someone buying a Hood.
No, as a carrier, like, this is, I don't think, like, if you scroll through data, I don't think you would be able to see Hood Ursa as the first item pretty much ever.
I think you're right. So we used to see it a little bit on, like, Phantom Lancer, right? You know, PL Hood makes sense, but Ursa, yeah, not really something that we come across too often. Hello, 2-man stop, and then the Stampede to run away because they got the arena down. Or he's blinked in aggressively looking for Miracle. The Puck gonna manage to win. Rift off to the side, but not far enough.
They got him.
GH comes in with a Bedlam though. Needs to turn it back on the Tiny, finish him off with Mind Control. PYW want RTW, and Vici Gaming hold their high ground to get 2 massive core kills. Mind Control might even be the third one they grab. He's stuck down here, and old 11 tracking back on the Mars. It's a good Ice Blast coming in, but I think MC is not going to manage to get up the staircase. Turned on and zapped by PYW, while Kuro
can he hide?
TPing, Stomp cancels it. Ancient Apparition done for.
Nigma, they got what we came for. They killed the melee barracks, the range barracks at 20 HP, so they can be taken down easily. Still, you know, they have a better late game. if this goes post the 35-40 minute mark, you know, considering the amount of the farm and the advantage that they got, might not be too good for Vici Gaming, but Spectre's getting farmed. Like, Spectre got that Manta style, so potentially next Roche, which could spawn in 35 seconds, can be taken. Spectre deals ton of damage with Manta style, Shadow Shaman wards. Maybe that's the sneaky play that they need. I was talking about the itemization. He wanted to get like Bash or Butterfly. I'm more of a Diffusal Blade fan, as already stated, where mana burn on not just the supports, it also gives you that extra slow potential. The damage output that you get from it is insanely high. So I like the Diffusal here quite a lot.
Yeah, against melee heroes, you know, Mars and Ursa, something that mana burn can really stack up and work against them quite quickly. And it looks like we do have the big circle drawn around the Roshan, which is just under a minute from spawning. Everybody going to start vying for that positioning around the Radiant Triangle, around that top rune spot. GH walking in, wanted to try and grab the bounty rune. Is he going to terrorize back onto World 11? Cursed Crown already used up, self-fuels to try and save himself and buy a bit of time as Mind Control, he arrives. Arena in, catching time, they're going to keep down, the buyback from Willow. Ice Blast lands onto Ori and Poyo kind of stuck in the arena too, but they've got the Stampede Coil, catches the Spectre. They want to focus down Poyo real bad, Spectre's gone. No buyback on her either.
Nice spell casting there from Nigma.
Did they find
not overlapping
catch?
Spells.
They found PYW.
He's the king of the hill.
Is he the king? I don't know, he looks like the Joker to me. He's a jester stuck up there.
Yeah, great spell casting using Arena, not overlapping the coil, so Spectre can't move. And AA Blast were on point, once again hitting on the multiple heroes. Can't regen, like...
And no buybacks.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And you've got Miracle BKB at this point. Coming up to high ground. Oh, that blink. Tiny slips away with DY. Unfortunately doesn't have that ability. Tiny going to get Yule's up. Serpent Wards are thrown in onto them, but that Tiny demolished by them. And again, no buybacks for Vici Gaming. So their entire base is open season for Nigma to pick off these buildings.
Radiant's top tower.
Panel talked about how they don't have enough damage. This is why Miracle says, you know, I've got to get the damage. I'm going to be the tower damage. 25 damage talent plus the death. So phase shift attack on top of it. Now has a full BKB. Just some good stuff. He's been involved in 29 out of 35 kills. I think everyone is pretty happy seeing Miracle back on the mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. It's just absolutely glorious to watch. And Vici now, what, 2 lanes of racks down. Try and reclaim any semblance of map control, de-ward out their base. Maybe move towards the Roche pit. And they've got Haunt, and they should have the majority of their arsenal ready at their disposal to try and contest this.
Vici take this fight. They smoke. They have a big item, Gary. Shadow Shaman with a BKB plus lens, he can go in, and if he does not get bashed by Ursa, it's not gonna stop. So they need to execute. Like, this could potentially be a big turnaround for Vici Gaming if they get there on time, which they won't.
It's too slow. They can't get there, and they're scouted out by the wards. Attempted terrorize, and look at that! The BKB's popped out by PYW, only to die to the right clicks of the puck. Miracle has the reveal to take down DUI2. Both supports gone for around a minute, and a 5 versus 3 that Vici have to deal with.
They also have a shard, they gave it to Puck. So you can knock them back, snap the coil,
look
potentially.
I thought Ursa was going to hunt the Tiny. I mean, Ori is farming quite dangerously down there. RTW, I think, was considering moving into Triangle to try and find him. Only 1 lane remains, though, now. Lacoste down bottom. Vici have 1 lane to defend, but Nigma only have 1 lane to attack into with the entire set of ultis and abilities that we've seen them utilize so very well. I just need a bit of vision. Just need to catch a glimpse of someone here. And both Ancient Apparition and Mars are ready to make that jump.
Ancient Apparition can't die. 2 fluffy hats, 1 in the backpack. Eon Disc as well, sitting at 1800 HP at the moment. They're ready to go. They're ready to go on the high ground. Miracle just gets straight up damage. Right now has a Crystallis in the backpack. We'll swap that in once he uses the haste.
Yeah, get himself a bit speedy and then get the damage going.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Not going to bother defending bottom tier 2. Far too difficult in that real hilly terrain for Vici Gaming. So instead, opting to push out top, hold mid, and defend with everything they've got down at bottom. They start with the Inkswell Stomp. Hold 11, just trying to chip away at ILTW, put the fear into Nigma so they don't straight push high ground. But look at MC. He jumps up there. He whacks back the Tiny, and now ILTW is in onto DY. Toss back the Ursa, but this Teddy Bear, he's not messing around now. They expect the Horn, but they lost the PYW Shadow.
No buyback on it.
Both supports are gone. Terrorize coming into the Spectre Illusions. I don't think they caught the real one. Miracle's going to have to jaunt away to the orb. Tiny wants it with a Centaur Blink, but he gets the cheese off. Survives the onslaught, and now the arena bashing up onto that Tiny. ILTW clears them up.
This might be it, and they call it. They actually call it. One thing that I noticed, especially for IG in the Chinese scene, they call GG. They understand, like, we can't win this game.
What's done is done.
Complete dominance by Team Nigma in the second game. They were all over the place, like not relying on the cooldowns whatsoever to take the fights. Puck, great itemization coming out from him, you know, getting that Witchblade, being very active, couple of good rotations, and just great itemization overall. We talked about that Hood
on
Ursa.
so happy.
Well, he should be happy considering their performance in the second game.
Yeah, real beautiful stuff. I mean, I know a lot of the predictions were saying Vici Gaming looking the stronger team coming into this, so now picking up a victory here for Nigma, super important for them here in the wild card. Well, that's it for us for this series. We'll pass it back to Rich and the panel to break down what we just saw.
Spirit?
I think Storm should outfarm him slightly, but Morph will be completely fine, and then Morph should have pressure on the tower. I think pressure on the tower, if you have a lineup with like sort of non-Tiefling supports, it means you have to play the map really fast because you can't take the same skirmish as you would in the mid game. So you want heroes that, like, when they see the enemy hero in lane, they'll kick him out and your creep wave will hit their tower.
They don't have that one hero that just goes in and jumps Snapfire, which I really don't like. Something from far away, maybe like, you know, maybe Mars, but Snapfire can outrange the Mars, and you have a good front line that can keep them busy. Also, it's Mars into Storm Spirit. He can easily just jump out.
I think, like, even though they pick Mars, I don't think they're looking to take like these straight teamfight engagements. They're going to arena spear one guy. Maybe he'll get a Yule so he can be the catch for that Storm, as you mentioned. But they have like this AALT and this Morphling long range nuke. You know, you arena spear one guy, you burst him, and then you try to reset the fight. You have a lot of like the Tusker reset. Your Morphling has waveform to reset. You can just use arena as like a way to trade out your spells. I think that is correct for like what heroes Gambit has, because Gambit, like, they have this Nyx Assassin, Viper, and Snapfire. Like, they have a lot of nukes. They're really strong in teamfights, but they're actually not that mobile. Storm is, but if he's the one you catch, then you can always reset the fight and get another round of spells.
Yeah, Viper's pretty sluggish. I want to see what his item build is going to be this time around. Maybe.
Yeah, I haven't seen it offlane much. Do they play it a lot in Europe?
No, not really.
Okay.
He's been banned out most of the time in the regions that I've been watching. When there's like Spectre, when there's Bristleback, so Southeast Asia loves Bristle, so was banned out most of the time.
That hero's straight first pick in NA for a lot of teams. He's super scary, but they usually play him mid. That's why I'm sort of curious, like, in my head, like, you would pick the carry instead of Storm there, right? So you could like sort of hide where the Viper's going. Like right now, I think it's sort of easy for Nigma to decide how to shut down Viper.
Like a PL for Gambit, because they have no real AoE. Morphling does not like to play into mana burn. Supports are just the food for him.
They have the 24 pick, right?
Yeah.
So I think you will. I can see PL working for sure. That sounds pretty good. I think you do want to see that last hero though, especially like for a hero like PL. I was talking to BSJ and he said like PL is like pretty much the last pick or nothing right now. He's like, the hero's not good, but he can still be picked if you have the perfect matchups.
Sure, but I think you can get away with that. Doesn't necessarily need to be last pick, at least from what I've seen. What is that ban, Rich? Let's help us out.
I do want to say really quickly here, 95%. You can see right now that guess the winners. That is a Twitch chat vote. 95%.
Oh, Twitch chat, they love Nigma.
They didn't even wait to see what happened in the draft. Already 95% of them on the side of Nigma. But I will say to everybody in chat, if you've only been paying attention to one of the streams, if you've only been watching Dire, if you've only been watching Radiant, you might have not seen what Gambit
Rich,
already
you got to
able to
contribute something to this draft. Like, you need to tell me what hero is banned.
I was in the middle of contributing to the draft. I can't see that far away to see the heroes that are drafted. I know what you're trying to do.
It's much easier when it's color. It's not black and white.
It's just that the picks are easy. It's those how tiny the bands actually are here. I can see that that's a jug at the end here. But what do you want to see to round out the draft, Lacoste?
for Nigma.
Yeah.
I think they need a mid laner. I think it's okay to have Morph against the Viper. You mentioned the aggressive tri-lane possibility, something that comes to my mind every single time I see Tusk, one of the best heroes. It's going to be mid Morph, actually.
Okay, so running that back again after what we saw in game 1. And now it's going to come down to Gambit. What are you looking out for here?
I mean, I think they picked Lifesteal, right? And I've had this matchup in my pubs a few times where like Viper goes against Lifesteal, and that matchup's actually really hard for Lifesteal, but he can remove the poison stacks. And I think Nigma's one of the best team at rotating their 4 like to mid and safe lane. So we will see like an early trial lane come in for Naga Siren.
It's pretty much the same concept as a PL where you have diffusal blade carriers, something that they don't have the answer to. They had the last pick. Not enough wave clear. These heroes don't deal well with the illusions. Lifesteal or Radiance build not a thing anymore. I like this Naga. I really like.
Have no wave shove on Radiant at all. Or
yeah,
Nigma,
like you have AA Tusk, they really struggle. Like Mars can, Lifestealer needs to sit there and actually hit the creeps.
It's actually very good versus Mars in lane. Like he has to constantly throw a spear and just split your illusions, and you can win that lane with Naga Siren.
I like Gambit's draft. I really like what they got.
Okay, so we hear Lacoste right now in favor of Gambit's draft. AUI, how about you?
I mean, the one thing that Gambit's lacking is, like, I think it's a bit unclear who goes in first. They have Nyx to sort of frontline for them, so that's good. But I also like Gambit's draft. I think Dream plays a really good Naga Siren, actually. And yeah, I'm curious to see what happens in this game.
How do you feel the tide of this game is actually going to play out, though? What are the big moments that you're looking for as we actually do get into the game?
I think most of this game's going to be on GH, because this game's going to be on how Tusker rotates. Like, if he can make Lifesteal have a really good game, like, he's unkillable this game until Storm Orchid, pretty much. If they can do that and, like, just hold their safe lane control, then, you know, Nigma has a map to play. If that doesn't happen, I think Gambit should be able to, like, control the entire map with Naga and just out-farm them.
Gotta agree. I'm pleasantly surprised the way Gambit drafted. They utilized the last pick, and I don't think they have the answer for this Naga Siren.
All right, well, I love what you said to start off the panel, just the idea of Gambit right now. Are they rising to the occasion after having an extra pressure thrown onto the players from the players themselves? We're going to find out very quickly here if they're going to be able to grab another upset as we jump into the second best of 2 of
Nigma. It seems like Nigma trying to replicate some of their victory against Vici Gaming with this. There's Mars, this Ancient Apparition, but the panel, and I know you were saying that you really like Gambit's draft and the way they can play the map.
Yeah, as long as they don't get smashed early, I think that they have really good ways to just keep the map, like, keep themselves hidden in particular, especially the Naga Siren. I think Dream, when he's playing with this team, he excels when he's actually not being forced to do too much. When I've seen him, actually, because I watch a lot of these Europe and CIS games, when he's actually forced to get involved, he starts making these mistakes because it doesn't feel like he wants to be in these. I think Naga Siren actually fits perfectly the style that he likes to play.
So he won't get flustered, he'll just farm and build himself up.
And I actually, I mean, Aoi kind of took it right away from me, but I think it's eyes on GH this game to solidify and secure these lanes, because you look, and it's a Tusk Mars lane if he does want to play around my control, which is, it's going to be a little bit hard for him to really do much of anything to actually play aggressive. So I want to see him play with the tri-lane and just look at him, the rotations. A lot of times the way that GH has been playing, especially with Miracle now playing the mid for them, he rotates mid like 4 minutes. I guarantee you we see a TP. 4 or 5 minutes, GH is going to run mid, he's going to TP mid, he's going to try to make an aggressive play on the mid laner. And especially versus a hero like Storm, he could actually catch him off guard early on when he doesn't have that level 6. You can actually look to set up a gank there. So eyes on GH really for this game, and seeing if he does early go for tri-lanes, and if he does go for like pulling creep waves, because I think that's going to be the style, at least in the bottom lane. For sure going to be a pivotal hero for them. And then kind of a similar thing here for the Nyx Assassin as well, right? He's going to be scouting out any movements that Nigma want to make, because it is a very teamfight focused draft around that Mars AA, looking for those early engagements. And we know Immersion, how well he can do behind enemy lines, kind of catching stranglers or smoke ganks there as an early raid from RLTW. Get rid of some of that damage coming through from Afterlife, but they've shoved this wave really hard already under Tier 1. Yeah, this is the Afterlife special. He loves playing the Viper. He always does it. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. He always does Vipers, but this is a very comfortable hero for him, so he forces the wave in, and then they just start messing with the pulls. You see the wards already coming out from both sides, so yeah, they've got it covered, and we're already seeing the pull. GH is starting to pull because he doesn't want to be this double melee versus Naga Siren, so he's going to start switching where the positioning of the lane is. Yeah, start manipulating that creep wave.
And then mid lane there, we've got Lorinov up against Miracle. Storm versus Morphling, which the panel was saying, you know, Storm Spirit can potentially slightly out-farm the Miracle Morph, but then you've got the threat of that damage onto towers and the runes that Miracle can utilize to shove back into the wave. But for the most part, you know, these mid lanes with water runes now very much just farm trade heavy.
Yeah, I actually love seeing like the aggressive Storms, and Lorinov, from what I've seen so far, very aggressive player, so he tends to just always get Electric Vortex level 3. So he's going to be able to try to bring it to the Morphling if he sees an opportunity, just pull him to even make him miss range creeps and stuff like that. It's really high skill kind of matchup that you can take advantage of, so eyes on Lorinov to bully Miracle a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking down the side lanes, BZZ. Just trying to track back onto GH, like you were mentioning, just dragging these waves around, making things a little easier for himself. Has Emergent already starting his nonsense, kills off ILTW's Courier with the boots on them.
Yeah, you see, Kuro has actually started boots on the AA, something you don't see too often because he just has to run. Yeah, ILTW is forced to actually rage and run away. This is a very tough lane right now for Team Nigma. Yeah, we start to see the CS from the Radiant team getting ahead of their counterparts for the most part. I mean, Naga Siren, maybe consider her to be struggling a little bit, but that's you know, more of an experience-focused hero early days. CS will come naturally as the game progresses into 10, 15 minutes. She'll be given all of that room to farm. So early laning stage, you feel like Naga Siren, not really important for her to have a good time down here, is it? Just dodge any kind of aggression from Nigma. Yeah, they're manipulating creeps so much, right? GH, that's the whole job, as these 4 positions when you're double melee in this matchup, so you're going to miss a couple, because he's going to get the pull behind, he's going to deny like 2-3 extra CS, so that's what Dream is actually missing here. And he's versus Mars. Mars is one of the better actual laning heroes, and boom!
Yeah, that Viper Nix, straight onto RTW, they're tipping him as well.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Well, they know that if they get ahead in this game, this Lifestealer is going to have like no recovery period at all. He's in a very tough carry matchup versus Nagasarn, and he's versus Viper in the game. Like your whole game is going to be pretty terrible unless you get right on top of him to start off with like an Infest Bomb. Otherwise, you're just Viper Striked. Every single team fight, you're going to be Viper Striked. So.
And you got stuck there.
Yep.
Right, something we didn't get a chance to touch on much, but you know, Lifestealer item build. You know, we've previously seen, you know, the Radiance, the Battle Fury. They're all come and gone. Nowadays, are we expecting this Armlet with a Deso? What Halberd? What are we looking for RTW this game? Because he needs tempo, doesn't he?
Oh god. I mean, you need to go Armlet, 100%. But there is a consideration. You just have to go Maelstrom this game. You're playing versus Nagasarn. You need to be able to match core-to-core matchup at some point in the game, but might not work so well with their draft. So we'll see. I think maybe he ends up becoming more of this like utility Lifestealer kind of in a way for the Morphling to become the super carry. But yeah, already starting to fall pretty decently far behind inside laning start. And GH, he is starting to check, as we said, you know, 4 minutes. Bam, there's GH. Has to check the runes, has to help out Miracle a bit there because he's falling behind. So Lorinov will not get a refill on one of these water runes.
Oh, there's lots of tips coming out. Kuro having a bit of a battle with Emergent.
Ooh.
Bottom lane, though, mind control. He's all right. Mars slips away from the Naga. And that snap fire down bot.
Juke the cookie. I think if the cookie actually lands on him, he might die. Yeah, they cookied an illusion, landed right behind him. So he like did the step forward to dodge it. It was a nice play from Mind Control.
Well done by him. And GH, I mean, he's not going to accomplish much here.
No, he can't.
He's just wandering around, and this is what we were saying, you know, during that draft. We love to see this Tusk with the Lashrank, the DP, the ranged heroes that utilize the tag team. But of course, they wanted this Mind Control Mars to set up team fights in that kind of period where the laning phase breaks down.
I'm a bit surprised that he didn't actually try doing, like, in the first pull wave, you hit level 2 on Tusk, and then you TP to the safe lane, and you just get a kill. Because Viper, very immobile hero, but if they start getting an advantage top, they're going to chain the kill. And watch this.
Got the AA. Yeah, stuck out there. Emergent gets the stun into the Nether Toxin. And another one comes through for Afterlife. I mean, is that earn charges for the Viper as well already?
Yep. I think you have to, honestly, I think you have to bring GH up here, or a +1 in order to try to set up to get ILTW to get a kill onto this slower hero like a Viper. 320 movement speed, if you get 3 heroes hitting him with tag team, he is going to die, but so far unable to get the foot, get their foot off. And Lorinov, he's going back to base, but he's level 6 already on Storm, so they can't actually set up for him anymore, where we might have seen a rotation if they did it earlier.
What do you think the goal is for Storm now at level 6? Is it sort of hide in jungle, play fog and farm, or do you want to see him TP rotate to get kills?
I don't think he needs to rotate with the way that the lanes are going, right? I think this is a game where he can play his greed, go for his Orchid, and then he's the counter to the Morphling completely inside of the game. So I think Lorinov can just play the mid lane, clip the farm. If he sees a rotation like being forced, if they're diving too far into the other lane,
he'll go for it.
Sure, he can TP, but I think he should just play his own game, maximize as much as possible.
Next, definitely. Ancient Apparition is food for the Storm Spirit, and here's the move that you've been wanting for quite a while.
They need this.
GH. He's TP top, but Afterlife has already managed to dip away from any aggression Nigma was bringing. And now, you know, Tusk is, you know, TP top there. Mind Control's isolated down bottom.
They're going to try to get an aggro play onto him. Huge creep wave going under, too. They're trying to connect, pull it.
Oh, they get a bit of it and a catapult as well.
They get a little bit.
The 2 range creeps going to follow through.
Look at the split illusions there done by Dream, too, putting 2 illusions near the wave. Just wondering if he was going to go for the deny. Won't be able to get it. Mind control. Up to level 5. Not bad for the Mars when he's been kind of left on an island.
Yeah. He's getting something there. And Storm Spirit is starting to play the fog, as we've seen from Storms, kind of farming small camp, medium camp, getting himself back into the lane to stop the catapult wave from Morphling from hitting his tower too much. And
he's playing it very nice.
That's a nice vortex.
Oh, he missed it. He misclicked.
Oh, miracle.
He was trying to shift down stick and shift back up, but did not do the math.
Oh, you set the aggression from Lorinoff, right? That vortex play back under that tower onto a miracle. Beautifully done by the Storm.
Oh boy, that's a big slip up. They can't have these mistakes this game.
He's top CS, he gets a kill on his counterpart, a solo kill. He's got a ton of gold, like rushing towards that Orchid. He's gonna have it real fast. And now he's able to cut wave mid, farm up a camp, and accelerate even faster.
This is problems for sure for Nigma. Falling behind with this type of lineup is going to be very tough for them to recovering as they're countered in most of the actual matchups. It's going to be very reliant on mind control, getting some Dream combo. So at least he's having a decent start. Net worth not so much, but his levels, right? Almost level 7 on the Mars, so he's going to be the big one to now bring them out of this very rough start for them.
Yeah, get them out of the rut.
GH. He's also potentially got some vision here. Lorinoff, he's stick charges. He's going to be able to zip past it.
Yeah, he's fine. But yeah, you're right. I mean, in the second game up against Vici, it was very much down to mind control with those big arenas, setting up the Ice Blast, the combos they've got. GH, he's in the wrong neck of the woods. Radiant Triangle. He scouts an Ancient camp, but he's going to get caught up by Immersion and Afterlife here. And he's tried to deny himself to the Ancients. Not successful, though. Nyx Assassin will take him out.
And Nyx is usually a hero that takes some time. Right, your first-year laning start isn't really the most amazing, but as the levels get online, this hero becomes one of the strongest supports in the game, and he's already having a great time. He's level 3, he's got Tranquil's Raindrop, Windlace, he's going to be super active around the map.
MC?
And mind control.
Yeah, he's okay. Well, I don't know. He's alive, I don't know if he's okay. He's having some struggles now.
They've already got Medallion on the Snapfire.
Oh,
plus the minus armor from Riptide. This is a very tough lane for the Mars now at this point. Even if though he has this chainmail, the minus armor is very effective as they will get the catch.
Yeah, they will find that Snapfire. Pretty tanky hero, but still going to get blown through. Mind control and GH also take down the courier with a Blade of Alacrity on it. So Dream losing out a bit of his tempo. And Storm Spirit try and get a bit of revenge here. Good attempt on the shards by GH, but Storm always able to close the gap back onto him. Well, that's the first kill for Nigma though. Yeah, up on the board, a bit of a morale boost at least for them.
And they get the Courier. Courier is a nice thing too. It's going to slow down that speed because the Naga Siren was getting pretty out of control. Yasha was on the horizon soon. Top.
LTW rages away. Immersion thinking about that Impale, but holds it, knowing he's not going to get any real follow through.
Other thing about the Nyx in these type of matchups as well is Nyx, as we said, slow to start, but especially versus a hero like Lifestealer. Always Lifestealer has been like the king versus Nyx Assassin. You don't care about anything he does. You rage and just hit him, but yeah, Immersion having a very good start here, 2-0-1, sapping experience.
Especially if you're the one making the first move, right? If you're on the back foot against Lifestealer, you're having a rough time. You're making that first move against AA, against Morphling. This Nyx Assassin, once he hits level 6 especially, could find some pretty nifty openings onto some of these squishier targets.
This could be a good move here from GH. If he's able to get on Afterlife, he's got the shards.
He's trying for it up top. Afterlife, the Viper drop in, 3 heroes surround him, and 9 minutes in, almost 10 minutes in, they get that tri-lane move onto the Viper at long last. They do grab the haste rune for Lauren off top, as Nyx Assassin is TP down towards bottom. Miracle's going to force a ball lightning back into that creep wave. Not really a bother there for the Storm, though, as it looks like they want to set up for mind control.
Look at how fast that was. Immediately hides himself off of the mid lane and instantly ports bottom for a kill. No
straight down there. And they got the chain stuns onto him, and he's spent his arena. Mind control still going to spear up the Storm Spirit. Any backup? Nigma, where's my team? Mind control's left down here against 4 heroes. Didn't stand the chance.
I knew Lorinoff was aggressive, but my god, instantly makes the rotation with the haste rune. Miracle is capitalizing off of it, though, hitting the tower. GH also playing in the area in case anybody comes up. So Afterlife, he actually has to just let this one drop. So, you know, the move is good to at least punish mind control, but at the same time, they lose an early mid-tower versus a Morphling.
Yeah, 10 minutes in that catapult wave. And they did swing 3 heroes back towards mid, thinking about trying to start a fight, but that leaves Immersion down on the low ground against the Morphling Tusk. Cookie to disengage. Waveform forward though, Miracle, he's hunting for a little bit more. They know Lorinoff's low, the snowball towards the Snapfire will drag Miracle in towards that target instead. So they give up on the Nyx, get the snap.
Great moves from GH. Sitting around mid, just literally being patient, waiting for somebody to show up there, and he knows that he is the kill hero with this team. They're going to give KuroKy the lane. Level 6, we see the AA blast. It's already going to the base. Is Lornoff going to get killed by it? No, he'll be okay.
He'll be fine.
A nice try. Good attempt.
He'll delay his move out of the fountain a little bit. I mean, net worth-wise, looking like Morphling up at the top, Naga not too far behind. We've got a pretty tight grouping of heroes there. I think the surprising one for me is Lifesteal has managed to recover pretty tremendously out of that top lane.
And he is just rushing Maelstrom. He's not even going to go for armlet, so he's going to try to counteract the Naga Siren. KuroKy.
Yeah, that's Immersion's level 6, right? Finds the AA, and he's got Urn Charges on him. Kuro, he's got the Invest save. RTW races across with the phase boots and the turnaround from GH. Good carapace, but next Assassin, he's done for up there.
Nice team play coming out. They tip Kuro for baiting them in.
Making the calls. I'm baiting TP top. We'll turn this.
Help!
It does mean now, you know, the kind of natural movement for the Naga Siren. Ditch bot lane, move up the top for the tier 1. Claim some objectives as Gambit. Are Nigma ready to fight this? Are they going to bring the Mars top to start a battle here?
He can. There is a TP coming out from Viper down bottom already with the Storm too. Mind Control might get caught off guard from this one here.
Oh, he's not expecting it.
No, he's not.
Dream gets the tower top, the zip in onto bottom lane as that Mars being caught out. He could,
my goodness.
Thought he could do a bit more damage to that tower, but with that Nether Toxin and Storm's damage, is substantial.
It's such quick movements coming out
straight
from them.
smoke.
It's instant smoke. I love the what is man. Gambit is on fire right now with the way that they're making these early aggressive moves, really recognizing the style that they want to play with this early advantage that they have on the Storm, just making Lornoff get very involved and just letting Dream do his own thing, right? Just let this Naga play his own game.
Yeah, it feels like wherever Immersion is, there's action. Feels like the next Assassin's the one making the go calls. Follow me, let's smoke, let's make these moves. Dream is left alone top though, which means Nigma snap into action onto him, and RTW out with a killing spree.
Good move from Nigma. And now the smoke from Gambit is just going to be wasted. Immersion's going to be able to scout out some information. Oh, Miracle.
Oh.
He's shifting down.
Can he get it? And what's Miracle at? 560. He's got a Fairy Fire. I don't know, man.
Oh, he's being safe. He knows.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the zip, too. They see the Storm walking over.
He's got the stun and the zip in. They've caught Miracle out.
They got him.
Chain stunned beautifully. Absolute perfection in from Gambit. And Storm, he's going to ball lightning himself away. So not even a chance to catch with a snowball or an arena.
Can they get Immersion, though, for it, perhaps?
I'll try. He's got Carapace and the arena there with a spear, but in come the kisses. The counter initiation from Gambit. They blow up the Tusk. Mind Control. He's going to back himself up that ramp. Get to the safety of the staircase. But you need these arenas to be really landing and getting you kills right, because Mind Control's the main guy.
How much did he actually end up absorbing there? He absorbed the spear, he absorbed the damage from the punch. Just the Carapace alone absorbed pretty much everything there. If he didn't get it off at that exact moment, he's dead. They would at least get a return kill, but yeah, great Carapace from Immersion. Yeah, this is
a beautiful Nyx game.
Beautiful Nyx game for sure. And ILTW, as we said, he's recovered, but every single one of these Arena of Bloods that don't connect, that's kind of just going to slow down the pace completely from Nigma. They need to have these successful, because if you look at the side of Gambit, they're not nearly as cooldown reliant.
That's a minute you're letting Naga farm, basically. Yeah.
But they got the Naga. That is the important thing. Yeah. The Dream did get picked up before all that started, which was a very big one that Nigma did need. Now another tower.
Yeah, Morphling down to bottom. He's got himself an ultimate orb. Just a recipe away from Manta now.
Exactly. Lornoff already has his Orchid, so this is the timing here for Gambit to keep looking for plays, keep looking for any type of aggression. Nigma knows this. Look how they're sitting behind. GH and KuroKy at the ready to protect Miracle.
Very, very defensive. Patiently wait behind your carry.
Yep.
And here comes Immersion again. Another go call. Follow me. I will lead you to kills and action. And he'll try and scout them out. He'll see GH. Do they have any sentries? There's no reveal.
It's on the far right.
Yes, further off to that side, so they go on the Morphling straight away. It's pretty tanky and a great snowball. Ice Blast, turn around onto the Storm, blow him up.
Ooh.
The streak taken down. And Gambit not bringing the numbers this time. Immersion might even get cut apart here as the Mars angling towards him. Immersion's out.
Just instant reaction from GH. If they maybe had stunned from the opener, you know, I think Immersion, he wanted to get that little bit of extra damage. If they just stunned, perhaps they actually can get the follow-up for the kill, but yeah, just too quick there from GH. And now Manta's done. So that was your big move to make with the Orchid.
That was the window.
Nigma can react, yep. And KuroKy being sneaky, getting deep wards down to see and be able to predict and, you know, prepare yourself for these Orchid movements, having the Tusk in particular sitting behind that Morphling. They'll see these moves coming now.
Yeah, I mean, it very has much been smoke after smoke from Gambit, so if you can spot one of those out, vision and intel important for Nigma here, as they do ready themselves around that bottom Rune spot. Afterlife with boots of travel.
Yeah. Viper, super immobile hero. So you always want to be able to join to these fights as you know the map's going to start getting kind of split up.
Back onto the Nyx. They want to squish this bug and get the pest out of the game. They've blown up Immersion, but in comes the Storm. Looking for the Ancient Apparition. He's got heals. He's got saves for the Lifestealer. Kuro, he's barely dying, but it's taken Storm everything he's got to find the kill as BZZ. Taken out by RTW. And Nigma on the retreat now. A little Vortex onto the Tusk. GH under that damage from the Riptide and Nether Toxin. Now 2 for 2, all things said and done. I mean, all the support's dead and all the cores running back to farm.
Man, I love active Dota. Mind Control able to farm during the meantime. He's got his blink. It was spotted though. I believe that this courier actually did see the this ward saw the courier coming out with it, so they should be aware that he does have blink dagger for the next ones. But some good aggressive moves from Nigma, being able to punch back with this Manta style Morphling. They're getting the Lifestealer completely back in the game, as you were mentioning earlier. Had a tough start, but he's 4-1. His infest saves have been pretty top notch so far.
Yeah, onto Kuroki every time as well, right? Because they're jumping the AA, you know that's your squishy target, the food for the Storm and the Nyx. So if RTW is ready and waiting for it, get straight into the Ancient Apparition. And BZZ, he's got a lot of work cut out for him as the position 5 this game against Kuro, and he's got a lot of dewarding to do. He's got to try and figure out what Nigma are up to.
Sneaky wards too, as we mentioned earlier. The one that you put deep past that tower, that's one that almost never gets dewarded. And the sentry, it's not going to catch it, the one that they placed down there, so.
Oh, hello! They find the next assassin under a sentry ward. Try to blow him up, and that's Morphling. Finding yet another kill.
Kuro during the DPC, I think one of the things that we did critique a lot of the times was the vision. They'd be actually quite lackluster on vision. This game so far that I've seen, he's been really top-notch with them. Sneaky wards, sneaky sentries too, being placed down to be able to watch these Nyx's movements.
And it's all in the, like you say, the places that they need to be moving towards or where they know that Gambit are going to be coming from. I mean, what's the next goal really here for Nigma? You know, we're thinking about Roshan, or is it going to be aiming towards that Radiant Triangle area? Nagasara, and you're hunting for her?
I think you can still just hunt whoever you see on the map if they're not playing that force game where we were talking about with like what the panel was saying too, where you shouldn't really see heroes on the map so much from Gambit if that's the style that they want to go for. So if Nigma sees anybody, I think they can just go for it. If they have the lanes in a good position, they can look for any type of fights with this big Mars AA combo. And that vision that they still have, they know exactly where all of Gambit is right now. They know that there's 3 or 4 heroes positioned around here. Immersion, he's going to sneak through Vendetta.
Maybe reveal.
Maybe this can get something done.
And sees GH. Immersion. And we're going to start on Mind Control here. He's thinking about it. Animation cancelling the stun.
He's so scared.
Miracle under a sentry ward as well. Invis Morphling. In comes the arena. Mind Control started off onto BZZ and they just blow up the Snapfire. Grandma's gone. Miracle just walks straight back out. Nigma. The speed at which they jump in, find that pick. But the question is going to be your next objective. What do they get from it? Is that another kill?
They're just camping
right
outside
here. They want to get another kill from it. Yeah, well, they're going to get some chain kills going. Snowball save beautifully done by the Tusk yet again to get Mind Control away from the Viper. Infest is going to allow him to stick around in bottom lane for the tier 2. I mean, Dream did get a tower mid and he's pushing out multiple waves, but Nigma, that tight 5-man unit, looking really strong.
11-11. They've completely evened it out, and Gambit not really knowing how to slow it down at all. They're going for the Kaya here onto the Storm Spirit next, but very squishy, very vulnerable now on all 3 cores. They can't actually show their face versus anything of Nigma unless they get the initiation cleanly from this Nyx Assassin, who's just, it's not happening.
Let's stay in bottom. Dream, he's songing.
Ooh, let's see if he can catch him.
He's setting up for it. 2 heroes caught up in it. Now, what's the follow-through going to be? The cookie, the stun, the Nyx Assassin gets speared back, but he still catches out Mind Control. There's that Ice Blast, clips on the Dream, but Ancient Apparition blown up.
Nicely done from Dream.
That's a statement of intent by Gambit, right? 5 heroes, song sets up. We're coming to clear you out of our jungle.
They got the D ward as well, too, which was important. That one ward was being pretty frustrating for them, and they're going to be able to claim their outpost back, which very important at this point in the game. So early that they would have lost it. Larnov definitely needs a BKB next item. I think this is going to be most appropriate. And I'm actually thinking maybe for Afterlife he might have wanted one too, but he's actually committed Atos. So he was going for the pipe build after bots, but going for Atos makes sense. You know, your versus like this Morph and Tusk, and even versus Mars can be pretty effective.
Keep them in that Nether Toxin.
Yep.
Maybe a nice little setup for the next stun.
I think that's the other thing too. They are lacking a little bit of catch in some situations where it can't just be immersion, because they'll walk in under a sentry and just die, and then they're missing a hero. So I do like that they at least have a secondary form, but definitely needs a BKB soon to be able to counteract versus the big Mars ult.
Oh, Miracle is Naga Siren now.
Yep. And they have a DD.
Oh, do they?
They do.
Into the Roche pit we go. And wondering what that next objective would be for Nigma. 21 minutes in, it's the big man.
so fast with the tag team with the Riptide too. It's gone.
It's dead.
They can't do anything about it.
Not a chance. Radiant scanned, but missed out on the Roche pit, I think, there.
Oh,
saw the big green circle. So, yeah, he just grabbed up by Miracle, and they're jumping into high ground towards the triangle. There's the punch from GH. Kiss is going to land in onto MC, but RTW has the rage. Gets straight through the lava. Clears through the Nyx. And Miracle can just stand his ground and battle the illusions.
And he's about to have E-Blade. So now your supports, who have been already proving to be pretty squishy, even more so versus this. And it's going to be tough for you to actually target and burst anybody, because that's not really what their draft does anymore. The Kisses, since it's a 5-position snap, it's only level 1. Their burst damage is quite lackluster now on the side of Gambit. Nigma, they'll kill anybody they go on every single time with this AA, with this combo.
So do you reckon the Nagasarans, the insurance plan, is it going to come to fruition here? Do they have enough time?
It's definitely looking a bit scary. The Morphling now being able to always turn into her as well, too, is problematic.
Oh, Lorenoff reckons he's so strong. See what he gets up to. Storm Spirit is back in Fountain, going to have to try and regroup there with the Snap and the Nyx Assassin, probably wanting to smoke across the map.
He's going to need a pretty explosive BKB timing. Like, once he gets BKB, he needs to get like 2 to 3 kills plus, and they need to get some massive map advantage, because they're really starting to fall behind right now.
Dream getting away from the spear. Arena from Mind Control, holding Naga inside. The Ice Blast, it comes through and clips the Naga, but in comes Nyx Assassin. Life Stealer there, munching away at her, and Dream's gone. Nigma holding onto their own triangle, while the rest of Gambit nowhere to be seen.
Dream's only died twice this game, but both deaths are so impactful. The positions that he's gotten caught off in from Nigma, he's nowhere near his team. They can't help him at all. So he's just dead to these type of aggressive plays, and it's a lot of time off the map for this Naga.
And GH just keeps on chasing Immersion here. Already spent the carapace, so that means Miracle is opened up for an adaptive strike. Immersion, he's popped his wand, trying to get into the fog and run away. GH gonna think twice about going any deeper.
I'm so strong, guys, I'm so strong.
Does have that blink dagger though.
And do we have the Mjolnir? Looks like LTW is going the full counter build versus the Nagasarn, so really does feel that Nigma is in perfectly fine condition here. Only less than 1k gold behind, but that doesn't matter at all with the way that they've itemized, the way that they've played now too. This Morphling is by far the strongest hero on the map. And yeah, I think it's a lot of pressure now on Lorenoff.
Now, what, 3 minutes? Over 3 minutes remaining on the Aegis of Morphling. So that's going to be tier 2 mid, maybe even the entirety of the top lane. And this smoke, if they get a couple of kills, the net really closes in around Gambit and shuts them out of the map, because they've been playing wide open map, and now it's going to get real tight here as GH will start the jump onto Viper with the spear. The Viper didn't stand a chance in his own high ground triangle as Immersion trapped in the shards. And they've got the dust, the reveal comes, and even an arena to secure the Nyx Assassin. Miracle, like you said, in that Naga form with these illusions, shredding through people so quickly.
Oh boy. They are unable to really make any type of initiating moves themselves at all now. Nigma having the double blink daggers, as we saw GH picking it up quite some moments ago when they catch the Naga down bottom. Now they can just start running over. Now they'll get perhaps Mind Control at least. Okay.
Do get the Mars, but leaves Lorenoff needing to use the BKB defensively, and he's spent all his mana, so can't even TP, it's on cooldown. BCC is going to be the target now. They go towards LTW, Kuroki. Does have any stuns?
He's still getting chased. The Storm.
The Storm. Oh, you're right. GH has got a punch.
Oh,
Miracle finishes him off, and Storm's first BKB seemed worthless. Dead for a minute now as well, and he's still got his Aegis for 2 minutes on Miracle. So what's that, tier 2 mid? Control triangle, think about the rest of the map for yourself.
Definitely control the triangle. Just sit on this high ground here, as now there's, man, it really just feels like there's nothing that poor Gambit can do anymore. They got these good timings early, but then nothing started to happen. Nigma just catching a couple kills off guard. Catching the Nagasarn once or twice has been pretty massive for them, and it's just easier for them to initiate.
Yeah.
Immersion, how many times now have we seen him just like vendetta running around? He can't actually go on anybody.
He gets dusted, sentry, and he dies. Right, so, something the panel's brought up a couple of times is that ease of execution. Nigma, like we said, game 2 against Vici Gaming, pretty similar draft they had there, so they've already warmed up and practiced with this kind of lineup team fighting, whereas Gambit, it's much more nuanced how they want to, you're explaining the kind of wave pushing and splitting out the map.
It hasn't been able to happen. Nigma's just grouping up, always expecting the movements first, so they're catching these heroes when they're trying to do that sneaky wave clear, as Dream's Courier also gets taken out here.
Nothing on it, fortunately.
And, yeah. They actually do have the song here to try to catch.
Any vision? He can't see anyone until he walks straight in on top of the AA Morph. They'll try and jump the Kuro AA, but the snowball save buys time as ILTW gets back onto Dream. Another strike onto the lifestealer, but he's going to invest back in the Morphling. Aegis still in hand for about 45 seconds, so Morph wouldn't mind dying here, honestly. And that's it. Gambit have nothing left in the tank. They've spent everything. They get no kills. And Nigma just going to full hard reset and go again.
I can't believe they don't even get Kuroki. Again, just the double bailouts. I think the Infest plus the snowballs time and time again. Nigma on point with these saves. And they don't have a good combo. This is the next point I actually was going to get to is sometimes we see these Naga Sirens able to work so well because you have some like black hole, something like an egg on top or something like that. They have nothing. Their combo is pretty much just Nyx Assassin runs in and tries to stun.
And then Kisses on top, It's very, very delicate way they want to start these fights.
And it really feels like they have 2-5 positions now at this point because of how slow Immersion's game has gotten. They have a level 11 Snapfire, level 11 Nyx Assassin who can't really contribute too much big into the team fights in comparison.
And you were very clear when you talked about that Storm's BKB timing. Oh, hang on a second, Immersion's running forward again. They are desperately trying to start the fight wherever they can, but MC, BKB Spear, back onto the Nyx, and in comes the Ice Blast combo. Immersion, Carapace and Cookie. Get him a bit of distance away from Nigma. A turnaround from Gambit, maybe here onto Miracle. Ball lightning in, the arena comes, but Miracle's BKB'd up himself, turns into the Naga, they lose the Mars. Nyx buys back as well, but there's Morphling, he's shredding him. There's not much Gambit can do against it. It's a good stun for Immersion, but the rest of them on the run. Dream has been left isolated yet again. Punched into the air, and GH brings him back down to the ground with a bang.
That is actually so crazy. So he's doing he turns into the illusions and then shifts into morph form so that they're ranged illusions. So he has these ranged morphlings. He has 4 morphlings in the fights.
Well, let's snowball back onto the snap as well. Oh, BZZ's gone. 3 heroes dead without buyback, and Nigma have taken an absolute stranglehold on this game now.
Did they even get it? Did they get at least 1 kill?
They got the Mars.
They got the Mars, but that's these BKBs just to get these 1 kills. This poor Storm Spirit can't actually get onto too many saves. It really is too many different defensive aspects on the side of Nigma that they're using beautifully. They really are. These Infest, these snowballs have been on point. And now it's like you go for this aggressive move with the Nyx, and you're like, oh my god, wait, they both have BKB. The Morphling and the Mars have BKB, and there's a built-in rage on Lifestealer, so you can't do much of anything.
So we have to do something. We have to do something, but what can we do? Running limited on options right now.
I mean, Morphling versus Naga Siren, now it's just looking very Morph favored. If I ever see this matchup again, I'm probably just going to immediately side with the Morph too. You just turn into the Naga Siren and you have 4 Morphlings, and then you Manta, and then you have like 7 Morphlings.
So many Morphlings.
Well, 6, whatever, but still, it's a lot of Morphlings.
That's a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and now they've just continued to control this triangle during all this time too.
And I like what Mind Control is doing, right? Pushing out bot lane, making sure that Dream doesn't have easy access to like tier 2 mid or bottom lane, no way to get out and cut the waves.
Gambit's not being allowed to play the draft the way they want to at all anymore. Now the map is completely closed on them, where they want to be the ones actually in this position where they're the ones forcing the waves out without showing anything. It's actually just Nigma doing that themselves now.
That's like the worst place for Naga to be, is in her own base, pushing out waves with illusions.
Look at these Morphling illusions. Look at them go. Top wave. All right, 3 Morphlings, going to clear that one out in no time.
They're nutty. Look at the damage they do.
Yeah, it's actually pretty insane.
I don't know, I'm thinking, like, is it worth buying Diffusal Blade on Morphling when you're up against the Naga Siren like this? Get even more damage out.
He doesn't need it.
No point in deviating from what works.
Yeah. Dream is getting out to the other side of the map, getting close to getting another item perhaps eventually, but it really feels like this, like the Viper in particular, Afterlife. His game has been just he's been where has he been, right? Like where's the Viper been?
I don't know.
After laning phase, he had this excellent game, but he's just a bot. He's a pipe. He's an Athos, but he's 3-2-3. He's part of 6 out of the 15 kills in the map.
Yeah, it feels like it comes back to that kind of 13 to 16, 17 minute window where the Nyx and the Storm are grouping up as a pair, and everyone else, again, playing wide open map, giving themselves up as targets for Nigma. Maybe if they'd gone as 4 or tried to group up a little bit more and left just the Naga alone, they could have got a bit more out of the map as Dream. Oh, does have a bit of backup here around her. Nyx Assassin can help out, but the Arena Spear, Ice Blast coming in onto Dream. The Song of the Siren not going to help you.
He's just dead.
Dead to Miracle with a double kill on the Morphling.
GH, as we said, one to watch this game. 19 of their kills are because of him so far. Yeah, he is 19 out of 23 kills. His Blink Dagger came super early too, and he literally has been reading the map perfectly so far this game. This Tusk on point, level 17, same level as his offlane Mars. Yeah,
he's all over the place in a good way.
Yeah,
everywhere. up in the faces of Gambit, and again we make this move as Nigma, right? Straight down the mid lane, look for the tier 3.
And Miracle, he's got illusions, he's got mantas. Once the Naga comes up, he's gonna have more illusions. This game has gotten to the impossible realms now.
Oh jeez. Yeah, tier 3 barracks, they just cease to exist. Disappearing under that structural damage from Nigma, up towards the top tier 3 as well. And Gambit, well, they need to pull something out of the hat here. Something drastic has to happen to stop the onslaught, stop the bleeding. Kisses will delay this inevitable Rax push to kill the illusions. You're right, Fog. They got him.
They got the illusions, but the Rax... Oh, it actually survives. 80 HP, okay. That feels bad. Kisses to kill some illusions.
And Roshan's alive, so it's kind of perfect timing for Nigma here. And, I mean, is this a move that Gambit want to make towards... Can they make it fast enough?
I mean, they're just going to have to try.
Roshan's already dead.
Oh, no.
They're moving across. There's dire
GH is already in position.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to get straight on top of them. Dodges the Rod of Atos too, and in comes Mind Control with the Arena Rebuke. Spear trying to aim onto the Viper. GH is silenced and netted though, so the Tusk will fall. But Age is already gathered up by Miracle, and a Song used defensively here, while Rage and BKB straight towards the Naga Siren, force out the Manta, any kind of illusions to play around with. But Dream's going to get chased down here. E-Blade, Spear misses, gets off a nice cookie as well. BZZ buys the space. As Dream, he does escape, but the cost is dear. And Kuroki's found BZZ.
He's trying to drag, he's trying to get to the wave. He wants to kill before they can actually push. Get that wave. Oh, he cookies backwards. Oh, he's gonna get a kill.
Trying to kill on Kuro. Scout Blast, no. Saved by the spear, and in comes the cavalry from Nigma.
He tried. It was a good effort.
Good idea, good plan. Not working out for him though.
Again, every time it's just they're getting jumped on. GH does eventually die this time, but he did his job. He gave all the information for his team to get the perfect jumps onto the heroes, and now into the base to finish off that Rax. That was 80 HP. Now there's an AC as well on ILTW. And of course, we didn't mention because it's been getting kind of quick, but he gets one of the better items versus Naga too. Cloak of Flames on Lifestealer, so
that's great.
They can just end this game. They're unlikely though.
They're on tier 4s, yeah. There's a glyph out from Gambit. Try and get the Snapfire alive, and she'll have kisses when she respawns. It's just a struggle to see what exactly Gambit can do to start a fight, extend the fight to the point at which they can get more than just one kill. Because Nigma have so much...
I mean, they're just ending it. They gotta do something.
They're gonna try. I mean, Miracle just on your throne.
He's killing the base.
He's just killing the throne. I mean, there's no glyph. There's nothing to save it. That game's over.
It's over.
Nigma take game 1 against Gambit. I mean, it's a good draft from Gambit, good attempt, but Nigma with a momentum from that victory against Vici Gaming, really showing this Mars AA in particular.
Yeah, the Mars AA and just the way that the Morph and the Tusk actually controlled the game was pretty beautiful. The read of the map is the biggest thing. I think the biggest moment for me really was that bottom fight where Orchid comes out for Storm. Manta's not finished on Morphling that. GH gets the snowball save. That kind of just sets the tempo, sets a huge opening for Nigma to pretty much just run away with the game. That plus catching Dream the one time, they shut down his entire net worth.
Like top of Roshan, then back in the dire triangle here. He found Dream a couple of times. And you mentioned the Storm Spirit needed that Orchid timing and the BKB timing to net himself 2, 3, 4 kills off the back of it. Wasn't able to do so. I mean, their panel saying they like the draft from Gambit, so it's a good step forward. You know, it's just that the fact that Nigma seemed the stronger team in this series anyway. But yeah, what do we expect from Gambit and Nigma in game 2? The same kind of draft and aggression, or do you want to see Gambit speed things up a little bit?
I felt like Gambit's aggression was actually really, really good this game. I think just some crucial timings got messed up, right? The Nyx Assassin not getting that stun to cover versus that Orchid timing. Dream also getting caught while they're making a smoke movement at the same time. There's just a couple things there that really crumbled and Nigma took advantage of.
I think the panel's ready, so back to you, Rich.
Yeah, and it comes down to some of those crucial timings is really what we heard from Fogged. And I kind of want to break down just a little bit more what we saw from these two teams, because it did look like that initial advantage that Gambit maybe had from the draft. They had a really solid draft. They start off really well, but ultimately Nigma finds some of the cracks in their plans. All of a sudden, they completely take over that game, Lacoste.
Yeah, I think Dream... bit overextending a couple of times on Naga Siren, not playing with the team. Viper had a really good laning stage at the start. After the 10-minute mark, like Viper, nowhere to be seen. He just completely falls off. I think also lack of the defensive item on both of the supports. They didn't have any. They were trying to get a Force Staff. What they needed to do, like on paper, for what the lineup that they got is go in and out, because you have mana burn from the Diffusal Blade, you have mana burn from Nyx Assassin, both Lifestealer and the Morphling that don't like to play into. They needed needed to reset. They had the song, like the execution was also not on point. Multiple times Naga Siren song into pretty much nothing. There's no real follow-up. They needed to get quick in and out, maybe buy back on 4 and 5, because there's like nothing they can do. This Morphling was completely popping off once he gets that E-Blade. He had timing on Manta style to get rid of those silences. It's just that Gambit kind of crumbled in this game. I would still, like, after how the game was played, I still preferred their draft.
Yeah, I think that's a very important thing to note. And as we look at some of these key moments in the game, you just heard it from Lacoste, you heard it from Fogged a little while ago as well. It really comes down to just a few of those openings that Gambit gives to Nigma. Nigma's able to take advantage of those mistakes and grab complete control of the game. Now, AUI, before we actually jumped into this game, you mentioned you wanted to really keep your eyes on GH. He was going to be someone that you were going to be paying attention to. What did you see from GH in this game?
No, I think GH is one of the reasons why Nigma's draft ended up working really well. I mean, honestly, there are two things I think that I thought about the draft poorly. One was that I think this Viper ended up being really hard to itemize and play against the Mars and the AA. The combination of those two heroes, you can't really force that to reset the AA out because you're just in an arena. And you can't itemize how you want to with like a mechanism and like Glimmer and tank through the enemy team because AA Blast just nullifies all of that. And on the other side, as you mentioned, like GH, he was just playing like a god. Every single time they tried to kill a key hero on Nigma, he was always there buying time. And I thought the fights were going to go where Nigma were the ones who would try to burst and reset. But because of the Tuskar, they were able to take like these slightly longer fights and get multiple rounds of spells off. He just made the game. I
think Nigma's general understanding what needs to be done has improved quite a lot. Like we see quite a lot of Infest saves coming out from the Lifestealer when they try to go on a target. The ILTW did it multiple times in a row. Just some beautiful stuff. Also the itemization. Once again, they're not going for anything greedy, just standard stuff. Like that's what they won them the game 2 against Vici Gaming, and one more time in this one, Lifestealer going for that Maelstrom / Mjolnir, upgraded more damage against the illusions. There's some good stuff from Team Nigma.
Yeah, and also a lot of momentum now that they're going to be starting to grab here, especially if they manage to grab the next game. If you're just tuning in right now, do want you to keep in mind it's going to be all best of 2s here for this wild card. Only 2 of the teams going to make it out. Nigma's starting off with one of the harder matchups that they were going to have a little bit earlier today for the first series of the day against Vici. They managed to take the second game in that series, and now they managed to take the first here against Gambit. But Gambit already, I think, overperforming a little bit for what most people expected to see from them. Still not looking bad in this one either. Definitely wasn't free for Nigma. What do you want to see as far as tweaks go, AUI, when we actually do get into the second game for Gambit?
Well, I think Gambit's lineup, like in theory, it can be really good this game. But how you have to execute that line is basically like you have a lot more lane shove. Like it's a lineup I think Secret would win with because they're really good at like using their lane shove to control the map and get pickoffs and good team fights off that. The problem is that's something that you have to build up over time because like one of your players will shove a wave and that's reflecting your communication and teamwork that what this means for everyone in the game. They have to adjust their gameplay to that. They have 2 stand-ins and it's really hard to play like that.
Yeah, just not enough time.
Yeah, I would really like to see them just play a nice timing lineup. The game they won, they had Morphling Willow. You get the Morphling Willow, you get Blood Rage, you go win the game. It worked really well. They're really good players. They can pull this off. They can compete with anyone. But high execution, it's hard right now.
Yeah, you talk about some of those execution problems that you might run into, and ultimately, yeah, you have those 2 stand-ins. One of the things, AUI, that you brought up is like, okay, maybe these players have something to prove. Maybe they're going to get this resurgence, this honeymoon period, all these things that sometimes happen early on in a tournament. But then you go up against Nigma when they're looking like this as well. I mean, one of the other things that I heard Fogg talking about was just Kuro and Vision throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, if we talk about Vision, what SA Gambit needed to do is jump this Tusk, because he was the one just prolonging the team fight. So many snowball saves. Same goes for Infest. So they, you don't think about it that much, but Infest is actually an insane saving tool instead of just going in with the Infest bomb. And that's what they did. They just prolonged the team fights. The save potential was there. GH was popping off. Overall, very satisfied. Coming into this tournament, Nigma looked shaky, but man, they look crisp. Even after losing game 1 against Vici Gaming, it was still a very competitive game. So, like, they have this momentum as well. So I'm not really worried for them coming into the game number 2.
Yeah, it's starting to feel. If
you
you
can feel it.
Yeah, if you're sitting here as a fan of them as well, which we know there are definitely a lot of fans watching. After that last vote, it was like 95% in favor of Team Nigma.
Chat is super smart. If you have any questions about mechanics or anything, just type it in chat. You'll get 6 different answers. Just pick one.
They'll all be correct.
Yeah, problem.
You're good.
That's how I've learned everything that I know. I mean, just think about it this way: if every single person in chat has 1 IQ, the cumulative IQ is like 50,000.
That's a lot of IQ.
That's a lot of IQ. A little bit of NA math there.
That was quick math.
Yeah, that was very quick.
That was
very quick
math indeed.
I just added up 1 multiple times, and we might see another 1 get added right now to the scorecard here for Team Nigma as they go up against Gambit. Again, the question is, what's going to change in this second game? Let's talk a little bit more about some of the things that some of the patterns that we started to see coming out from Team Nigma now that we've seen 3 games from them in a row.
Yeah, I think something important that Puppy talked about during the last major was hero pairings, how he tried to break up the certain hero pairings. I think for Team Nigma right now, what I'm seeing, and it's a small pattern, but AA plus something that can keep them in place, Mars 2 times in a row, maybe you need to ban out one of these 2. Just try to split them up.
Yeah, just try to target the pairing instead of going that. It definitely.
You don't necessarily need to ban both of these heroes, it's just split them. Easy math, you ban one of these 2, 50% of the strat down the drain. Quick math, yeah.
Really, really solid numbers there. Really solid numbers.
I agree, though. I think that AA is a problem. I think how Nigma plays, like, the reason why Gambit couldn't split up the map and try to make their plays is because they were just so quick on killing them. Anytime they saw something, like AA and Tusker were there, and they just blew up a hero.
You brought that up the second you saw the AA as well.
Yeah, that hero's scary.
Yeah.
He ruins all my games in pubs, so...
Yeah. That was like one of the first things I think you actually said when we started the draft off, just like the AA is really going to change the entire course of this draft. So maybe that's something we will see as we get into the second game. Maybe the AA is going to get a little bit of attention. Also, though, Nyx was something that we talked about a little bit.
Maybe not the best Nyx performance. Late couple of times in the team fights. Overall, pretty much the same thinking as you go for AA, where like carry players, they don't like to play against mana burn, against invis heroes, something that can stun you off. So pretty much a similar concept for both of these heroes, and you might need to get rid of one of those. What was banned out in the first game? Was it IO?
IO for sure versus Nigma. I think every team always first bans that for them. I'm not sure on the other one. I will mention, though, for the Nyx, like, I thought he was looking like pretty decent in the early game, right?
He did.
And then GH he ruined his life. And then he put the fear into him. Like, he couldn't go for the extra plays. Because, like, I think there's like a 5-minute time span where GH just outplayed him twice and then he ran in sentry and died. And now he's like all scared to make.
He's like, he's in my head right now. What do I do? I can't land an impale. Like, there's 2 heroes here, impale right in the middle. Yeah, it gets into your head.
3 times.
It is important to really remember the entire course of that game too, because like you said, Gambit, they look great in the draft. You even look awesome when we sat down on the panel. You're like, still like this draft even after the game.
I like
the execution that was
the
missing.
Execution. They needed to be like quick in and out, get one pick off, and then reset. Go in again, and they had the heroes to do so. Like, you have pretty much the 2 best of pick-off heroes in the game. You have Nyx Assassin, you have Storm Spirit. Pretty easy to set things up.
Yeah, but it was like a very clinical execution as well on the side of Team Nigma. You talk about getting inside of the opponent's head as well. When we enter that second game, now it's even scarier for Gambit. What are they going to be able to do? I think, it's a term that a lot of the analysts like to say time and time again, but I feel like we're in a situation here where they're going to be looking for just ease of execution in their draft.
Yeah, and ease of execution usually means like strong lanes into strong team fight. Because if you get these 2 things going, like, honestly, usually your draft plays yourself. Like, Nigma's lineup, they do have like okay lanes last game, and they have like a Mars, which makes them look like they have team fight. But the reason why they're able to execute is like how fast their supports and coordinate with their cores to move around the map. Like, that's actually not that easy execution. I think they're just really good at playing that style.
For sure. And we will be seeing pretty soon here this second game and try to figure out who is going to be able to pull ahead. This is a lot of momentum.
It is, but I want to talk about something important, the style, Rich. You're as a fashion icon. What do you think? Sandals and the socks, how do you feel about it?
It's like
if I go to a club, will they let me in? If I go to a fine restaurant, will they let me in?
You know what?
If it's not my restaurant.
A lot of people are going to get really angry in chat about this, but it's the age of the Crocs again. Crocs with socks.
Back.
Crocs with socks.
Crocs with socks.
Crocs with socks. That is the pinnacle of fashion right now for the summer. I am the proud owner of like 7 pairs of Crocs.
7 pairs. Yeah. What about swimming Crocs? Is that a thing?
Swimming Crocs?
Yeah, something like that you wear on a beach. Like if you don't like algae.
Why would you go to the beach now? There's a section on Twitch you can just go to. You don't have to go all the way to the beach.
Sure.
There's a digital beach now. So you don't have to wear Crocs.
You're too smart for me.
You don't have to wear Crocs or anything. Yeah, trust me. I've been doing my research. I've been gone for a year. I've had a lot of time.
Not for Dota, but for some other stuff.
For everything.
How long are your days, Rich? Like 30, 36 hours?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, around 32 hours. NA math, but around 32 hours. Yeah, it was actually the hardest thing about coming back to hosting that I completely forgot about
is working with us.
You,
yeah, in particular,
yeah, just you. No, jet lag. I'm just not used to it. I used to just never get jet lag. Knew what to do. I was sleeping like 14 hours a day when I got here, just could not regulate my sleep at all. And I just forgot about that difficulty. And I wonder if for a lot of the players, they feel that as well. Because
they came here early. For me personally, it takes like around
and they had stuff
6-7
do.
days.
But if you're not used to it, it gets you. Like I
Did you forget?
Yeah, I forgot completely. I woke up, apparently I went to sleep. I sent our talent manager like some angry frogs on WhatsApp by accident. Like I was like sleepwalking or something.
Angry frogs.
No, I literally sent our manager like 4 angry Pepe emotes. It was crazy. I don't remember doing it, but
nothing will ever beat the Slacks mistake. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember. I love you message that he sent to our talent manager instead of his wife.
Yeah, we were half asleep, long day, and accidentally says he meant to send the text message to his wife, and accidentally sent it to our talent manager, and he's just like, "I love you."
What did she say?
She was like,
she was kind of confused.
She was kind of confused, but she was like, "Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I'm doing everything that But yeah, I feel like the jet lag was just something I completely forgot. And I didn't respect it. I just didn't come in with the respect that the jet lag needed. I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to do whatever the heck I want. I was watching Black Clover, chilling, falling asleep every 10 minutes, would wake up, be like, oh, I'm going to watch another episode. Fell into the cycle, and I wonder if any of the players are in the same place. The weird thing is, though, too, that you have to keep in mind, we started off right now, we have the wild card. So a lot of the teams, 2 days of crazy amount of games. Then we go into groups, but you got some of the teams like Alliance, for example. They don't play for another week. They could be walking around in their Crocs right now, doing whatever the heck they want. But I do wonder if that was something that some of the teams had to get readjusted to. It's like back to the old days.
It's much harder for teams than you, Rich, because you can sleep 14 hours, watch some TV
That's
shows.
That's the thing. They actually have something to do.
There's a lot at stake here for them. For you, just another tournament.
Yeah, I mean.
Also, I think I figured you out. Like you love fame. You love being on camera, first of all, right?
Me?
Camera loves you. No way. No, but you're retired after Omega League. You just wanted a free cake.
That was why I did it?
Yeah.
You caught me. That
cake was good. It was Luigi cake.
Luigi cake? Yeah, Luigi cake. Well, let's see who's going to get the cake here at game number 2. This is something that we've been talking a lot about the meta and all of I don't know how many of the teams you really had a chance to talk to, but
we had a couple of interviews in Southeast Asia. Didn't do interviews with Chinese players, but one thing I noticed, and a lot of players from Southeast Asia confirmed, especially Cuckoo in one of his interviews, where he said, like, the off lane, you can be more greedy. You don't necessarily have to move early on. Like, you just want to stay in the lane as long as possible. Be greedy. One of the reasons, I don't know if that's a thing, AUI, but like, play carry from the off lane, like a CK. I don't know if that's a thing, as it's relatively popular in China and Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I saw XXS playing it. It looked really good. But I don't know if it's a thing.
Looked decent. I think I kind of like it because CK doesn't lose too many matchups, especially against the melee heroes. And there's some really good hero pairings. I like the one with the Dark Willow, like Bramble Maze, and then Reality Rift once again into the Bramble.
That is
again.
nice. I think teams have gotten really good at like identifying what the heroes are good at and like pairing them to something to make up for the weaknesses, right? Like you have CK, maybe you have, as you said, like the Dark Willow give up a bit more team fight because CK's not really offering that from the offlane. Oh, AA again, but Gambit stole it. Smart people.
That's one way to try to break up that duo, right?
I think it is.
Have to ban it.
It is BZZ's most played hero. I think he likes that one. Or 6-3.
Pagna. BZZ, Pagna, definitely. That's why they brought him here. Maybe they're like, Pagna, not speaking that hero is relatively strong, so let's bring in BZZ. He has this beautiful golden set, and he's the master of the hero. Maybe that's the reason.
I do want to ask you before I forget as well. You know how Kyle always like picks a catchphrase and he kind of sticks to it throughout like the entirety
throughout
of the
the whole.
tournament?
He creates his own meta.
Yeah. He's just like, you know, a great analyst once said, and he just quotes himself. He already has a catchphrase. He's been saying, "Control the armor, control the game." What do you think of his?
That's an old one.
It is, but it's his catchphrase again.
I mean,
how do you feel about it?
Do you think
that? Do you
high
think
of expectations for him? So I'm like, whatever.
Do you think that he's right? Do you think it's time to bring that one back? Do you feel like in this current meta, it is control the armor, control the game?
This meta?
No.
No.
I just had to look at our casters. Fog laughed out loud, too loud. I can recognize that beautiful voice in the background. So yeah, well, we talked about the hero pairings. Once again, we see this Nyx Assassin, this time for Nigma, paired up with the Darkseer. Mind Control, the best Darkseer player in the world, and he enables Nyx Assassin to be more active, get the most out of the hero. We see also like TP rotations from Nyx Assassin once he gets possibly level 6 or just... Okay, I love that.
They banned both the mid carries commonly being played this patch by Nigma, like the TA and the Morphling. I think that's pretty interesting.
Templar Assassin just feels so good. I've seen different builds on Templar Assassin, even skipping the Blink Dagger. I've seen, I believe, one safe lane Templar Assassin in Southeast Asia region, and it also looked pretty good.
TA was what everybody across the board was talking to me about when I first got here.
Yeah, you came here, teams like reached out to you. We better message Rich, give him like what we are playing. I think this hero's imbalanced. We got to give him something to talk about on panel.
Everybody was helping me out. Yeah, catching up with everybody. You know, Jack pulled me aside. TA. Just kept talking about it, and we have definitely seen it get banned quite a bit. But you said, right off the bat, the second that you saw Gambit make their pick, you said that you loved it. What do you love about it?
Did I say that?
You did.
I did. Okay, so, well, I mean, we discussed about both of these heroes after the first game with Nyx Assassin and Ancient Apparition, so it's very hard to, like, you can't even itemize against Ancient Apparition. Before, you could get a BKB. It goes through spell immunity in the last, 6 months, year, so... Nothing really to defend yourself, and they need some kind of a save. I would love to see a saving position 5 inside a Chronosphere. Maybe put Nyx Assassin. I don't think. Maybe they could potentially just play Nyx Assassin as a 5 on the offlane.
I don't know if I force that race. Maybe Shadow Demon.
That's what I was getting. Like, just get a Shadow Demon, because the Shadow Demon 5 doesn't feel too good. You still need some kind of a cast range.
I mean, I like Oracle here.
Bad.
I don't know if they're gonna ban. Is that Oracle ban actually? Someone help me.
It's Axe, isn't it?
That's Puck. That's Puck. No, from Gambit. Sorry.
Yeah. For Gambit,
I think that's a
Puck
Doom ban.
Wraith King. They're just covering the Faceless Void pick.
Is that Wraith King?
It is.
All right, my bad.
I think it should be Wraith King. I'm not sure if it is.
That looks like Wraith King to me. I can't tell what's next to it besides the Puck.
Okay.
On the left side.
It's Wraith King. Makes sense, you know.
But what's
it's a counter to Faceless, so we don't care too much about the Chrono.
What's next to the Wraith King, though?
Well, that's a harder one. AOI, your turn.
Sorry, I spent that entire time.
Between IO and Wraith King.
I like the... Oh, did you guess? I was gonna Clockwork.
Okay.
I think I was gonna say I like Oracle.
He's cheating.
He cheated. Your reduction instantly gave it. He played it off.
One of us. I saw it with my eyes, guys. I think Oracle is really good for Nigma. They already have a lot of lane shove and Darkseer, and Nyx gives you a lot of control. Oracle actually does a decent amount of damage, and he's really good versus AA, because if you ulti someone who's AALT, the healing gets applied after the AALT. Worst case, even if you heal them a lot during AALT, they will just stay the same HP they were when you ulti them. It's a really good counter there.
They can't, like, they would definitely love to pick either Oracle
That's an Oracle
or
ban.
Enchantress.
They banned my idea. Enchantress on
But then you have
Nigma.
Enchantress AA, which seems super weak. Like,
Oh, you mean Enchantress for Gambit?
for Gambit, yeah, because they don't have a dispel. I think they put themselves in a really
I think
bad
that can.
spot.
I think that can actually work. That's a good idea. Yeah, but it is a bit weird, right? NJA.
And AA 2 support's very burst. Like, you can
Yeah.
abuse that pretty much. Like,
For
let's
sure.
say you get the mid-tiny, just keep killing one of those two easily.
Okay.
I think right now for Gambit, they need something that helps them get on top of whatever Nigma heroes are going to come, right? Like, I think Faceless Void, you can't play him for Chrono. It's 160 seconds. And he really wants to pair, like, last game, Nigma had the Mars and stuff, so they want, like, an offlaner and hopefully a 4 with a stun. Anytime you have, like, a lot of map threat, what it means is that the enemy team can also not push lanes as much. They have to rely on this Darkseer, because anytime you see someone, you'll stun them and kill them with AOT. So I'd like to see that from the other two heroes.
Okay, on the side of Team Nigma, dipping into that reserve time a little bit here. What are you expecting to actually see for their pick?
I would love to see a save inside a Chronosphere. Like, you're putting yourself in a bad spot. If you don't get it, you still have a couple of options left in the pool, and then Faceless Void like they need to have another hero that just jumps you. You have a saving potential coming out from the Darkseer. Eventually, like if you get a mech before AA Blast or Nyx Assassin, just splitting the fight with the Carapace or a good stun. So I really wouldn't mind seeing the Shadow Demon.
Okay, so still coming back to that Shadow Demon.
Maybe Wyvern. I'm not a big fan of Wyvern in general. I think he's in a very bad spot, not enough damage, very cooldown dependent. That's a new hero, like this.
Chen.
And it's a Chen into AA.
When I played a lot of Chen, I actually didn't mind AA too much. I mean, like, it does have some really bad parts, obviously. But I think AA is generally weak against the summon heroes, right? Like, traditionally it's been like the sneaky summons, like Lycan, Nature's Prophet, Enchantress, Chen. Even though you counter the healing, Chen also counters like a lot of what AA wants to do. The other thing is, like, Chen has so much sustain that anytime you're pushing a tower, like, the hero that you want to burst down with AA will always be at full HP. And the AOT is not that fast, so you'll mech him before the AOT hits.
Nigma's having too much fun. I can see a couple of laughs. Like, what are they gonna do? We just pick Chen. They don't know how to counter it. This hero has not been played in a year.
I think this hero only got picked like 4 times in all the DPCs, and it went 2-2. Like, it wasn't too bad, but it was on like the bottom 7 heroes in terms of how.
What do you even build on the hero these days?
Locket mech, I assume, but like there's an AA, so I don't know if you want to do that. If it's against AA, I think you still go Locket mech. But
what's Darkseer gonna get? Just pipe against AA and Ancient Apparition? They have no damage if they decide actually to get these
for
items.
sure on Darkseer. I don't know whether it's before pipe or not. Like some mana boot, soul ring, and you either get eggs or pipe, and then the other one. Well, Nigma's draft is honestly wild. I'm just so fixated on the Chen pick because I thought this hero was unpickable right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is wild is a pretty good descriptor for what Team Nigma's putting together right now.
Definitely unexpected. Seeing these 4 heroes being paired up together, they have a good combination. Let's say.
Do you think this is an Exor Invoker too? Because they just have like that Nyx.
Yeah, just for the Sunstrike possibly. They still don't know the matchup. Okay, it's Lina.
In general, I think Coswex is a bit better versus Lina, but it's not like Exor really loses the lane. Lina might just outfarm you a bit when she shoves the wave. I think.
But with the Forge Spirit, you have like that extra damage that you need to secure a couple of CS.
Yeah.
They banned Lycan. When I first saw the new patch, like and everything with Lycan, I thought like, Necro, this hero is dead. Especially like they tried to get him some buffs. I wasn't really convinced, but after seeing him in action, I think the hero's pretty decent.
After seeing him today,
yeah.
You like him? Okay.
Nothing too spectacular, you know, like, yeah, Lycan is imbalanced, but feels okay, like
feels
3
playable.
out of 5, yeah, feels playable, unlike
good this game, right? Like, they would have to Chronosphere him every fight. He's really good versus, like, Lina, Ursper, and AA, I think.
Lina doesn't like anything that gets on top of her, even though Lina in general feels like good might be a bit weak in the mid game. Depends on the itemization. I'm a big fan of like Yule Scepter here, being able to save yourself, dispel things for Darkseer, get a BKB, potentially Boots of Travel, and then turn that into some kind of damage. Daedalus, Satanic.
Travel's Yul's BKB.
Yeah,
that sounds really good. I think Immersion.
PL there, right?
Sorry?
That's PL right
That's
there?
PL, yeah.
He looks good.
Yeah.
Fellow cat man.
I mean, honestly, the pictures look good. It's just like I've only stared at Dota things my entire life. So I don't know anything else.
I'm just blind, is honestly
You
what
don't play
is,
other games?
Like, not well. Like, I don't know if you can say play. Like, I play CSGO, but, like, I'm running around.
Yeah, like
I can't hit anyone.
15 minutes of CSGO, realized that's not for me, came back to Dota.
Yeah.
I play, like, idle games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really good at those.
Idle games?
Have you played, like...
Yeah. No, trust me, I've played
very high
plenty of
skill.
them. Yeah, I've played
You play
plenty
WoW,
of
right?
this.
Idle.
I pretty much can only handle idle games, but we're seeing this get locked in right now.
Viper again.
They could
another
get
one.
like a range carry hero, maybe Troll. I wouldn't mind seeing Troll that can transform, just hard to burst down with the ulti as well, but you need to be a bit more careful how you're going to use it.
I feel Gambit's lineup is super dependent on Chrono right now.
Yeah, it's just...
Like, if they don't hit a good Chronosphere, they're just going to get kited. Like, because it's really hard to hit a multiple hero ALT unless you have someone who goes in to, like, bait them together, and they don't have really a hero like that.
Okay. It's also like transformation hero, the Troll that I mentioned.
It counters AA, because you can actually sunder through the ALT, and again, we mentioned, like, AA doesn't like playing versus those summon heroes. It's just Terrorblade illusions pushing all your lanes. One illusion actually beats you in a 1v1. It's not a fun game to play for AA.
You get harassed quite a lot by these two heroes. Like, it's a killer lane for Gambit, once again. Previous game, Nyx Assassin plus Viper. This one, Earth Spirit plus a Viper, ton of kill potential. What I would love to see, potentially they rotate on Terrorblade, hide in the jungle with 3 heroes, kill him when he pops the meta, plant down the ward. Gonna get the advantage from the early start, but heavily favoring Enigma's draft in this one.
Yeah, and give us a little bit of an idea of what you expect their game plan to be as well just now. Let's take a step back, though, and keep it high level and talk about Gambit. What's their actual route to victory if they're going to pull this one off?
I think Gambit has to win their offlane really hard, because the reason why Chen's supposed to be weak right now is because he can't really get any creeps early. And, like, the hero's just a bot then. Like, he gives you carry 1 regen. So that means Gambit have to win their offlane, and they have to win it in a way where the Earth Spirit can lead the Viper, he can be self-sustainable, and he can gank forward the Lina. If these 2 conditions are met and you can snowball these heroes, then I think I'll feel like Void is, like, free to do whatever he wants. He won't be reliant on Chrono. And then Gambit, like, have a clear win condition for the game.
All right. Well, you just heard from our analysts the potential win condition for Gambit. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it, or if Nigma's going to be able to find a second victory in this best of 2.
Yeah, and here we are with game 2. Now, Fog, the draft as it developed for Nigma, I think is one we're going to be focusing on. A bit wild there, the Chen into the TB. Some interesting questions to be asked around there, aren't there?
Yeah, some heroes that are pretty much unpicked a lot of the times too, especially in the circuit. Chen being one of the big ones. Terrorblade also in a lot of regions was not really touched too much. I don't know about for SA for you. We did not have too much in Europe, yeah, but can definitely see the reasoning why. I think Curtis brought up the best point there probably at the end there for me was, you know, the Sunder. Sunder versus AA will give Chen maybe potentially time to be able to buy time for AA Blast to tick off, and then you can get your hand of God off your heals, etc. So it's an interesting draft. It's greedy. And we'll see if it'll work, because, I don't know, I'm really curious to learn some stuff about this this Chen hero, as I think it's probably one of the worst, if not the worst hero in pubs, but in pro play, always will change the concept of the hero. So I'm looking forward to see what they're going to do with it, and I'm also looking forward to see, of course, Immersion Earth Spirit. We have to just immediately say that one right away. It's his most played hero. He's been super dominant whenever he's played it, and, like, any of the time periods that it's been out. Also, we have, of course, Mind Control Darkseer, so we got a lot of these master tier heroes, master tier player combos coming into play.
Oh, we sure do. I mean, in terms of the style of the teams wanting to play these drafts, do you think it's a bit of a role reversal in Nigma wanting to kind of play around the map and play the macro game, whereas Monaco sort of more tight together, the team fight combos?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, for me, this game, it's eyes on Immersion and Lorinov, same thing, kind of the foreign mid players to dictate the pace of the game and just get very far ahead, because if they don't get far ahead, I feel like we could see a similar thing happen where the Viper doesn't know where he's supposed to be in the game, because lane start, excellent for the Viper last game, but then he ends the game like 3-2, where you're like, wait, what the heck's happening? This Viper was owning the game, but he just didn't have a place to actually do much of anything. They're actually under ward vision here.
Yeah, they got spotted placing the ward. Nigma knows exactly what's up.
They can't punish it, though. Look at those level 1 heroes. Probably the worst level 1 heroes I think you could draft yourself with. Nyx, Chen, Invoker, TB. Like, no one does much of anything, so...
We've got no stuns, we've got no nukes, we're just going to sit here and wait. Yeah, Kuro gets the D ward straight away.
Okay, I'm gonna be watching the Chen, seeing what he's gonna be doing, because as we know, you can't really take creeps until way later on. You can only take the early level, like 1, level 2 creeps, or level 3, of course, are the big ones, but you don't really get good ones. Like your best creep that you can get is like the Harpy and the Troll Hill Priest, which you can get I think at 4. Which okay, we see them block a little bit messed up there from Miracle. KuroKy tried to help out.
Oh, he's going crosswex as well. I mean,
He is.
How do you feel about that in this game? Because I know Aoi said it's a bit better against the Lina in the laning stage, but it's not going to offer them that real big damage along with the Nyx and Darks here, is it?
No, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what he does go for. If he does go for maybe something of a hybrid, because Sunstrike is very effective this game. He has Nyx Assassin. The hunting is always going to be very easy for you to just like one-shot the AA inside the fight. And AA does not have a bailout like he had last time with like the Lifestealer constantly saving him. So we will see which route he does take. Immediately, same thing. Saw this exact same thing from GH last time, always pulling waves.
Yeah, Mind Control just hiding in the trees, waiting for that movement from the carry.
Okay.
But yeah, it's going to be a lot on the shoulders of Miracle here with that Crosswex Invoker, if he does go that directly, it looks like he is.
Yeah.
To make the early tempo plays, the rotations, level 6, level 7 especially.
I think it's a lot of the big thing for me is just like looking at mana pools too. Like some of these heroes, you get hit by EMP or you're screwed. Like Viper and Earth Spirit, really reliant, of course, on that mana. But laning phase, I think Exort for me actually does not have fun versus Lina at all. Quas, you can trade because you've got the regen coming in. If you go Exort, you're playing Forge Spirit, and then Lina just farms your Forge Spirit, and you fall really far behind.
Yeah,
so.
It's just outranging you, clicking you non-stop.
Yeah.
It's a real dangerous game you do play. Well, wave drag back here for Mind Control to gather up some of that early experience and gold, while Kobold...
Hey, Speedy!
He's got his little holy grail there on Speedy Boy, scouting out whatever's coming. An immersion with Afterlife down here up against the Terrorblade so far seems pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's fit into this Viper matchup. It's nowhere near as bad as a Lifestealer. They actually can pose some kill threat, perhaps, if they do get a good positioning.
Oh, look
nice
at that.
body blocks, too.
Yeah, the Kobold's getting him. Oh,
my
he's blocked him up. RTW, one more touch from that Metamorphosis gets him first blood.
All right,
And now top
KuroKy.
lane as well. BZZ in a bit of trouble. GH and Mind Control, they can't dive him under tier 1, but yeah, that bot lane play.
Wow. I mean, that was beautiful. KuroKy showing off with the Chen, just some body blocks. You don't need a creep that does anything, you just need an actual unit to just tank the tower.
You know, when Chen was
nice.
Semi-popular, like a year ago or so, people were taking range creeps, right?
Yeah.
You take the range creep, you got that kind of piercing damage, whacking into people, but yeah, straight away with a Kobold.
My God.
Beautiful stuff.
That was one of the most beautiful things I've seen from a Chen like ever. I love the body block plays. Mid, we're still seeing Lina coming out ahead, but at least you're not falling too far behind as that Invoker. Yeah. Getting kills on Viper early is very impactful. That can tend to snowball the game out of control too, because last time Viper had a good lane and wasn't able to do too much. This is another one of those games where you could start to feel kind of out of the game very quickly as a Viper. All these summons, all these different things just getting on top of you.
Can't contend with them.
It's going to be annoying, yeah.
It's very similar for all those green heroes, the Viper, the Veno, the Necro. You know, if they have a good laning stage, they can snowball, but if they die 2-3 times in the first 5-6 minutes, they really can fall flat very quickly. And Dream up top for now. Farming away, 15-5, still looking pretty good in that laning stage for Gambit as they roll onto TB bottom. Penitence, nice little slow, a bit of turnaround from Mr. Kobold again, but RTW has the poison stacks on it. Dead to the Viper.
I'm so strong, guys, I'm so strong.
Just before the urn gets delivered, so a little bit sad for Afterlife, but a great pickup nonetheless.
Dude, they're aggressive with their tips too. Last game they were tipping ILTW all the time as well. Again, he dies once and they tip him again.
Yeah, trying to get under his skin.
It does seem like it.
Miracle. Now about 10 CS behind. Lorinov putting that pressure on with the right clicks brings out clarity. And 4-minute runes about to spawn, something that Invoker...
He needs help.
Yeah.
He always needs help to be checking these 4-minute runes because he can't push the lane out. Lina, one of the best heroes in the game to be able to force lanes. Invoker, not so much at all. So they will have GH check the top rune. GH getting chased out a little bit from BZZ, but he's fine.
Was that a bottle that was given to him by Darkseer,
yes.
I guess, as well?
Yep.
Sharing that bottle over to refill it up, so very
Love
nicely
that.
done.
Love that.
Knowing that your Invoker is not going to be buying one. And then we have the Gambit boys. Yes, Monaco Gambit. Spotting out that mid lane, you know, EMP Tornado catching onto that Lina. As we do have a bit of a go in that mid spot.
I like being able to see them. We see KuroKy, he does hit his level 3, so he's got his level 2 Persuasion. He finds the mana burn creep. This is actually pretty effective, too, this game, especially versus Viper. Bit limited on your mana pool. We see Afterlife, he's prepared for it, though. Has double Mango and Urn, so we'll have a decent chunk there.
Oh, that's a good stunt up.
Up top.
Dream doesn't have Time Walk. Already spent his Dilation as well, but it looks like with the boots and 12 one charges, he'll be fine to tango up and get back into that lane yet again. But it's the contest of that stack and the pull that was most important there for Nigma. make sure they keep Dream away from these creep waves as that wave gets towards their tier 1. Yeah, Kuro.
He looks
he's
pretty
tank
dead.
going up, but Orb of Venom, the poison attack's going to start coming real heavy onto him. Chen down in the river, isolated, all alone.
I'm so strong.
Another good start out for Gambit coming into all these lanes.
Does pull them a bit far away from the lane at the very least, so ILTW gets some free last hits without just getting poked constantly from that Viper. So he'll be happy for that Chen death at the least. Lornoff forced back to go to base again. Level 6 already online. And Miracle, he's farming up the double null into the urn.
Okay, so definitely looking for that active movement around sort of 6.5, 7 minutes where it'll move into probably the top lane, right? That's where your action's going to be with Nyx and Darkseer. Force the Void out of lane and then maybe shift the TB up there to give him a bit of safe farm. Right, for now, a nice bit of calm for both sides, but that's favouring Gambit. You know, looking at the CS and the net worth, they are starting to ramp up. Miracle just going to pop out that EMP on Lornoff. Has enough sustain with his bottle charges though.
Hey, spawns bottom. Gambit gets a bit lucky getting this one, spawning down there instead of top.
The RNG.
Yep, RNG always coming into play. Lornoff has a nice stack. He can farm for himself on that small camp. Immersion already level 4 too. A nice start. Now bottom, Afterlife does have to be careful. He's getting mana burned up from Kuro. There's actually the double mana burn coming out. Very frustrating.
It was scouted though, that's why Afterlife is running all the way across. They saw GH with the Observer Ward, which literally just expired. I don't know if they saw the smoke, but they'll walk into the Nyx nonetheless. And GH, he tries, but he's silenced up straight up by Immersion.
Nice
Does
stun.
get the 2-man stun, yeah, very nicely done. And GH is slipping away, but a hasted Lina. Always going to close the gap for the Laguna Blade finish.
So strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Radiant are scanning.
And this is now the time where Miracle needs to start moving. He's got his urn. Oh, mind control though, the cold feet Chrono. They've got the bubble onto the Darkseer. He's a tanky fella, but if he gets some bashes going for Dream, they'll finish him off.
Of course they do. They get the nice double bash toward the end there. Some nice movements coming out from Gambit. This early aggressive lineup again that they've drafted themselves. Just like last game, they did have this good early movement in the start of the game. So doing similar. And now LTW may be feeling a bit pressured. He might actually have to start going to jungle just as this Terrorblade, because whenever Lina's off map, it's very scary. So let's see what Miracle tries to do. He's going to start pushing the mid lane a little bit for some reaction over.
I'm still curious about this Chen as well. What kind of item build, skill build? I hesitate to ask what you expect from it, because he's got Medallion, that's kind of normal. But 2 points. Oh, he's going to get gone on. Kuro, this Immersion diving in, and Afterlife just pushes so much damage over time, especially with that urn, and gets himself a killing spree.
This is annoying though. He might actually have to buy something like, I mean, he probably won't, but maybe something like mana boots, because these double mana burns, like he just did it again. Look, Afterlife's like, God, come on. He actually queues up mana boots. He actually queued up mana boots. I was about to say, like, he's just getting triple mana burn. They have no mana bottom lane. He has an Earth Spirit with no mana. Yeah, he actually gets the mana boot, so he's going to be able to continue applying this pressure down here. And ILTW forced to jungle. Darkseer's lane a little bit complicated now too, with the Nyx Assassins not with him. So now GH, he's going to do the Ion Shell meme. He's just going to sit next to the creeps, get himself some levels, get that farm up for mind control.
I was going to ask if that stack was going to be for ILTW, but yeah, you're right. It's that Nyx Assassin.
He needs levels. I think they need something to fix a bit of this early game for them, because it's a very greedy draft that they put themselves in. So definitely need GH to have a bit of a better time to be able to make moves around with Miracle. Speaking of Miracle, he's going to get cold feeded.
Yeah, he's stunned up. Chain disabled. It's a good carapace. Miracle, the Fairy Fire, that wand as well. It was a big wand and a great tornado holds them back. Gambit still moving forward as they find Kuro elsewhere on the map, but Lornoff going to miss out on the Dragon Slave. A good sidestep from the Invoker, and bottom lane, that's where the action was. The trade out there, Kuro for Immersion. And Nigma going to be happy with that, all things said and done. I mean, mid and bot lane going their way.
Yep, and they also save ILTW's Metamorphosis. He didn't actually pop it there for the kill because of mind control rotating down at the early point and wall.
Very nice. It does leave top lane open a little bit, though.
It's always going to be hard for them to set onto Dream, unless Miracle makes the move up there, or unless he goes for something like an Orchid build, which he's not. They're going to have a pretty tough time actually killing Dream.
It was an early Void pick as well.
It was.
First phase Void pick, and they've not really given themselves the options to disable him. So what's the game plan going to be? Outrange him with a TB, get LTW stronger than the Void?
Yep, I think that is definitely the plan. Just outfarm him. That's usually the thing that Terrorblades are able to do, is just get those item timings much faster than a hero like Void. Unless Void is getting successful chrono kills every single time, you should see the TB outfarm him over the course of the game.
Start to pull ahead. Oh, some good vision coming out again from Nigma. Guarding top triangle, watching for that bottom rune spot, and any entry points as Miracle. And yet again, chucks a few spells at Lornoff, chipping away at him and gets out of the range of the Light Strike array.
Another ruined bottom, though. And they're getting a lot of good RNG on their side for this control. Great ward coverage so far from Gambit, as we've seen all 4 of these wards placed early on. Just aggressive. Just be able to watch any type of movements that are coming out.
Yeah, I see pretty much everything.
Yep. Afterlife, as we said, this time he's changed the build up a little bit because he had to go Arcane Boots early so he can actually lane. And they're just going to send the Darkseer down. So aggressive moves from the side of Nigma, very difficult to do. Until GH has 6, until Miracle wants to pair up with him, there's not much that they can do.
Yeah, biding their time. It's the waiting game. And we saw that from Vici Gaming earlier on today. Delay, delay, delay. Something that Invoker is exceptionally good at. Force people away from the tier 1 tower pushes especially.
Usually has some like dream kind of combo to set up for the Cataclysm late game, which they don't have the easiest way to set up, but they do have Vacuum plus Nick Stun. If they get the Vacuum, Nick Stun, Cataclysm, like these team fights can just be devastating.
What if Chen gets like 4 Centaurs as well, you know? We've seen that before.
That is true. Don't get so ambitious though for this.
I am expecting big things from Akuro Chen. Catapult Wave mid, going to allow them to open up a little bit on the tier 1. Gambit mounting a defense though, Light Strike Array onto Invoker, and the stun back from GH, but Dream's here with a Chrono.
Nice Chrono.
They catch out the Invoker, he's a tanky boy, and he's still going to get found though. Lorenoff with all that magic damage to pump into the Chronosphere, and Terrorblade can't finish off the tower.
That was beautiful. My Control not looking to punish top, he sees an AA by himself. That Ion Shell starting to build and he's saving the Vacuum, just in case for the TP. Should be able to just get the kill now.
Yeah, there it is.
Nicely done.
BZZ down. That's going to give free reign to Mind Control to keep on farming up top. Well, it looks like GH in behind enemy lines here, trying to get in behind the Viper potentially.
Oh, and they do have 3 creeps mid.
Just
only got to be
illusions.
Yeah.
Viper's the one being eyed up. GH doesn't really have the backup that he wants close enough to him, but Afterlife might still get caught out here in the trees. He's juked through though. Passes by the observer ward, but yeah, that was very close from GH to find the latch onto him.
And now we've got Hand of God in play, so something that people probably won't expect.
Afterlife walked back into them. They've got the stuns there. Invoker's rotation, that's what we've been expecting from Miracle. Get the action going, but the Ice Blast and Dream arriving, wanting GH's Nyx Assassin. A trade out. But Nigma's going to be able to defend towers, make sure that Gambit can't make the aggressive moves.
They're fine with this. You know, this was a really good move actually from Nigma, getting an Urn Charge. They're pushing top lane with the Darkseer. They're getting mid farm for the Terrorblade. They're happy with this move. Another tip. Look at what is going? They're just tipping ILTW.
Oh, and BZZ's dead as well. Miracle with alacrity finds the pickoff. I'm starting to wonder, you know, LTW maybe he's played with a couple of these CIS players in the past.
I do believe so, and that's the Spirit Vessel now done. So Miracle's got a very good timing on this one. Nothing like fantastic where it's actually just countering any type of healing, but it does increase your threat potential, and immediately they smoke.
Straight away.
GH and Miracle making the moves here with Kuroki too. The Vendetta's online.
He's got a Hellbear, a Wild Wing, and that's long enough. Spotted out. Yeah, they go straight on with the Tornado, catching the lean. A huge kill for Nigma. That shuts her down real hard. You know, we were talking about the Viper in that regard. Yeah. The snowball required. Lina in a similar spot, isn't she?
Yes. And again, yeah, this is just the early aggression that we saw from Nigma last time, playing around this aggressive ward vision, taking over triangle very early on. Immersion showing himself bottom, actually just has to roll away.
And TP's into mid. Might want to smoke up with Ancient Apparition and try and get something rolling themselves. But it is just 3 lanes here from Nigma, pressuring in towards towers, forcing Gambit to react and play defensively.
And he's tipping them back now, too. Looks like a smoke going to be coming out for Gambit to try to punish. But they have to punish something. Their 3 cores are showing on 3 lanes, so they have to start making some type of moves when they don't have Chrono. Chrono is going to be back up in 2 seconds, but I feel like they want to save it for a big kill. They want to try to get 1 kill without it, and then if any TP follow-ups come, then they use the Chronosphere. They can't force it too much.
Oh, look at ILTW. Oh, it's going to be a close one. He does get found, yeah. Sunder, not going to be there, is it? He's silenced and stunned. He gets it off. The Ice Blast, though, is going to finish him off. Immersion rolling back across towards that lower part of the map, but they've got a vacuum wall onto the 2. Afterlife and BZZ will have to pay with their lives as they played aggressively into this triangle, but in comes Dream. They might have a Chrono turnaround inside the Nether Toxin as well. They pick off Miracle, and GH is gone as well. Oh, Gambit, what a beautiful play. Just like you said, Fog, wait with that Faceless Void to come in for the last move.
Oh, they still lose Immersion, the wall, and the Ion Shell still coming out into fruition a little bit for him. But yes, big moves, getting both cores and inside the Nether Toxin. That's up with the big thing. And all that, it's through Hand of God. They didn't actually have to worry about that heal at all.
Yeah, Kuroki was pushing down bottom lane with a few little creepies.
Yep. Tried to help out with the heal, but didn't matter, did not actually push them up far enough. I mean, great moves. Really good invasive moves. Double wards placed down around the triangle now, too, because that's where TP is going to farm most of this time here.
Do you want to see like a shard or anything like that from the Chen? Like he's got medallion, but what like next item feels a little bit difficult for him to get towards.
Gary, I gotta say, I have no idea anymore with this here. Solar Crest, he's got it at a nice early time, which is great. He's gonna be able to buff up whenever the TP is inside of the fights, but beside that, I don't really know what you get anymore. I think Holy Locket's a decent option. If the Darkseer doesn't go mech, you go mech. Even though you're versus AA, you can still be kind of decent. Yeah. It's I think right now he's happy. He's very satisfied, at least with himself.
That's a good sentry mid. Immersion sees GH, but he didn't react in time. I think he was looking elsewhere, so that allows Miracle and GH to get on top of him. A little bit of a slow reaction there from the Earth Spirit, and now Roshan.
There's no Chronosphere.
Opens up for Nigma into the pit. Metamorphosis from ILTW.
And they've got Solar Crest for this, plus the Alacrity. This is one buffed up TV.
Goodness, look at him go. And Mind Control's going to tank it up for him. Ancient Apparition can probably scout in the pit. If he steps too far forward, though, GH will be ready to strike.
10 seconds on Ice Blast still. Lornoff nowhere near Dream. As we said, Chrono not available. Yeah, they can't contest this.
No, they can't. There's a free one for Nigma. And now, there's a Terrorblade with Dragon Lance, Yasha, and that Aegis of the Immortal while they smoke straight out of the pit. They want to push this advantage as hard as they can.
And we see Miracle is starting to go toward a bit of that hybrid. 4 points in Quas, 5 points Wex, getting more points in Exor, now going Midas, so he can have that great scaling potential later on for Cataclysm and high point Alacrity.
That high ground ward sees him.
Afterlife.
I don't want to go too deep, respecting the fact they could TP to tier 3s and 2s, so they cut in between the wave instead. And Afterlife, oh my god, it just doesn't last long. That's a Viper, slain in a matter of seconds.
And he gets the whole wave as well too on Miracle. Midas is going to be coming out right after this one. Immersion's considering perhaps going, but they're very limited on the way they can make moves. It seems like they're only trying to make plays with the Chronosphere, which it feels like they might start getting outpaced.
And Dream also heading towards BKB.
They both have to, it feels like. The king of teamfight, as we always say, Darkseer, is really brutal, especially when you have like something with an EMP combo on top of it. A vacuum into EMP, your fight's over if you don't have that magic immunity. Again, this ward.
Sunstrike. I ain't going to find BZZ. He came in to try and de-ward it, didn't he? Yeah, Vortex and Sentry there. He knows the wards on the high ground, but that's a couple of kills they've successfully claimed, while Terrorblade kills mid-tier 1. Top tier 1 opens up the top third of the map to himself, so it's free farm time continuing for RTW.
And it's the second game now where we see Afterlife. Great start in the game, but now we're seeing them just abusing the Viper. The slowness of this hero is getting caught off guard. Nigma's playing a bit too fast here. Again, Immersion, they see him.
Oh, goodness. He just stood straight on top of that high ground. He gets a magnetized with a vacuum wall. Afterlife's caught up inside of it. Dream gets the Chrono in.
It's only on one.
Does only catch one, and Miracle's still pummeling into them. The meatball dropped on Afterlife, but Laguna Blade towards that Darkseer. Mind Control falls, but Afterlife is dead as well. Oh, do we get some buybacks? Immersion wants to buy back. A Miracle, Ice Blast, and the Urn, but a great Sunder. RTW saves up his main carry. Miracle's still going to get rolled on, though, but GH looking for the lineup of the stun. Dream, time walks away, but the Carapace and the catch onto him might be able to finish him off as Miracle's still surviving. He's into the cold snap. Miracle's alive. No way.
Okay.
Doesn't survive. The AA gets the final touch, but Aegis is claimed up. Dream has done a great job tracking back onto that TB, while AA gets away from that top part of the fight, and Dream looks safe and sound.
Dude, look at Kuro.
As Chen is chasing the AA.
Kuro with the Penitence max build plus the Solar Crest. Look at him go.
Come on, then. You want to fight me?
He's going to die.
Level 4 Penitence.
He's actually going to get him.
Just bullying him. He's whacking into the AA.
Oh my god, dude.
That's a solo kill.
Dude.
How much gold has he got from that?
Earlier, too, in the fight, he had all the illusions from the Darkseer. He penitences a hero with the Solar Crest, all the illusions beating on somebody.
That's powerful.
Oh my god, that was actually pretty sick.
Heck of a Chen creeps, wall illusions, TB illusions, Forge Spirits. We were talking about the zoo earlier on, the Lycan ban, which we didn't really get to talk about, that Monaco did pull out. Definitely a sound, solid plan there, because it's definitely coming to fruition now with all of these summons.
And it definitely all kicks off with, it's a one-man Chrono, right? It only catches not only one hero, but it's the tanky hero. They catch the Darkseer with the pipe inside of it. So even though they have to utilize some buybacks to get some return kills, Nigma is still in a perfectly fine position. Their Aegis goes down, but in a very effective way. As ILTW, now he's up, he's got Metamorphosis, and he almost actually saved Miracle and all of that too.
Oh, it was a really closely contested team fight. It was real wonderful stuff from LTW.
But that's their Chrono fight. That's the fight that Gambit has to smash the fight, because without it, they don't really have too many plays that they can make. GH.
Yeah, now they're kind of picking up scraps and looking for whatever they can. When GH, he scouted them. Time dilation from Dream. He's looking towards Miracle, but Immersion gets away from GH. Mind Control runs off to the left, and it looks like Miracle's still being chased, but a Tornado. Time dilation ending, so he'll get the invoke back off cooldown. Ghost Walker on cooldown though, so still troubling times ahead for Miracle. Maybe a deafening blast. He's got EMP up, but he's dead. He's done for. Immersion closes the gap and helps out Dream.
Oh, I was a little worried too because I'm like, uh-oh, Immersion's actually out of stones, but Dream, time dilation versus Invoker, 5 spells cooldown, 5 stacks of time dilation is no joke. Is able to stick on him. And now, Chronosphere is actually going to be back up in 8 seconds, and that was meta forced. So Nigma making a pretty big mistake there as Gambit able to punish it heavily.
I guess the fortunate side for Nigma is no Roshan, no real objectives that Gambit can go for.
Yes.
Tier 1 mid, they can probably come back and defend when everyone's alive because the waves were so far pushed out.
But this Void is top net worth still. Dream 408 above a Terrorblade. That is pretty damn good for him.
Exceptional. GH gonna hold out on that mid lane. Gambit all grouped up together and smoking. GH pinged that. He knows exactly what's going on. And he should be able to pop the smoke. He does, in fact.
There is the Chronosphere available.
He sees
Immersion
them coming. Miracle. He's jumped on by Immersion, but a nice little maneuver out. Forces another roll while GH toys with the Viper. Rod of Atos in towards him. No carapace for another couple of seconds, so sacrifices himself.
Exactly. That was such a nice sacrifice. He literally runs into the 3 of them there, stuns the Viper with the carapace, stuns the other 2. He's like, don't look at Miracle, look at me. As they're still going to continue to try to push this tower here. No Metamorphosis, so Nigma not looking to contest around this area. Also into Chronosphere, as we said before, still open for Gambit.
Yeah, they're going to play tight-knit together. That small map for Gambit. You got Terrorblade out on the map. And it looks like Darkseer down bottom as well, so spreading out more efficiently, farming. And Dire even scanning in their own jungle, expecting someone to be there as well.
Pretty interesting that we see GH just going for the Ags build this game. Guess he wants to sit really far back while they're sieging and just wants to be able to throw spells from deep distance without being in presence of a Chronosphere opportunity. Kind of neat. I thought maybe he would go for something like Blink because I saw Mind Control rush it.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe they'd go for some type of combo, Blink Vacuum Stun, but not going to be the case. I think the other one is, it has its merits for sure to be able to sit back.
I guess the range on the stun with Aghanim Scepter increases, right? So you've got a pseudo blink almost. That range gives you the
mana burn as well too is pretty ridiculous. That ability as the game progresses gets absolutely insane. And we do know this is a pretty greedy draft. Even though there's a Chen, which is kind of anti-greed, which is more of an early game pressure hero. The other picks are Darkseer, Terrorblade, Invoker. These heroes just continue to scale pretty ridiculously. As Dream spotted bottom, but he also sees GH with that Sentry Ward. So GH is going to be pushed away.
Oh, they're so afraid. GH, usually a signal that there's more heroes behind him. Darkseer was just clearing out that wave. And Nigma continuing to take a hold of this map.
So we have a pretty cool concept coming into play because we don't see Chen, right? But we did see an early pick Invoker. So he is queuing up the shard. I know you were talking to me about it. This is actually a save mechanic inside Chronosphere.
Oh yeah, it is.
So that is actually something pretty cool that we could see coming into play later on when Kuro does finish it. As they're actually, it looks like maybe they're even giving him some farm for it. Because, that could be huge, right? A Chronosphere only catches 1 or 2 heroes. If he's able to send them back to base, reset the fights, that could be pretty massive. So that's actually pretty cool. We'll see if that does actually end up happening.
That could be really great. Yeah, he's going to have the 4 staff and that shard save.
Yeah.
I guess it's because they changed it around a bit with Kotl and the Chen, right? It literally sends you back to Fountain, doesn't it?
Sends you back to Fountain, yeah. It's small cast range, so it's only 600. Okay. So it's actually not as much as usual. Sometimes you'll find, like a telescope or something a little later on. They will help you out. So we will see if that does happen.
That's like the old combo we used to see with Storm, like ball lightning out of base with that.
Yeah.
With that on him, or the old Pudge hooks back in the Fountain. Oh, hello, Dream. All good stuns and Sunstrike Meatball. He's a faceless void.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine with the Time Walk.
Both health talents as well. We see the 9 strength and 300 HP talent, so he's just fine versus this aggression. He also has Pupil's Gift, so even more strength on top of all of it there to be tanky.
2,500 HP.
Yeah. So let's see. They also can Who's actually ones who can potentially still go for Boots of Travel? I think it's just Miracle, because that's usually the way you want to do it, right? You send them back, they box right back into the fights. So timing's now coming out for Nigma. Ags is done on the Invoker too. So they are still in a strong moment here, but Dream, he is still keeping up net worth versus a Terrorblade, which is huge as a Void.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Usually the TB, this is where we start to see, when this game starts to slow down, the TB starts to pull ahead, but yeah, LTW, these 2 deaths definitely hurting him a bit, and
the first hit Dream. Bash. He finds the Nyx Assassin. Afterlife's there to help him out with a bit of stun and disable from that Atos, and Dream, that time walks straight into the camp.
Yep.
Well, they're drawing the line across the Roshan. What's the timer on that? Over a minute?
1 minute 15, yep.
Still a little bit of time to play around with here then.
If they can get a pick-off in the next minute or so on the side of Gambit, they could be the ones that look to actually take it away from Nigma.
Especially on like the Invoker who just bought out all of his items, right?
Yes, he did.
I mean, buyback's now becoming increasingly important, especially on these support heroes.
We're seeing a lot more defensive warding coming out from Nigma now. It's actually very defensive warding also from the side of Gambit, just waiting for that Rosh, it does feel like.
Yeah, it's a pivotal moment.
Oh, that is a rare talent I see right there. 40 attack speed on the Void. I'm not a big fan of this one normally, so we'll see. The Time Walk just works so well with the Shard once you start getting it, once you get that advantage, but looks like he wants all-in damage for himself. We'll see if that ends up hurting him, because that Time Walk talent is busted. Once you get Shard, it is so broken.
You're jumping in and out over and over again.
The distance as well that you get with the cooldown just starts to get pretty ridiculous. So we'll see if that does actually hurt Dream, because I actually see like almost no Voids take that attack speed talent anymore.
Especially against the team you were mentioning, Nigma have struggles catching, right? Nyx Assassin, the Vacuum, that's kind of it. Maybe Invoker Tornado can clip him. And look, 3 couriers flying overhead, a squadron of couriers there from Nigma, probably going to smoke together. TB Illusions looking to scout out into that dire jungle top side, and Gambit grouped up in that mid lane.
So what they got? Invoker with Ags, they got Scotty on the Terrorblade, and it looks like Mind Control has an Aeon Disc at the ready to unlock if he sees an opportunity.
And Mind Control putting out all the Ion Shells he can. He's got that Blink Dagger jump with GH stun, and they've seen a target bottom. Faceless Void already TPing out though, so Dream dodges away from all that danger coming his way.
Much smoother game this time from Dream. Last game we saw him get caught twice as the Naga in some pretty precarious positions this time. Level 21, playing the map really smooth.
And now is it that? Yeah, I was going to say, is it their time to smoke? You know, we see one smoke kind of fail.
It's Rosh time.
It's Rosh time, let's go. And Gambit, what? Do you want to see them go into Rosh or like into Radiant Triangle and fake the Roshan, hold out for a fight?
I think they can start it. Dream can start to hit it at the very least because he's got Mask of Madness.
They ping it out.
It's going to get scouted right away.
They know exactly what's going on. Enigma, they've got a long trek across the map. They've got to migrate from the bottom lane up towards Roshan. It's going to be a close call.
They'll see GH right away, too. They have the Warden Sentry outside. Yeah. They even see ILTW for a second.
Rosh is dead.
Too late.
They're still going to jump in with a 3-man vac. No, it only catches 2 in the PKBs. Afterlife and Dream able to turn back onto GH. Good Chrono as well. They're going to play. Takes out the Nyx Assassin. No buyback on him. And Nigma falling apart around the Rosh pit. Light Strike great to deal with some of these illusions. Well, Nigma want immersion, but he can't be found, and Dream just rolling straight on in with the help of Immersion's Earth Spirit. Great Light Strike array. Shen's a goner. A double kill for your Faceless Void after taking Roshan themselves.
Such a good, I mean, it's such a perfect timing really for the smoke for them to actually get into the pit. A move from Nigma sends them all the way to the opposite side, and they can't actually make it in time. And that was their timing that they went for too. That was the Scotty, that was the Invoker Eggs. They even popped the meta. ILTW now has no meta for the upcoming fight either, so it's going to give time for Chronosphere to come back up, and it's going to give time for Gambit to continue taking advantage of this map.
Oh my god, oh, the Glimmer. It's a good Tornado. I don't know if it'll finish him, it will, just about. I mean, is that Nigma losing track of the Roshan timer? I mean, they went down to bottom to find the Faceless Void, but it felt like they should have been there a little bit sooner.
Just happens, Dream. He got it. I mean, it was just a great TP out. He read the movement. If he gets caught there, a completely different situation where maybe they just get the Rosh.
Yeah, that's true. A good read by Gambit overall, for sure.
Yep.
I'm starting to wonder now, a lot of these series going 1-1, what starts to happen if we've got a bunch of 1-1s in this wildcard?
Redo everything. Let's go.
Re-go. Best of 2s again. Another round. It's starting to look like it might even go that way. I mean, Nigma taking Vici Gaming 1-1. So was it Secret against Gambit as well? Yeah. Oh, we're going to have a cracking wildcard here for WePlay AniMajor.
And it really is looking pretty tough now for Nigma to utilize the Chen at the maximum, right? They don't really have these great combos.
They're going for Miracle. Gunning for him inside that jungle. They've got Dust Reveal. They do clip him there as the immersion goes deep. Time dilation from Dream. They've jumped onto ILTW, but that Terrorblade's pretty damn strong. Clears through the Earth Spirit, no problem. And Gambit reconsidering their actions, but they do Time Walk Rewind in there with a nice blast. Laguna Blade just gets demolished. No Sunder, no saves, no chance for ILTW. And Mind Control. He's on the run. Faceless Void can't keep tabs on him. And Gambit, they strike real hard. They know the heart of the jungle.
They know there's no meta available, so the biggest team fight thing that they have to be worried about is just off the table. Even though they don't have Chrono, they have Aegis, they have Cheese, they have this huge power spike with them. They just chase forward. And Dream, nice plays there with his Time Walk for sure. The jump in, then the jump out, then resets back in with BKB, so no Sunder target. The poor TV is just standing there.
He's just going to go and try and 1v3 them here.
Sure.
He's running straight at this Chen. He knows that Kuroki, potentially a freebie, the Ice Blast, the Yule setup. Try and clip onto Mind Control as well. They've got a Vacuum, Cataclysm, stun out from GH, the turnaround from Miracle. They found the Lina. The Chrono's required, but the Elder's there onto Mind Control, going to save him and buy a bit of time as Dream focuses the next assassin. There's plenty of stuns coming though. Carapace, Cold Snap, chaining up onto the Faceless Void. And Aegis is gone. Nigma, Miracle, the Invoker outplays. Fog is starting to happen. Penitence and Forge Spirits. They got much left in the tank. Miracle's running low on mana and he gets dusted up, so the Ghost Walk not going to give him that ability to keep chasing forward. And Dream should be out of there with Mom and Time Walks.
They did not give respect to the fight when it was like all of them just like split up there. Nigma capitalizing here, finally getting a 2-man stun into the Cataclysm. Nice Deafening Blast too, the disarm inside that Chronosphere. Even just for a second, it's effective.
Snap Smoke.
And they're moving in.
They go straight towards Dream. He spends Time Walk. The stuns come. Dream is getting his BKB off, but the Time Walk on cooldown. He's dead. And RTW, he's got meta going. This might even force a buyback at a Void, dare I say? Like, they can't go high ground though, can they? Still tier 2 standing.
Like Gambit splitting up, like Afterlife TP top to go do so. I'm not sure what he was actually doing with the Viper when the rest of his team was still looking for a fight all during this. Nigma capitalizes heavily after what looked like a bit of a big disaster there. Now they've got their meta. They're going to have to tier 2, and they've got Alacrity buff up.
Straight onto that tower. I mean, Metamorphosis, what, for another 10 seconds or so? Do they push up to high ground here and just force the hand of Gambit to do something drastic? Because they've got Catapult, Forge Spirits. Now the Toxin placed down on the ramp. Slows the advance of Nigma for now, just for a second, as Mind Control blinks and surges. He was looking for that. One kill could be what tips the scales for Nigma here to just end the game.
Void still down for 30.
Didn't have to use buyback yet, though. And Nigma going to have to give up on their plans of pushing.
But, I mean, massive fight after what looked like they were going to get run over. Full BKB now comes out for Miracle. Full item also for the Terrorblade. Everyone just got so much gold influx to them because of that pretty big slip-up from Gambit splitting up.
And Roshan negated, right? That second Aegis is meant to be able to get yourself tier 2s, maybe high ground push. But you look at the Radiant side of the map now. There's still every tower up top lane, tier 2 mid and bot lane. And Gambit might start to struggle to really close this one out. 22 to 22. Slight net worth lead for Nigma. Again, back into the dead even game in terms of metrics.
And I don't want to say it, but you know that Time Walk cooldown, when he BKBs there, his Time Walk would have been back up, Gary. That would have probably saved him in that situation there. So
you're spot on. It was literally 1 second. It was literally 1 second cooldown difference between the Void surviving or dying.
They're still in an okay position. They still have very strong fight, especially when Chrono's up and they know meta's still down right now. They still could look to take some of them there, but they do have to be careful not to split up ever like that again. They cannot give these opportunities to Nigma when they had that type of lead.
And GH burrowing, hiding under the ground, setting up for a TV to try and split push a little further in that top lane.
Oh, he's just a nuisance to him. I mean, 1 or 2 mana burns. Now that he's level 16, he's got max mana burn. 1 or 2 mana burns inside of these team fights is pretty ridiculous too. Like Lina, you got BKB, but if you don't use it right away, you get caught by a mana burn into a stun, into another mana burn, you're out of the fight.
Yeah.
So Gambit does still have to be a bit careful with the way they position themselves, need to get some of these Dream Chronos again, as he has a full butterfly now. So
that's nice.
A bit more survivability for him versus the Terrorblade.
And Lina getting pretty big as well.
Yeah.
MKB, BKB going back into Dragonlance, it looks like. Yeah, trying to pick that one up.
Yeah, a bit interesting how Dream went for just his own build. He just went for his own aggressive build rather than looking at the, I guess, the Elven Tunic in particular from that Terrorblade, plus the evasion talent. Could see these misses coming into play for sure. Sure, he's got a lot of attack speed because he has the talent and Butterfly, but there's more evasion now on ILTW.
Well, a roll up to high ground, Immersion yet again leading the charge.
He has the gem too, so he wants to be the one in the front versus that Nyx.
Looks like Kuroki's Chen has already managed to get away from that dangerous area.
And he's got the shard now too on the Chen, important to point out. He did die on the courier earlier, but...
And Dire Vision still up on that high ground, and Miracle getting rolled towards...
He's speedy.
Speedy Invoker, yeah.
He's got BKB too, so he's a lot safer in a lot of these fights.
And look at GH. He's so emboldened by his Axe pickup. He walks straight in towards them. The send back from the Chen. Oh, it's not going to be in time, though. Now the Miracle gets the BKB off, but the physical damage shreds through the Invoker, and he's dead for 70.
What's our time? 35 seconds till we find out that Roche. But their lanes, look at the lanes though from Gambit. They have to actually go back to top, back to bottom to push them out. So they get this nice kill from this Chronosphere, the nice 2 kills, but can't actually turn it into anything else just yet.
Yeah, they're on the back foot still. I mean, what, TB illusions, Chen creeps, ion shells, everything making life difficult for Gambit.
Let's find out that Roche, 10 seconds. They have the illusion already in there.
There's a casual Mango on the floor. And GHE again back into his position up towards top. Make sure that whoever shows up there is pestered and annoyed.
He can still set up with Cataclysm pretty easily too, whenever the Invoker does respawn.
1 minute 20 for Roshan.
Okay.
A decent spawn time there. Everyone should be alive.
It's what, 1 minute 20 you said, right? So 80. Okay, so it's Chronosphere is pretty much going to be back up as soon as that Roche comes out. So maybe a pretty fortunate timing there for Gambit that it's not super fast.
And it looks like both teams, they know that Roche could be up. They want to start smoking, find these team fights, especially for Gambit to set the lanes where they want them across the river. And Nigma just going to be holding their position now around the Roche pit. Radiant side just loves that triangle. Juicy smoke from Nigma coming out.
They've got meta.
They know that Dream is a little bit out in the open.
Yeah, no Chronosphere, and they have meta of their own, so they should feel pretty strong inside of the fight. And these, I mean, the lanes just keep getting forced. Top wave, we have double siege wave coming into play. Illusions keep getting sent up there too, so they have to address it. Nigma trying to catch something while they are split up here a bit. But they're all sticking together now. Rallied around the gem.
Yeah, stay tight to it.
Yeah. Play around this one ward vision was one ward that they do have on the high ground right now. Alacrity talent is taken now finally from Miracle. We see most of these Invokers, of course, skip the rest of them because they're not that great.
TV is going to be a happy chappy.
It is pretty strong. 129 bonus attack speed and damage for an already monstrous TB.
What did he end up buying on that TV now? RTW.
He just got MKB.
MKB.
Yeah. He's got the Elven Tunic already built in for that evasion from earlier.
So I saw at one point, I don't know if you saw it, he had Diffusal Blade queued up for a second.
I saw him do that one of their games, but they were playing versus Medusa.
Medusa,
yeah. I mean, it's extremely effective damage item on agility heroes, as the damage is 100% of what you mana burn, especially with like illusion heroes too now. It's even it's different, but it's kind of just better than it was before. So, but not this game. It doesn't have a place.
Yeah, because he finished off the Scard instead of it. Looks like he just gave up on the idea.
Needs to be a little bit more tanky so it doesn't just get burst.
It's so irritating for Gambit, though. Everywhere they move, there's a Forge Spirit, a TB Illusion, something that's getting in their way.
Like, bottom's gonna get pushed out right now. Nigma's wave is gonna continue getting forced out onto their side, and these other two lanes, My Control, keep seeing him Ion Shelling mid, TB sends Illusions top, so it's very annoying, actually, for poor Gambit to get out on the map to look for the fight. They have Chrono, though, so it's gonna happen soon. And they potentially do have the gold. They actually do have the gold right now for the Void, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like they were trying to give Dream level 25. Yeah, they're all moving away from his XP, so nearly backtrack available for Dream 2, so pretty big.
That could be a turning point here for them.
They're both pretty close to 25. Lornoviv's a little bit too far, though. Dream. Whoop. Bit of a slip up there.
Yeah, Illusion Rune.
Feels the Ghost Walk for a second there. He knows that he's there. I want him to go finish for that 25, though. I think it's just too important. Like, he's just about to have the backtrack.
There's nowhere to farm, though. Look, the TB Illusion's cleared out his triangle. Everywhere else in his own jungle's gone.
Give him the mid. Give him mid and play behind him. Yeah, this is the play. This is good.
Because you can't go bottom, right? It's too far away from Roche Pit. You're just going to be handing over Roshan to Nigma.
No, this is good. Sit behind him in the mid. But, geez,
TB Illusions, Ion Shells.
And Ion Shells.
Oh, they're really
illusions.
Pissing him off.
Yeah. Miracle also, now we did find Timeless Relic. So damage,
so good.
Damage is going to be ridiculous with all of his spells, but also we have to factor in the disarm. The disarm from the Deafening Blast also increases the duration. Yeah, the duration plus your cold snaps and everything. It's going to be very strong. Can mess you up, though. I've seen a lot of times with these tornado lift times, you're just like, wait, this lasts forever now. So does have to be a bit careful there.
So you're hoping for them to have status resistance at that point.
Yeah.
Let's go, just drop quicker, please.
Which he does. You know, he does have S and Ys.
That's true. And a Satanic now as well.
Yep.
So we hit 25, get the Satanic going.
What other items did we see picked up? Lornoff, he got himself a leveler. I believe the TB swapped the Elven Tunic for the leveler too. And Lornoff, he's also almost hitting his 25, so that attack range plus his Dragon Lance, he's going to be able to keep a distance and actually hit back the Terrorblade, perhaps, from that distance.
How are we looking on buybacks here? I mean, Chen, Invoker, Earth Spirit, the three with them. Lena will have hers soon.
Not many.
Really, not many at all. It's going to be incredibly important for some of these heroes to buy back and get towards the Roche Pit again, because that definitely where the fight's going to start kicking off as the Void time walks straight into the pit. Thinks about starting it. Nigma are in the vicinity.
He does do it at full HP, but just has to be a little careful of this pesky GH. He's pinging. He knows that he's there, so does have to be a little cautious. They're actually going to smoke and look for the wrap. It's caught, though. The scan actually sees him.
Oh, and GH is going to get an abandon soon. He's been sat by the Roche pit for a good 2-3 minutes, just burrowed in the ground. Well, there's smoke, like you say, coming across. Hastrun.
They're not revealing it yet. They're not picking up the Hastrun.
Not grabbing it.
This is the bait.
GH is going to pop the smoke there. They know exactly where he is. Sentry ward, observer ward down on the low ground. They silence and catch out the Nyx Assassin, but the Hand of God, is that enough? No way. Carapace, turnaround stun. Oh, he's dead though with a vacuum into the wall. Good for staff time walk from Dream. And Nyx Assassin dead for 1 minute, knowing that he doesn't have buyback, so Nigma in a 4v5.
They popped the meta as well too, so they got to commit into this fight soon. Gambit resetting.
They're trying to stick around in this pit. I think RTW wants to try and steal it.
He has to go for this because he has meta active
but here
right
comes
now.
the Chrono. The Ice Blast comes in as well, the Scythe of Ice. The Deafening Blast, no, the Sun Strikes. Cataclysm coming to land in as well, but RTW's in trouble. Oh, he's sent back.
He dies.
Oh, he's still gone. The Mind Control Aeon Disc is popped as well. He's used up. Light Strike Array connecting, that's Roshan going to Gambit.
They had to try to commit though because they popped the meta and they didn't have any buyback from GH, but it ends up working horribly against them. As even though they get the send back, he dies in the base from the AA blast, so.
So close. Beautiful stuff from Gambit though. I mean, that kill knowing, we looked at it knowing that there's no buyback there from the Nyx Assassin. Making sure they get that 1 kill, numbers advantage around the Roshan pit. And now, the world is their oyster.
GH stayed in the same place for just too long, and you can actually like save this Nyx Assassin perhaps if you can get in close enough for like a 4-staff, but Kuroki couldn't, ILTW didn't want to, so he just gets chain silence and he's dead. He can't pop out of his burrow, he's just trapped inside that location. Looked a bit weird because Dream, having to pop BKB and Satanic, but it ends up working just fine as they get Aegis, they get Cheese, and now they have a shard for the next fight too, for the next Chrono.
And this Lena's becoming huge as well.
Yeah, she
Daedalus
is.
just picked up, so the right-click damage coming into the Chronosphere, that's going to be monumental from Lorinov.
And look at the distance.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Artillery cannon. 10 miles away. He's pummeling the buildings. High ground time now from Gambit, it looks like as well. While Dream pushes up mid lane into the tier 3. GH has burnt the majority of his mana though. Definitely bothering him as a good stun into Meatball. Scythe of Ice, vacuum back. They're going to keep those buys a bit of space for the Viper. Half HP to run away.
But they're sieging two sides. Lorinov is also pushing bottom. That's, pushing into a Nyx high ground is quite pesky when they go for this Aghanims build. This is what you're supposed to do exactly. Split it up, go for 2 different sides while they do that setup there with the burrow.
And now Nigma all respawn.
They're chasing out.
Gambit try and disengage, but Miracle, he's caught a glimpse of Afterlife. The BKB TP looks like it should be successful. There's nothing to stop him.
Nice. I was going to say, he should be fine. He's got Flicker too, so he can just, dispel the cold snap and continue moving. But takes the safer route.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, I'm in a very good position now here.
Yeah, I mean, what's the move from Nigma? Do you want to wait out this Aegis and hope to hold high ground, or try and get out of the map with split push like they were doing before?
I think if they just keep playing it too patient, it's going to play into this Gambit hand, actually. They'd have the potential for these crazy wombo combos, but yeah, I'm not sure. It's different. Yeah, relying on it is quite complicated. And just relying on the Kuroki trying to save somebody inside of a Chronosphere is also just not really that reliable either, because it's 6 seconds. Like, that's the one thing about this. Back in the day, it used to, it dropped down from like 6, 5, 4, maybe even down to 3 maybe it was 4. But either way, like, this is 6 seconds. It's a very long time delay to get sent back inside of a Chrono. Literally, the whole Chronosphere will be gone by then. Might have to preemptively do it.
Yeah, use it on someone, run them in, force out a couple of spells, and then kind of do that guerrilla tactics back and forth, kite them out.
It just feels very complicated for the win conditions now for Nigma inside of these team fights. They need some miraculous connections with every single spell.
And we're looking at him there.
We are.
That's the man. That Invoker right there. And they do have a lot of buybacks on Nigma now as well. I mean, Darks is the only one without it, so that could be something that they use to their advantage.
I still see GH only with this Ags. He's got Aeon Disc queued up. I can see why for like the survivability, but I feel like they need some other way to start fights. They actually just have a blink vacuum every single one of these, so it just seems really difficult for them.
Oh, misses out on his stun.
Uh-oh.
I think GH has been baited by his Invoker a little bit there, telling him to go on the Viper. And so the Nether Toxin, they'll whittle away at him little by little. And now, pick off on him.
I didn't get to point this out either, but Immersion finds himself a Timeless Relic, and he's got the +3 Geo Grip. Oh, Chrono is totally off the mark.
He was hunting for Miracle there.
He's got a Refresher Shard, but he actually, okay, he tips Miracle. I thought Miracle tipped him. All right. But yeah, let's look at the silence duration from this Earth Spirit now. So 6.5 seconds pre-debuff duration buff. So that's like a 9-second, just about a 9-second, silence that's going to be coming out from this Earth Spirit.
Yeah, good luck, honestly. What do we have? We've got BKB Invoker, Manta TB, but everyone else is kind of screwed, aren't they?
Nyx can't do anything. Darkseer can't do much of anything if they do get silence up. He has Aeon Disc at least to proc and remove the silence, but if he gets put on him afterwards, Mind Control even also will have very difficult times. And they use the Chrono, but they've got a Refresher Shard, so Dream already moves that into his bags at the ready.
And boldly going up to that high ground again. And he's got his BKB at the ready too. They vac Hex. Start it off onto the Faceless Void with a nice little wall stop there. They're going to take down the Aegis. Oh, it's close!
He's still alive!
He's still alive, but surely will die. First life gone. Pops that Sand and Yasha back into his inventory. And this is Metamorphosis from the TB. Needing to get to... Dream, what have you done? That's not the good one. Misses out on another Chronos. Miracle runs forward with the Cataclysm. Chases towards Lauren-Off, but the Lena's managed to escape thanks to the forces and Lotus Orbs from the rest of the team. Ancient Apparition, left stranded.
Do we get him?
They've got the stun. Scythe device from the Mind Control too. And we're starting to see it. The Centaur army from Kuroki. We mentioned it, a couple of minutes in. That's the chain stuns you need.
And Dream just completely whiffing 2 Chronospheres as well.
Yeah.
That is, oopsie. Maybe panicking a little bit when he gets vacuum hexed and double Centaur stomp, but some big mistakes coming out from Gambit. Nigma capitalizes a bit here. Don't have meta for their push, but they're going to try anyway, now that AA is dead. Try to get some type of map control.
And again, looking at buybacks, Nigma have all of theirs. 3 available for Gambit. As the high ground push coming from RTW. They've got Alacrity, they've got TB Illusions. They're not doing anything too rash though here. Slow and steady from Team Nigma. Don't want to give up any targets that could get jumped in. Mind Control's positioning here, it really is that Blink Hex, Blink Vac Hex, and Dream is going to be the one to get caught.
They're going for it.
There we go with the Meatball Deathling Blast. Can they save him? Can they get him out of there? Dream, he's nearly dead. Oh, he's gone. He's got buyback though, they've got to pop it. Turn this back around, but Afterlife he's being blown up by RTW. But the TB, Laguna Bladed, and Dream's buyback will open it up onto Kuro.
Again, I'd have to see a quick replay down. Dream kind of just panicked. He BKB'd, popped Satanic, had nothing to hit, and just ran around in circles. I think he could have just BKB'd and time walked out. Bit of a mistake from him, and now he doesn't have buyback. This is now a concerning moment here for Gambit. If he gets caught again,
could be lights out.
Yeah, he actually just has to spend up his gold. He's going for Lincolns for himself to protect him from the vacuum hex that now has caught him off twice.
They're going to have double hex though now, aren't they? Like Invoker's nearly got his, and I guess he's waiting for buyback plus.
And his hex is a lot more impactful, of course, the Timeless Relic. So it's going to last even longer versus that Void. Dream making some big slip-ups for his team.
Well, here we have it.
We get to see this again. I looked like he had a moment, right? Because I think he got Lotused for a second to try to protect him, but...
Well, yeah, now he's fine.
He stood around. It's okay. A little bit of a slip-up as the fight is going on in the base for a second here, but...
All right, pop BKB Satanic, and then he does have to buy back there, but Gambit on the front foot once more.
ILTW not wanting to buy back himself.
Just give up the barracks, relinquish a little bit of room here.
GH.
Immersion onto GH. Light Striker 8, yeah, that's a tanky Nyx. Deep underground. So Gambit claim what they needed. It's buildings, objectives, get themselves an opening into the Radiant base, but it's not the killing blow yet, and that's what worries me about this Gambit side, is the ability to finish.
It has to be like everyone's focus has to just be protecting Dream at this point. Lauren-Off, he's got buyback, everyone else just has buyback, but you need to just make sure that you can protect this Void. They have Force and Glimmer on the AA, but nobody else really has anything fantastic to kind of protect him with besides the Lotus on Afterlife. Who, speaking of Afterlife, has now hit 25, so we've got Nether Toxin with pretty much 0 cooldown now at this point, 3 seconds.
Nice.
So there's going to be multiple of these inside of the fights.
Well, it's our favorite time of the game again, Fogged. 10 seconds until Roshan respawns.
Yep.
The dance of death around the pit.
It's got to be so scary as Dream, too. They have more lives than you.
Yeah.
Nigma has 10 lives. You only have 7.
And you need Aegis on Dream at this point.
No, sorry, 8. Yeah, and you do need it, absolutely. He's got Lincolns to protect himself, at least versus the initial Hex, but now that you said, there is the double that can come out to trip him up. So he has to be very, very wary of his positioning. I don't think he can ever again really frontline like that until he has his buyback available again in the next few moments.
Oh, Kuroki's got a potato. Well, I don't know where the rest of his creeps are, though. Maybe he's lost his Centaur army or something. No, they're all regrouping back up together.
Hey, 1 potato's value.
Yeah, that
10%. It's like a pipe.
That cloak. Super good against AA in particular.
Yeah.
And GH looking to scout out around the Roche pit again.
35 seconds.
That's a fast one. Speedy spawn. Miracles out on the map. Any stragglers, anyone that wants to risk their life to push out a wave?
Lornoff doesn't even know what to buy anymore. He's almost full slotted. He's got, of course, the Ags and the Shard and stuff like that, but it doesn't really fit with his build right now, so going for Aeon perhaps next.
Especially when it comes down to these buybacks, the ability to stay alive, not get burst. Aeon Disc is incredibly important for you.
Yeah, and he's got bots too, so he can buy back and join right on top of the fight. Doesn't have to worry about not having an outpost or something along those lines. Just because the continued pressure keeps coming out. Nigma, Forge Spirit's bottom, Ion Shell plus TB Illusions on another lane. So it is still the same thing that Gambit keeps having to react to. That might give Nigma an opportunity to sneak in and catch somebody off guard. AA does not have buyback. It's still a pretty big kill, even if they find BZZ, who's pretty far out right now.
Do they see him? I don't think they do. They spot Immersion in the mid lane.
They have
taken out BZZ, but they know Immersion is a target they could potentially go for. Missing out the next stun with the vacuum back with his Skadi going. Immersion rolls away thanks to BKB and the Chrono. Cataclysm going to come and land in onto a couple of the Gambit guys as BZZ's blown up, but RTW survives. Gets away from the Chrono. Immersion destroyed. A double for Miracle. And now Dream's the one in trouble. Oh, Faceless Void. Without buyback, you've got to really hold on for dear hope here that your teammates can respawn, because you got no Chrono, no AA.
He didn't know who to hit. He had no targets there. He just continues hitting GH, who has an Aeon Disc propped. He's in the burrow. Then he switches to TB for a second. He's panicking. I mean, Dream is really starting to crumble a bit here.
And they've still got these Forge Spirits, and it looks like they'll try and level out the barracks in the mid lane. Terrorblade still has the meta going. Time dilation for the Tornado. Oh, Faceless Void. Dream. Chain stun to stop the EMP. He's been caught out. He's dead. He's gone for 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Nigma find the one kill they needed to secure this game. And Afterlife, he's just going to fall flat on his face here, I think. He's dead. A double for RTW. Quick Sunder back. Gets the triple kill going. And Gambit completely out of contention. GG's called.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Gambit had this game in the bag.
Chen winning a game.
Chen wins a game, but also, oh my, in the manner that they end up losing. A Chronosphere whiff in the bottom lane, a refreshed Chronosphere whiff in the mid lane into a Chronosphere on the wrong targets. Nigma must be celebrating there. Mind Control with the refresher at the end there, popping off, and my god, they've actually done it. The chain stun's coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, great itemization. The Hex, as you mentioned, the Vakita Hex, then the Stomps. We saw, what, 2-3 Centaurs from Kuroki showing Chen is still a relevant hero. And we didn't get to see too much of the Shard, did we?
No, we actually did. We saw one sendback that didn't actually do much of anything. So, but we saw the idea. Yes. The idea is what matters. But man, it actually ends up working. This Ags plus the Aeon Disc on the Nyx Assassin, instead of having him to initiate, they actually initiate onto him, which kind of makes him the initiator in a way, because he just Aeon Disc procs and is able to get all of his spells out. And wow, I cannot believe that Gambit actually lost this game.
Yeah,
that is very surprising.
It's like the dogpile effect, right? They'll dogpile on the Nyx Assassin. It's like, okay, 5-man vacuum, don't mind if I do. But that's, the series all done and dusted. We'll hand it back to Rich and the panel.
Look, I'm the host. It's just my job to ask questions. Sure. I don't usually actually do the analysis myself, but that was all Chen.
All Chen?
120%.
I thought you were going to say, my Faceless Void would have done better.
No, it definitely wouldn't, but that
was a rough one. The nerves, definitely. Like whiffing out, like for the Aegis he's using on the bottom lane, Chronosphere starts hitting 3 different heroes, then goes back, doesn't have a time walk down, has attack speed. Instead of it, dies, and then when he has a refresher, whiffs a Chrono, refresh, just to do it one more time. That was a nightmare for Dream, I would say.
Well, you were waiting for that one.
No, I was.
Very clean execution there on your behalf. A lot cleaner than his. But when we actually do look at that game, it's going to change a lot here, because we were in a situation where we were seeing all these best of 2s becoming draws. It was 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. This is finally a chance for Nigma early on in the day to pull ahead. I forget, though, I was talking to you a little bit earlier about the schedule. Do they have another one today? Or
Nigma?
Yeah.
They play IG in the 4th slot.
Okay, so they are going to have one more series here today. It's not going to be on this stream, but I'm sure all of you guys right now are probably watching in the, I forget what they're called, where you get to watch Squad stream. Yeah, in the Squad stream right now. So you can hop back and forth between those matches as we start to see all of these best of twos for the wild card. But this is big for Nigma. Now they're going to actually be able to slightly pull ahead, and that's going to be 3 W's for them today. But let's look at some of the key moments. I know when we started this one off, AY, you were really saying it was all going to be about the off lane. That was how it started out. That was definitely the initial story. We're looking a lot at that Viper, but it does start to change as we get later and later into the game.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this Viper 3. I mean, I think he lost his lane. He got first blood. Really good micro from Curl. And although Dream had a shaky end to the game, I think his early game was actually really good. Like, he was coming to fights even without Chrono, contributing to his team. He had really good Chrono shows all the way up into the point where
he just breaks. There was like one moment after picking up the Aegis at the bottom. I think he breaks. Like, you can feel that something's just off. Yeah, after that, like, doesn't know who to hit inside a Chrono multiple times. Just one of those feels bad moment. I think coming here, winning a game off Team Secret, losing 2 of your players, but
you get the
this
full
team
range of emotions,
still playing
right?
better than I expected. You know, with 2 stand-ins, they're doing much better in my book. But for this particular game, we can see the power of Nyx Assassin, something that's very popular, especially in Chinese region, like Lanham from position 5. He gets Aghanim Scepter if he finds Philly Stone. Because this hero doesn't really farm. You need to be able to stay alive in a team fight, get multiple rounds of spells off, to be able to get some gold. And in the end, like, bought an Eon disc, Faceless Void focuses him. Fog had a nice thought about it, like, you don't necessarily need to initiate if they're the one initiating on you while you still have Eon Disc and Burrow, and then he just crumbles in the end one more time.
Yeah, very, very apt way of putting it. I want to go back, though, at the very beginning of this series. AY, you brought up the idea of Gambit with the situation that they were in. Obviously, 2 stand-ins, but that idea of players on the team being like, you're just not good enough to play with. And they get here, and it's like, okay, we got something to prove. And it's a double-edged sword. I think that they did prove a lot when they played against Secret earlier in the day. Does that pressure just mount up on you, though, once you're able to be like, okay, we proved something, now we need to go bigger again? Was it a double-edged sword in your mind that can cause somebody to crumble like that? What do you think the actual psychology of the players was?
I think it's, like, for me, I wouldn't really feel like we proved anything after just beating Secret. I think, like, that game should make them feel like we are capable of beating these teams. And, like, even this series, like, they lost 2-0, but it's not like the games were stomps, right? Like, they were in these games, they were winning these games. And I want to say, like, when you're 2 stand-ins, the thing that develops the latest on teams generally is...
All right, what boxes are still needed to be checked here for Gambit, Tsunabi?
Okay, so I think Grimstroke's still good. It gives Rubik quite a few spells. I don't think there's anything that Rubik doesn't like getting from Grimstroke, so that's always pleasant. I don't really know BZZ's hero pool, which is the problem. He was on a Div 2 team, and so he was still playing in the DPC Season 2, and they go with a Morphling for their carry.
I'm sure he can play
everything.
I'm sure he can play Grimstroke, like every 5 player.
Yeah.
Well, then again, you can also run the Nyx Assassin as a 5. I've seen him play it in pubs, and I think most 5s have been practicing the 5 Nyx, but
then you take
your
the
5
Nyx
Nyx
Ion
against
Shell.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Maybe you do some like safe lane Darkseer versus the Brood because it's a melee hero. Darkseer owns melee heroes.
Ooh,
and then you do some aggro, and maybe the morph just goes mid.
I'm actually pretty on board with that.
Double up on the stuns, maybe something with the Nyx Assassin.
Because at this point, the support duo going with the Broodmother is going to be either Rubik or Disruptor. Neither of those are particularly strong laning supports.
Yeah.
I guess Thunderstorm or Thunderstrike on Disruptor is kind of annoying, but yeah, Darkseer would definitely be able to deal with it, especially now if you have Living Armor to help sustain.
Man, anytime I see a Nyx Assassin in a draft, I just think like, God, I hope the other support's not another melee hero. Like Nyx Assassin Spirit Breaker, Nyx Assassin Treant, you just are mega risking the enemy team picking like +1 melee punishing team fight. Like if they get something on top of this Disruptor, all of a sudden you can't take a single fight because both your supports, like the heroes that are going to be active, are hard countered by this team fight. So yeah, I think Execration probably wants to pick something to double down on this. The fact that there's so many melee on the enemy, and Morphling's like practically melee range too, right? Like it's so close. It's not range.
But you mainly care about the landing phase for Execration? You want them to double down on what aspect?
I think Execration should pick some like Mars. Like if Mars is obviously he's banned out already, but something that's like Mars, like Nigma, something.
Wait, you want Brood mid?
You can run Brood mid, yeah. I think Brood mid is perfectly fine. I guess that is the weird issue. You could run these heroes mid as well.
Yeah.
Like Mag mid would be good too, but that's first phase banned. These like heavy team fighter.
Timber still in the pool as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so potentially Timber you're looking at here, Tsunami?
Yeah, I'm with Jenkins. I think punishing this heavy melee lineup and morphling also doesn't really have great morph targets. Turning into any of these heroes is not great for morphling, really. I guess you can turn into Brood, turn on Insatiable Hunger. Do you keep the Insatiable Hunger buff?
I think so, yeah.
I think you do.
I think so.
So that's, I guess, the best option. Your webs disappear after you swap back and forth, so you can't really use that for move speed.
The only reason I wouldn't go for like a Timber is just because of the fact that there's like a Nyx to mana burn, which is very annoying for a Timber.
Yeah,
he just
true.
likes to play with mana, and then also you really lack Disable for Execration right now. I really think they need some like meaty frontliner in the mid lane. Maybe some like Dragon Knight. Ember Spirit would have been really good for them actually. Oh, they do go with the Gyro. Okay. So that deals with the Brood really well. So that's a way to actually kill the Brood in lane, which is nice.
Gyro was something that you mentioned very early on, but we got one more pick here to round everything out. Is there anything jumping off the page?
Tanky mid. I like the DK idea. I think he would struggle getting kited though.
It's against Morph too, so
Yeah.
we have to consider that option.
A lot of magic damage on the side of Gambit. And with a Brood Mother on your team, I still feel like the pressure's on you to end the game fast. I think Brood falls off just as hard as she used to. She struggles to find her place after like 35 minutes. Sure, you can get like Scepter and Shard, but it's still difficult to siege high ground, especially against this team.
I think she falls off harder. She's not like anywhere near as much of a like right clicker in the late game.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if you're playing her in the late game, she's like some spell damage nuclear hero,
Right.
which is very like a Void Spirit or something in the late game, which is
she
very
kind of has a lot of slow with Silken Bola, so a little bit more crowd control.
yeah,
but
like
she doesn't
utility late game.
Exactly.
She's not like a right click carry.
Yeah.
The Diffusal like carry build on Brood feels really bad right now.
Yeah.
I really like this pipe build that people are doing.
The thing is that if I recall Yoe's hero pool, it's usually like Spirits, so Void Spirit's still in the pool. Puck is banned out. TA is available. Oh no, never mind. TA is banned out.
TA was first,
and
yeah.
wouldn't have really been tanky. I don't know.
It does just seem like a Spirit pick is probably coming.
Razor?
If you pick Razor, it's just they really lack lockdown. Like you
Yeah.
desperately need some sort of. None of these heroes do anything, right?
Yeah.
All of these heroes just run around and farm. Brood hits creeps. These supports are +1s. Like they need somebody to actually go in and do something.
True.
So a Puck would have actually been really good. Wind Ranger, okay.
Okay. Yopaj and Neon in Singapore was popping off. It's a Southeast Asian specialty. Gives a fair amount of lockdown. Utility with the stun. There's a lot of magic burst though, so her wind run's not going to be that useful.
It's nice against Morph though, because if he's ever low HP and you have a ward on him, you just one-shot him with the nuke from far away.
Although it does also give Morph a good hero to turn into.
That is true. That is definitely true. If you get the Aghanim Scepter, you're just super speedy. Does that still go past the move speed cap? No, they removed that,
took it
right?
out.
Okay. So it's a little less good.
The folks at home relatively split on who they think is going to come out on top.
And I'm with them. This is probably the most even draft that I've seen thus far. I think I'll lean Execration just because that last game, I think Gambit maybe a little pooped right now. I think Dream, I mean, he's been doing well, but I think that this Gyrocopter, his whole job is going to deal with Morphling. I mean, deal with Broodmother. And if he's not able to do that, if he's a little gassed, then I'm kind of giving it to Execration.
So for like psychology reasons.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Draft on draft, I'd say 50.
Yeah, which I think is reasonable right
I think
now.
that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. I think a lot of this major is honestly going to be determined by psychology because of these TI spots that are being handed out and some stand-ins and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last one. You got a lot to worry about, and then on top of that, the way that the wild card's actually working out, you just have a grueling schedule today, and the team that's going to have the most to deal with mentally is definitely going to be Gambit. The draft looks relatively easily. Let's just get down to business and see who's going to be able to take it. We're going to get this game started right now.
Here we are, Lacoste. Execration up against Gambit. And like the panel was saying, getting into the heads of some of the players. Dream, he had a bit of a blunder in his previous series. So let's see if he can pick things up. The draft-wise looks pretty good for Gambit, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of favoring Gambit's draft, to be honest, because they gave him a hero that he can't really mess up with. It's not a Faceless Void, the Gyrocopter. Can't really a lot of things can go so wrong, right? With the gyrocopter, use a flat cannon or use rocket barrage.
They catch themselves.
Maybe you can misclick a rocket on the neutral camp or whatever, but yeah, I think they needed to give him a different hero, something that to get back the confidence.
Yeah.
It's not just the thing that we're talking about. It's actually real because they need to be able to bounce back. And I'm a bit concerned. I've seen a lot of Broodmother in Southeast Asia, in China. This hero falls off. Like, you need to hit the right timing. You kill the tier 1 tower early on, control the top part of the map. But then again, you have Rubik. It's one of the heroes for me that's just not a game winner and not too many good spells to steal. Anyway, something from Darkseer possibly, Overgrowth, Nyx Assassin, Impale is good. Other than that, Rubik is just not a game winner compared to what he was, the place where he was a year or two ago. And then we have a Disruptor, Windranger. Like, these three heroes are extremely squishy. Once Morphling gets online, I also don't see a Spirit Vessel carrier. They have Mana Burn, something that he does not like to play into, but other than that, they have tools to deal. Like, they also have a Mana Burn for themselves, and they have a Gyrocopter to deal with the Broodmother Spiderlings and the Illusions later on.
Yeah, some clear to deal with those PL Illusions, and then there's that Windranger right at the end, the last pick for them. Like you were saying, a bit of a wonky support duo. Does Windranger remedy some of the problems? Like the panel was saying, they want a hero that can be active and go and do stuff. Windranger, I guess, once she gets Javelin, could run around the map and look for kills, couldn't she?
She is that hero. It's not uncommon for Southeast Asian teams to pick Windranger. I think panel talked about it. Tsunami, Yoi, and also Yopaj at the Major. Played quite a lot of it. It's just a hero that they love to play. Wasn't particularly, impressed. The hero, there are no dispel mechanics this time around, but they have stuns, some, not too many. They have no silences, so that's going to be a good one. None of these heroes also build into MKB early on, so looks like a decent game for Windranger.
Yeah, so
that's all I'm saying. TLDR, decent game. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of words for nothing.
Looking towards BKB timing is the primary thing, kind of 15, 16 minutes in. We'll see how that goes. But into these side lanes, Palos and RR down bottom, the PL and Disruptor. A pretty good aggressive lane once they get their levels up and running. A lot of magic nuke damage to turn it back onto their opponents.
Disruptor needs to be careful. I think Nyx Assassin can give him a level 3 a bit quicker, and then Disruptor missteps, dies. That's pretty much the plan. Once you have that level 2 Iron Shell, it's very hard to play into. I also want to see if he gets a Vacuum or he gets a Surge. Like, Vacuum early on, 1 point is enough to set things up with the Impale.
Yeah, it's a real nice disruptive force there from the Vacuum. I'm just keeping our eyes on that mid lane for a bit. Yeah, as Afterlife wears out that nice little Thunder Strike from RR. They've got a wave coming in towards that Dire Tower as well, so just going to try and chip away at the PL while the salve is going over on the Darkseer. But so far, Immersion not doing any wave dragging, no manipulation of the creeps. They are playing the lane as those two heroes together just to try and keep that pressure on in the lane itself. Oh, Rubik, that's a good little snipe. Takes out the stick and the wand recipe too.
So far, Execration on the bottom lane is playing pretty much perfectly, pushing out the waves, allowing them to use the courier so they can snipe it as well, something that you need to be very careful about, especially at the early levels. Courier is not moving at all, pretty much the Crystal Maiden movement speed. And then pushing out the waves, Phantom Lancer getting the most CS then at the moment, so doing a very good job.
And now Immersion is trying to bully back RR. Not too much he can do there. He's still looking to wrap in behind and maybe try and contest the next creep wave coming in, but like you say, exceptional job by Execration just to control that PL's lane as they have been doing. It looks like a similar thing going on up top, right? Gyrocopter's there at top of the CS himself. Rubik, got a courier snipe. He's trying to get back and block the pull camp. So he is making sure Treant isn't that complete nuisance in the lane and giving Broodmother as much experience as possible.
A very aggressive skill build from Treant Protector in this one. Going for Nature's Grasp and the Leech Seed.
Kinetic Field from RR is going to try and hold them back. It looks like he'll just about die. Tipped over the edge by that Immersion touch. Yeah, and first blood spilled.
Exactly as I mentioned, they get level 3 on Darkseer, Nyx Assassin still level 2, and then they decide to make a move on Disruptor. Not the strongest laner, they were playing the lane well. Item-wise, Ring of Bassi, more than fine. You're playing into, like, Nyx Assassin, he might get a single point in a Mana Burn as well earlier on, but it's a strong lane. Like, Darkseer plus Nyx Assassin or Earth Spirit always gonna have that kill potential. But to go back to the mid lane, how's mid doing? We have 15 on Windranger and 16 on Morphling, and we have this high 5 again in the game, which is really nice.
Been looking forward to that. Yeah, the bottom lane disruptor, you know, his death is almost an expected loss, right? You know someone's going to die down there eventually. Better the disruptor than the PL. RR definitely in the right place at the right time. As Yoe, dropping Lauren off low, but he's got his bottle on the Morphling now. Still looking at top three CSs, all being Execration heroes. And Loronov, this is dangerous. He's going to head down towards the bottom water rune. The shackle shot, he's going to take the rune away from him. Yoe denies the water rune. As bottom lane Immersion trying to move towards the Phantom Lancer, but he's just going to doppelganger himself away from the Nyx.
This is a big play from Yoe, where he gets 2 water runes and Morphling cannot refill his bottle, so potentially someone needs to die on a side lane so he can get the bottle refilled. There's no 3-minute bounty rune in his triangle anyway.
Yeah, it's a great start for him. Trying to de-ward there. It's top lane, the lift back. There's no spiders or anything from Nico here. He's still level 4, so it doesn't really have that immense pressure that the Broodmother can bring later on.
You cannot fight into this. BZZ 2 points in Leech Seed. The amount of HP that you get back is a bit too high. Broodmother also got heavily nerfed. It's not a 70% anymore. It's a 40 level 1, so you might even need to put another point in it just to be
sustaining in that lane.
Yeah, exactly, because there's a lot of damage, a lot of harassment coming out from these two. 17, 18, 1 charges bottom on Nyx Assassin. They need to be careful about that one.
Yeah, it could turn around on them. Has Carapace at the ready. Again, just weathers the storm. Has that Thunderstrike chipped away at him. But so far, so good. There's a bit of a catch-up here from the Morphling and the Gyrocopter, picking up a bit more CS than their counterparts in the past 30 seconds or so. Now, what's the Windranger up to? Null, Bottle, looks like the boots. Is it going to be Javelin or do we go Maelstrom? Because she needs BKB pretty quickly, it feels like, this game.
Might be a Javelin at the start and then lock the Mithril Hammer, see how the game's going to go.
Oh, that's a good idea.
If needed, you can just assemble it or, you know, get that BKB.
Oh, a quick little pause. Back underway. I see the Gyrocopter, 2,600 net worth for him. Broodmother with this early Orb of Corrosion, and another Blightstone queued up, looking towards a lot of minus armor for Nico.
It doesn't work. Last time I tested it, I was like playing, when, what was it, 729? I tried it on Tusk, it does not work.
That's sad.
Let's see if he's gonna go for it, if he commits.
Yeah, we'll find out exactly what goes on there.
Here
a good D-ward in the mid from Yoe.
Might be 300 gold down the drain, 150 if you have to sell it.
Oh, he bought it, yeah?
He bought it.
Oh, committing for it. Oh, securing that catapult bottom with a stun. Palos, nice little sidestep, drops the shoulder, jukes away from it.
Okay, he bought a full medallion, so we're okay.
Oh, we're good
We're good there.
Yeah, that's fine then. So now he's going to have that orb plus medallion. Oh, he's going to hit level 6 pretty soon as well. You know, Rubik has been moving away from the lane to give that experience to the Brood. So when the Spiderlings come, you know, Gyrocopter sure has the spill damage from Flak and Rocket Barrage, but if there's a swarm of them, I don't think you've got enough to deal with it.
My problem with this lane is Rubik is not a hero that can just roam around. He's not a Tusk, he's not a Clockwork, not an Earth Spirit. Can't really make stuff happen, especially against the Morphling. Like, it's very hard to kill him, so he either needs to stay in the lane. Similar concept to, let's say, Timbersaw offlane. You want to give him a lot more experience where he gets that levels and gets more efficient early on. Same goes for the Broodmother. You want her to hit level 6, have that Spiderlings. I just combined one word, Gary. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a major, no big deal. And then they can push the tower, like just to be able to evade the jungle. I want to see Living Armor. I want to see BZZ maxing out the Living Armor now, getting a point in Overgrowth, of course, on level 6, and then just getting more points in it to be able to give him some more fun on mid lane, potentially a save. Windranger already tried to go once for him, but without a Javelin, there's just not enough damage.
That's like on that point of Broodmother, you were saying earlier on that can fall off, definitely needs to hit her timings. The multiple timings there with that early game, level 6, definitely one of them. The webs, the tier 1 tower, and then the ability to like transition in towards the jungle in the mid lane as well, like 15 minutes in.
I've seen a lot of Broodmother games where she just falls off. I do not want to see Guardian Greaves into pipe type of a build. I want to see another core, something that Old 11 did at the end of the 2nd season.
Oh yeah.
Decided to go for a more of a right-click build.
Well, here comes Brood. Gets the insatiable hunger and the run forward. Spiderlings have all pretty much died though. And like you were saying, Rubik doesn't have that gap close, so can't get on top of Dream. Turn back with a homing missile, and that Nature's Grasp right on top of the Broodmother. Down goes Nico. BDZ might be in a bit of trouble as well. A spot bother for the Rubik. Chasing forward. That gyrocopter.
He should be okay.
You're right. But he doesn't use them.
Keyboard not working. Didn't click it.
Well, it's not really a misclick, it's just a non-click. He's not pressed his buttons.
Happens to me all the time.
Oh, maybe he's saving them for the next fight. Well, that's the aggression, from the Broodmother, not paying off for Execration and handing over 2 kills to that top lane for Gambit.
Oh man, he has full Mithril Hammer. 9 minutes in on a gyrocopter. Yeah, on top of Magic Wand plus the power treads.
Yoey. Loronoff turns into the Wind Ranger. They're trying to bait this and look for the lift, but there's the strength shift back in from the Morphling. He'll be perfectly fine to back up to his tier 1 tower.
And Rubik shows up, does nothing as expected. This hero is just so weak compared to like where he was before. Other heroes got buffed, he got nerfed.
The timing had to be perfect. You can see they were waiting for like a shift down or the ability to catch him pre-strength shift with the lift and maybe kill him off. But that window was so small, BDZ couldn't really get the job done. And there's now a little bit of room top for Nico's Broodmother. Start amassing this Spiderling army. Chip away at the tier 1. Also farm through the jungle and cut the waves. But it's against the Treant. I'll get on top of BZZ. Minus armor from that. Oh, that medallion, look at him go! He gets burst down by the spiders. There's a good call down, a flat cannon, and a ton of gold for the gyro in return.
It's still okay. They're keeping the tier 1 tower alive. That's what matters. Tower full HP. They brought Nyx Assassin top, so not too much done, but Darkseer doesn't care too much about it. Feels very safe. Has Infused Raindrop going into Vanguard next. I love that. Might even upgrade it against the Phantom Lancer, against the Broodmother. I wouldn't mind seeing a Crimson Guard here.
Yeah, get that nice little bit of damage block. And neutral items coming out. Possessed Mask Morphling. That is a super desirable item for him.
Yeah, it's a must-have. Like 100% drop rate for Morphling players.
Yeah, every game. Honestly, every game I see it. Always there, and Loronoff very gladly takes it. Immersion up top, trying to contend with not only Spiderlings and Brood, but also Yoei's rotation. Wind Ranger looking to try and pressure this tier 1 a little bit against that living armor and the Treant's defense. And it looks like with a catapult wave, they should be able to claim this objective. While there's no real pressure on the rest of the map from Gambit, is there?
And they can defend the tower. Overgrowth is available, cooldown in 20.
They want the Wind Ranger. Oh, he's not close enough to get the overgrowth, and they've still got a lot of spiders here for Nico. Back towards the Treant, BZZ down to half HP. They'll turn with the Rocket Barrage, force the spiders back, and they will stop that 4-man push and rotation into top, as Execration have ditched the bottom lane, bringing Phantom Lancer to the triangle now.
Phantom Lancer will have the Fusel Blade ready in 300 gold, and then he can join potentially on the top lane. This is where he's going to feel very strong. It's a pretty fast one, yeah. He's rushing it. Just the power treads, no raid bans, nothing.
Oh, they miss out on the field. They don't stick the Nyx inside, and the 2-man impale back into the wall. Beautifully done by Gambit. That's going to lift their spirits, but a Shackle Shot focus fire onto Dream now. The Wind Ranger wants a bit of action, but the overgrowth holds them all in place. Allows the turnaround yet again. The stolen 3-man. The Ravage from Rubik. Oh, hello. Sniped down with a power shot.
Wow, that was nicely done. Rubik, this is the spell that you want to have. Impale, it's only level 2. I like that Nyx Assassin is putting more points in a carapace, just lower the cooldown, because it scales really well. Just the duration and the cooldown, of course. 5 per level.
Jeez. Loronoff down to within an inch of his life, but he turns back onto this Wind Ranger. She's got Wind Run yet again. A Morphling still giving chase, misses out on the waveform. They'd have to strike the strength button. There's an invis rune there for the Wind Ranger, and they turn. The chain stuns the Morphling. Can he shift? He can quickly. Under the Thunder Strike, he's slowed a little bit. They do have the glimpse back. You're right, Lacoste. Drag him into the waiting arms of the rest of Execration. And now Loronoff, he's out of gas. He's got no backup. There's no team to save him.
No one actually TP'd to save him.
Surprising.
Support, immersion. Now that I clicked on him, has a TP ready. Maybe wasn't available at the time. I don't see the reason why he would not TP to save him.
Nowhere to be seen. He's now going to Vendetta up though. Nyx Assassin under a sentry ward. I'm not sure if the creep wave spotted him, but I feel like Execration going to have a pretty good idea of where he's heading. And Yoei at about half HP, guarded up by RR, and another sentry's there. So yeah, they knew exactly where the Nyx was maneuvering. And this has allowed them to take that top tower. Now Broodmother's map completely open. This is the real sweet spot for the Brood to get things rolling. She is going for the pipe build, Lacoste.
She is. Gonna mitigate a lot of those. Magical damage will allow them to team fight more efficiently. I want to see how it ends up. You know, you get that Guardian Greaves, Nyx Assassin, back.
Yeah, good stun. Allows Afterlife to grab up the kill as well.
I mean, I'm not totally against it, don't get me wrong. I've seen Broodmothers doing really well with that pipe. They come online quickly, you hit the timing, 20 to 30 minute mark, you feel very good just providing so much to the team. Pipe tanks up the spiders, that's what matters. They don't have that much magic damage anyway.
Yeah.
But what you need to be careful about is the flak cannon. And now after finishing the Maelstrom, going into BKB on this gyrocopter.
So no axe.
Yeah, there are no steroids for a gyrocopter in this game. They need to build items, like they need a solar crest potentially. The only thing that they can buff him up is living armor. That's really not what you want to have, but okay.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. In the Broodmother build, you've also got to... Oh, hang on a second. This smoke from Execration could be huge onto the Morphling. Lorinoff, do you have fast enough fingers? He does. Strength shifting. He's in the stack storm. They've got the catch, but they don't have the kill, I don't believe. The stun from Rubik. The focus fire coming, but Lorinoff turns. He's fine. Beautifully done as he survives, and they get back onto the Wind Ranger, blowing through Yoe.
It's always tricky to gank Morph. If he's fast enough with the fingers, Overgrowth, they're just gonna get an extra kill.
Sniped
with
out.
that, Lorinoff actually snipes him when he turns into Wind Ranger. And doesn't even need to go back to base to heal. Has that Morbid Mask, Possessed Mask, sorry, that you talked about, plus the Living Armor from Treant.
Yeah.
Rune spawning in the triangle might pick it up.
He's perfectly fine, and it allows the rest of the team now to rotate as they did react to that triangle play. They glimpse the Nyx back into the Phantom Lancer though, and Palos with that Diffusal Blade starting to think that he is strong enough to cause a bit of chaos in these battles. But again, it comes down to the timing we need here from the Wind Ranger BKB and the fact that Rubik Disruptor, not really the heroes that you want to be, first point of contact in a fight. They don't roll in, they don't gap close.
Yeah, these are not heroes that go in. Someone needs to go in for them. So Wind Ranger, once she gets the BKB, it's going to be much easier. Or they need to play in the lane with the Broodmother.
Well, yeah, the point about the Broodmother, right, is that the build with the pipe and the Greaves, you're kind of playing as that team fight utility hero, whereas Broodmother, as a Spiderling maneuver, wants to be out pushing lanes and farming away. So it's a difficult tightrope act to walk across, whether or not you want to be with your team as 5 or if you do want to be split pushing. I think you might be hitting the nail on the head there. If they play into the Broodmother lane, it solves that problem exactly.
No one will come and try to gank Broodmother. You just don't get the gold back. There's also potentially that you waste the smoke, can't kill her, too tanky, goes through the webs. So they need to play with the Broodmother. Put some pressure on tier 2 tower on the top lane.
Yeah, keep that pressure up there. Try and get onto the tier 2. I mean, RR, BDZ, they are still in that top jungle area. Well, this opens up the rest of the map for Gambit. Bottom lane being farmed out completely by Lorinoff. The triangle's cleared by Dream's Gyro. And it's this dual core with, saying that, Immersion. Shackle shot, not going to catch him. Dusted, but too late. Spiderling's almost all cleared through, and a great carapace to stop the power shot from hitting him.
Hard to kill. Just maxed out carapace, 10-second cooldown.
And they'll get the turn on RR. Find him instead. Or did he try and glimpse the illusion? Yeah, killed an illusion, immediately respawns. Kinetic field comes, but all too little too late.
They still managed to kill Immersion. Long distance snipe, power shot plus Fade Bolt will do the trick. And now Spike Carapace stolen. You would ideally want to have Impale, but there are some uncontrollable damage.
Is that a shackle shot on an illusion? That's not ideal, but they'll snipe the courier regardless as BCC's dragged to the low ground with the vacuum up. Rubik sent skywards the stolen vacuum though, and the shackle shot latching onto both of them allows Yoe to get the focus fire, but he's overgrowthed up. Shackle shot landing again, he's got them caught up inside, and BDC's going to TP home. Afterlife, he might be able to turn with Immersion and Dream here arriving, but Yoe sprints away with the wind run, and Immersion's left isolated by the rest of his squad. Afterlife arriving again, Iron Shell's coming, and the adaptive strike, the shackle shot, Yoe, he turns it back onto him once more. Morphling can't get anything done, and Immersion needs the surge to save him.
Power shot again, gets him!
He gets him!
Man, Yoe has been on point with those power shots.
And now they've got Dream stuck. Thunderstrike with the connect field, he has to BKB! BKB wasted!
Essence Ring still available. Living Armor as well. So he will live, but a great trade for Execration. That's exactly what they need to do. Play a bit more aggressively. Broodmother still taking the top part of the map, controlling the jungle. Pipe done.
Keeping it locked for now, so I guess you get the double barrier. Use your hood, then use your pipe. We'll see if he gets full utilization out of that little trick. But farming incredibly well. Still a little bit behind the Darkseer, though, the counterpart there is Pos 3. Around 8,000 net worth. As mid lane, Static Storm. They know there's no BKB on Gyro. The focus fire and that nuke from the Broodmother clears up the Gyrocopter. Courier sniping the glimpse back on Afterlife. Darkseer dragged in, he's got a vacuum and a wall. Catches out a couple, but then Impale only onto one, and the pipe saves them all. Nico keeps the Spoilings alive while BZZ overgrowth in 2 seconds. Kinetic Field will trap Lauren off and Afterlife inside. Immersion can't move either, and the Phantom Lancer shreds through the tree, and hey, he's done for. I do got a bit of trade onto RR there. Afterlife Illusions causing a little bit of chaos. But Execration with that kill on Gyrocopter, so meaningful for them.
Yowie once again, landing a great Shackle, followed up by a Static Storm. Morphling, what is he getting? He's getting Butterfly next. Very interesting.
Even though you're against Maelstrom Wind Ranger, yeah? Oh. I guess against the Phantom Lance, that's going to help out pretty nicely. And PL not a hero that likes to buy MKB.
I think he's going to change. He also, like, just Shotgun is too good against the supports. If you want to, like, tank up, you can get Scotty.
And you can wait out the Wind Ranger's BKB, and she's so squishy, blow her up every fight. If you bide your time. Now we might start to see the strength of these two supports. Disruptor and Rubik roaming towards the Morphling, but they won't find Lauren off. And he does buy the Talisman of Evasion, so he's going to Butterfly.
Could be just a casual Talisman. I don't know if this is like
a good build.
Good build early on. Having a 25-minute Firefly sounds good, but you're still rather squishy. They can burst you down.
Like your effective HP isn't that great without more strength, without more HP.
Sentry
Vacuum, stun, good Static Storm field. 2 of them stuck inside, and the Shackle shot there towards the Darkseer. They do blow through BDZ, but the Phantom Lance is starting to arrive with his illusions. They'll keep back Gambit, but the Morphling's moved in aggressively onto Yowie. Adaptive Strike there, not going to finish him off, so Wind Ranger fine. And the pressure continues and mounts on that mid-tier 1 tower as Gambit bring the numbers. Force the buyback from the Rubik, and now the Doppelganger away by the PL. The tower's down, that's what they came for, and that's what they'll claim. All the glimpse
back, BKB available. He had time to BKB, but they're going to protect him. Everyone's just going to get there. Not farm for him, so that means that the Nico will take the tier 2 tower on the top lane.
So now Gambit have to change their plan, move Gyro down to bottom lane, it looks like. Try and protect him down there instead, but Nico, no tier 2 means Outpost belongs to the Broodmother, and that's going to be a really difficult objective to reclaim at any point against Brood.
We mentioned the Darkseer item build in this game, like no shenanigans. I love that people are staying away from Aghanim Scepter Rush. On the hero, don't think it's that great. We talked about the Crimson Guard, he decided to go for it.
Nice.
Plus a mech, like there's so much damage removed from PL, from Broodmother Spiderlings, and the Wind Ranger Focus Fire. It's actually an insane item, probably the best one that they can get. You counter all 3 cores with 1 item.
Especially for a team that doesn't necessarily rely on cooldowns to do damage. The Gyro, the Morphling really are just damage over time in these extended team fights. If you can keep them alive, they get multiple rounds of flat cannon or waveforms just to keep that damage going. A really good item build, like you say, from the Darkseer. We're still waiting for Yowie to get the BKB, about halfway to his BKB recipe. But at some point, looking at these 2 drafts, the dual core from Gambit, that Gyro Morphling with the Vacuum Wall, the Treant, the Nyx Assassin, the team fight is really scary. Do you think the PL is an answer? Is he the king of this game?
Not with the item build that he's going for.
What's he up to?
He's going for Lens and want to get a shard to be more annoying, especially for the supports. But these supports, they're relatively tanky. Nyx Assassin has a carapace. You have the String Protector with the Holy Locket, just amplifying the healing for himself and for the team, plus the Overgrowth. So I don't think it's that good. I don't think he's going to be able to just stand the ground and fight.
Yeah. Need some more stats, potentially.
Their heroes are also not good at going in and out multiple times. Like, BKBs are down, you're gonna get blown up. This is what the mana burn really excels at, which is maxed out. I really love what the immersion on Nyx is doing.
Oh yeah, against all these int heroes, right? Disruptor, Rubik, and the Wind Ranger, the prime one. As they move into Roshan. Gambit, they know they're strong around this timing. Morphling Gyro, they're ready with all the team fight behind them, like we're explaining.
Playing into Overgrowth plus Vacuum Wall inside the pit.
It's a mess.
It's really a mess. Power Shot is gonna miss. Broodmother coming from the north. They see her.
They see the Brood. They're spamping it out, saying, hey, Nico, careful, buddy. There's the stun coming in onto the Broodmother. Nico trying to heal himself up. He's got the pipe. He's got Solar Crest. He's tanky inside these webs as well with the Essence Ring. The Overgrowth catches and the cooldown comes. So Brood down, and Roshan opens up again for Gambit. Well, Yoei, he's forced a BKB wind run.
His mana already got burned. 1 mana burn. It's a 4-second cooldown ability. Very nice.
That's a free Roshan for Gambit now, isn't it?
A Broodmother, if they want to contest, they need to buy back on a Broodmother. Otherwise, the Rosh just goes down.
Yeah, they can't.
1/3.
It's first Roshan, so it's not a massive deal, it feels like here. But it's still momentum out of the hands of Execration and firmly in the grasp of AS Monaco Gambit. I buy up a Blink Dagger on Rubik, so looking towards these team fights for that counter initiation. And they've definitely got the ability here, you know, steal Vacuum, steal Nyx Stun, try and combo up with the Disruptor. A difficult prospect for them, though. And Phantom Lance, like you said, yeah, there's the build. Aether Lens, Shard coming out on the Courier. So we will be able to clear out waves. And
going Octarine next, it makes a lot of sense with level 15 talents, -3 seconds on a Spirit Lance.
But yeah, no Scardy, no Heart, no ability to, like you say, stand his ground, to stick it in team
fights. It does
fights.
not give you tankiness. You're sitting at 1600 HP, 1800 with power drives on strength.
It's like the entirety of their draft is like that. They're all a bunch of spellcasters. No one's really particularly tanky. They need to get that perfect execution. I feel it's going to start from RR or Yoei.
Now it's a full Butterfly on Morphling. So you have, as you mentioned, that Maelstrom that procs. It deals with the evasion, but all other right clicks, they don't.
Yeah, so something to deal with that Phantom Lancer in the meanwhile. Now, what's next for Lorinov? You mentioned like the Scardy or something like that. Does he consider BKB in this game?
I might need to. When you're not right now, because he's in a good spot, holding the Aegis, sitting at 400 gold. We'll have to see. You know, if he dies like straight away, I think BKB is kind of a must, so you don't get your mana burn.
Well, Afterlife pops the smoke on Disruptor, so another failed move. Execration get a bit of a high ground ward going. Try and look towards that mid-tier 2 and the dire triangle area.
Now it's going to be much easier to execute the combo. Immersion, Nyx Assassin, went for a Blink Dagger after just finishing off the Fluffy Hat.
Finishing it off?
It's an expensive item, Gary.
He's going to sew it himself, put all the components together. And he's going to lead the charge here with Afterlife, surging the Morphling. Lorinov. They see the Phantom Lancer illusions, and they know he was nearby recently.
Disruptor is a good
Disruptor
catch.
and a DDPL from the high ground. They catch out the Treant first, but the Vacuum Wall stun on 2. They're going to blow through RR. The Stack Storm comes out, but a little bit too late as they've already destroyed the Wind Ranger. Yoei's gone with no buyback in Gambit. Once again, a firm grasp on this Radiant side of the map.
They're just too tanky. I don't think they have enough damage to actually kill a hero.
No, that mid-game had to go much better for Execration for them to really levy themselves some kind of momentum, and so far, it's just been Gambit all the way. Now this first Roshan, I say, just going to claim them up some tier 2s. They will have to address the Broodmother problem back in their base.
Oh, stolen mana burn. He's probably going to pay with his life for that one.
Yeah, pay for his insolence. No more stealing my spells. He's got a carapace. I don't know. No. BDZ's done.
Seems like it's the mana burn patch again. I remember Medusa when she was stealing mana plus the Nyx Assassin. You get both of these.
PL. He's going on a one-man mission here. Manta Star's away from the Overgrowth. The glimpse on to the Nyx Assassin, it looks like, but he's out. He's blinked away. Immersion's perfectly fine, and they're going to try and surge BZZ out of the grasp of that Phantom Lancer. Doppelganging forward, but can't latch onto a target.
That's Crimson Guard doing God's work. They just don't have enough damage. Love the build on Afterlife. We're going to going into Guardian Greaves, which will replenish some of the mana, give them more tankiness, and now aiming up for a Blink Dagger. So So even better execution of the combo. They caught the Gyrocopter, who's also going into Butterfly.
Phantom Lancer's going to close the gap on him, though. And Dream has the BKB. There's a nice one from Yoei, too. Trying to turn back onto Dream as the BKB is about to wear out. A little power shot towards the Treant as well. Execration, they're edging forward. They want to continue this battle, knowing that there are a number of cooldowns that Gambit no longer have at their disposal. And Morphling shackle shot in, but still holding on to Aegis for about a minute. Yeah, waveforming forward. Wind Ranger getting caught out with no BKB. There's the shackle shot from Lorinov.
He got mad. He got shackled so many times. Will turn into Wind Ranger most of the time. And another one.
Lorinov goes max agi, and Immersion's there with the chain stuns. One after the other. They all fall to pieces.
Aegis will be reclaimed in 30 seconds, going into MKB next. He's going full greed on this Morphling.
Hey, he's going big right-click build, and they're going to find RR here, yes! Can't escape. Gambit, 18-9. Nice, solid 6k lead for them. They're even thinking about pushing high ground. Force some buybacks here at the very least. Aegis, what, in 5 seconds or so?
PL does not have damage. He is annoying. His mana burn is also annoying, something that no one wants to play into, but where's the damage gonna come from?
Yeah, they've got a lot of heroes that are nuisances, but no real threats. Darkseer, like you've been saying, the perfect build for him. Sustains and heals and turns on the Palos. He just kills off the Phantom Lancer. It's a good shackle shot towards the Morphling in the DS. Can they kill him off? Lorinov says absolutely not. I'm going to turn and shackle shot you. He's got it, catching the Rubik in the back as well as the Static Storm whips out on them. They do buyback on the PL. In comes the Blink. Overgrowth from BZZ, though, saving the Morphling. And they've got the follow through. Get him to waveform away. Shackle shot yet again. Latching onto the Nyx behind him. And a BKB TP from Gyro gets him out to safety, so they'll trade a couple of lives here to extricate themselves from the Radiant base.
Oh man, this is good for Execration. They keep the Barracks alive, so Barracks was at 100 HP. Seems like the shackle shot is the best ability in the game.
Apparently so. I still don't know how the Morphling managed to catch 2 heroes with his, but BDZ's in the mid lane now. Another shackle shot, Immersion.
Oh no, he's gonna lose the gem.
The gem on him. Oh, that's a bit of trouble for him. Immersion's still stuck in the field, and that's it dropped. Do they note it? Oh, they do. They pinged it out.
It was his gem to start with. RR bought it, so they need to give him back. Original owner.
And Palos now heading into the heart of Tarask. Did he finish Octarine, or has he swapped builds now?
He swapped. He had the buyback in the previous fight, so no gold for him.
Realizing he's had problems. Either needed damage or sustain. And Broodmother into a Scythe of Vice, it looks like, pops out the tome for herself. Well, there you go, as Wind Ranger. Trying to farm through the triangle anywhere that she can find to pick up her own net worth.
Morphling realizing I can die, you know, after that death. Maybe it's time to get a real defensive item, has BKB queued up, which I really like. You know, MKB is expensive, it's very aggressive, deals well with the Wind Ranger. I don't think they need to, like, it's in this game, I feel it's 5th/6th item for Morphling after like BKB, maybe a Scotty, Satanic, just to be able to tank up and then get MKB, because you have tools to deal with other heroes. You don't necessarily need to go in and just blow up Wind Ranger.
Well, so far it's been a pretty good showing of Execration on how they can control the map, right? They haven't lost any barracks yet. They've kept that top lane shoved the entirety of the game, it feels like. So this 5-man from Gambit hasn't really found the success it would have wanted. And there are still openings here to find individual pickoffs for Execration if they can get the right smoke ganks, the right timing. But I feel like the wind is still in the sails of Gambit, and they'll be ready to smoke and make another move shortly, especially with the potential Roshan respawn coming up in just under a minute. 40 seconds or so till fast spawn on the big man. And they will shove the Broodmother out of that top lane and come cruising through their own jungle. And the Iron Shell on the Spiralings there causing a few problems for everyone involved.
All we need is TB. Broodmother, Phantom Lancer, TB.
Monkey King. I guess Monkey's ulti doesn't cause too many issues anymore. Lovely little fixes coming out of Valve.
Before it was TB against PL, it was unplayable.
Yeah. Too many illusions with that reflection.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Afterlife heading into Shiver's guard after his blink. He's going to walk all the way back to base. A little afraid of that smoke maneuver we were mentioning that Execration do need to pull off very soon. And they're also going to be relying on their buybacks, as Roshan is 1.5 minutes away.
Looking at Vision, Radiant does not have a single ward across the river. There's only one ward near their outpost, and that's pretty much it.
And Windranger going to have to TP back up the top to defend again. It's been a really exceptional showing here from Gambit. Now they're able to control this Broodmother and make sure she's not able to do those nice sweeping movements from the top through to mid, and in that jungle they are holding the outpost as best they can as that 5-man squad. And they are going to smoke. And this is the Roshan fight they've been waiting for. Second Roshan, 45 seconds away. And who's the catch? It's Rube up top. There's also a Windranger here nearby, but Afterlife smoke popped. He blinks up to high ground and finds nothing.
Has been killed.
They do get a courier, so not nothing in the end.
There's something. Roche will respawn in 30 seconds. Lanes are in a decent state for Gambit. Mid across the river, bottom they have creep advantage and they will push out the top lane.
And a smoke from Execration and PL, Windranger, sending their Lancers, Illusions and Power Shots into mid to shove the wave across. And a Haste Rune going to get grabbed up by the Rubik. No, he's going to leave it there for the bottle refill of the Windranger.
Oh. It's also 6,000 gold unspent on Broodmother, which is another 5k gold lead kind of for Gambit.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have items, you're really not doing anything with it.
It's worthless. They're going to get some dewarding going. They jump high ground, 3-man vac wall, but a good stun turnaround back onto the Morphling who has to BKB. They blow through the Rubik. BDC's down. Still some decent expenditure by Gambit to get that one kill, so Execration not too sad about it, but they need to contest this Roshan.
Execration doesn't have a way of starting a fight. They don't have that position 4 that goes in. Broodmother can scout things out, power shot. Like if she lands a good shackle, we'll need to follow it up by a focus fire plus a BKB. It's already a 6-second BKB.
The power shot scouts, but Roshan's already dead, it looks like. Loronoff gets the Aegis. Phantom Lancer throws out some Lancers. The Static Storm's down, but the PL's caught out. Needs the Glimmer, needs to save the Doppelganger away. Gyrocopter coming to clear the illusions. They on the growth vacuum. They've caught the two of them. Down goes RR, and BDZ with that buyback has to retreat, but Palos scouted. They see the Windranger too, and Emergence sets it up with a stun. Look at him go. The Phantom Lancer didn't stand a chance in hell. He's dead for 100 seconds, and probably game over.
Phantom Lancer's just not dealing enough damage. He kind of got baited by this build, which is okay in certain situations. I don't think this was the situation. Playing into 2 Agicores, you need to be able to match up against them. Supports are tanky enough. Like you are annoying, but you don't deal enough damage. And this build from Darkseer not allowing them to actually get any kills. Guardian Greaves keeping them alive, Living Armor plus a Crimson Guard, and they're gonna go for the finish.
Yeah, they're going for tier 4s and Throne. They know he doesn't have buyback. They've timed it. It's still on cooldown for 2 minutes. So that means there's no Phantom Lancer, no damage, no nuisance, and they're just going to go for tier 4s and Throne. It's a shackle shot, sure, but Afterlife, he's got so much heal and sustain. He's fine there with a Living Armor on top of him as well. And Loronoff is just pummeling the Throne.
Well, this is what we call zoning abilities, Gary. Zoning wall, zoning cooldown.
Vacuum. BDC's in, but the game is over. I call the GG. Gambit take game 1.
And this is a big win for them. You know, Dream after the performance on Void in
for sure.
Game number 2. Now he gets pretty much a perfect game. I believe he died only 1 time on the Gyrocopter, get his confidence up, and he delivered. Like they gave him the hero that he really shines on. Not a big, like, Rubik, man, I don't know how many times I've said it during the last season. This hero just straight up loses the game.
Lackluster. Really, really lackluster, yeah. And especially when we were looking at that draft thinking Windranger needs to pop off, Rubik needs to get some 6 steals and pop off, Disruptor needs to get these ganks going. So much had to go right for Execration, and the mid-game, it just didn't.
It's very hard with the lineup like this, where you have Windranger as a core who's relatively squishy, you have 2 supports who pretty much do the same job, and then you have a Broodmother on top of it.
You're reliant on your Phantom Lancer, really
pretty much. And
picking the whole team up.
Went for different items.
Yeah, well, we can pass it back to the panel to break down game 1.
Well, Jenkins, that was definitely a Crimson Guard game. Let's actually talk about everything that did happen and look at Gambit versus Execration. We got one more game to play. It's been a roller coaster for Gambit. Let's talk about some of the minutia of this first game in their best of 2.
Sure, yeah. Well, you mentioned the Crimson Guard. That, I mean, it's a weird thing to think about in the draft because, like, even as we were going through it, we were thinking, okay, like they need a mid that's active, a mid that probably has like some sort of stun, nuking potential, somebody to actually go in and do things. Like instead of being a +1, like having a hero that can actually do stuff. It's like, oh, Wind Ranger. Well, you already have a PL, you already have a Broodmother, and so you have 2 heroes that deal damage with these small damage sources, and then you pick another one, and then all of a sudden Darkseer picks up the Crimson Guard, and literally from that point onward, the fights looked horrendous. They looked almost impossible. And I don't want to blame it just on the Crimson Guard, but I mean, countering 3 cores with 1 item is, I mean, that's pretty nice.
Especially when your support duo also does not really deal damage. You have a Disruptor and a Rubik.
True.
At most, these are heroes that provide utility and control. They are not going to be able to lift the power of magic damage. That's not their responsibility. And so once all these 3 cores are taken offline, it's an uphill battle. And the Morphling, again, was like a perfect steal from the Wind Ranger every single time. So he was impossible to kill with the evasion from the Wind Run. And Gyrocopter was on Broodmother duty, so he also had his responsibilities all easy peasy. Because we were like, we don't really like having your carry be the responsibility for taking care of Broodmother. But here, it wasn't really too much trouble for him. He would just show up to a fight, turn on flat gang, and he's like, I'm team fighting, and I'm also making sure Broodmother's useless.
Exactly. It's like this idea that it's like non-committal. Like it's not a big deal for a Gyrocopter to do that. Like number one, if you're doing it on the map, he's relatively fast, right? And like you can do it while jungling Brood's camp, so you can like do it while farming. And then in team fights, like you mentioned, you're literally going to be doing it anyway. You're just going in flacking, and like if the spiders are there, they're there and they die. And Brood felt like a non-factor in this game past the early game. The early game looked really good. They got the tier 2, like happens in every single Broodmother game, so that looked really nice. Like Brood seems really difficult to deal with in the early game, but man, it falls off.
And this was even a Radiant Brood, because we were talking about how we find Radiant Brood to be much more effective, being able to maintain control of the outposts and then subsequent Roche control. But it was not the first phase opening that you would hope for from Execration and Gambit. Not that shaken, it seems.
Yeah,
especially with a good draft like this.
This is definitely you want that first win, because now they have the potential to bounce back in this series. It seems like they're in good spirits, and you got to give them credit that they do have the mettle that you need in a situation like this to bounce back, take a tough defeat. And they're going to be tough defeats when you're in a wildcard scenario like this. So we'll look ahead right now towards game number 2 and try to see what they might bring, and also what Execration might be able to tweak, because it did seem like the draft was a pretty important factor in that one, Tsunami.
Broodmother has been figured out. I thought that maybe, I've given it some time off. Got the pipe, didn't get Greaves, ended up going Solar Crest in the Scythe, which is creative. I give points for focusing more on offensive utility as opposed to defensive utility, which is usually what we see the Broodmothers in the DPC Season 2 do, but the hero is still the same hero. Whatever you build differently is not going to fundamentally change how she's played. Maybe she'll do a little bit more damage, maybe she'll do a little bit more crowd control, maybe she keeps your team alive a little bit longer, but ultimately she is never going to right-click people.
Yeah, you're in a situation where you're just trying to make up for the weaknesses, and you might be able to patch one of the holes up, but at the end of the day, you're still in a ship that's not meant to sail in waters of that depth. But as we jump into the next series, is there anything in particular that you're really looking for, that you're really hoping that some of these teams will be able to change?
I feel like if you look at this Gambit team and you just look at the games that they're winning and looking incredibly good in, Lornoff on Morphling is in like every single one of them where they just look completely stunning. And I look at this guy's pubs, I watch a few of his pubs, like he is god tier on Morphling. It's one of those performances where it's hard to believe that he's that good on any more than at least like, or at most like 2 other heroes. Because he's that good. We saw the Dark Willow plus Morphling combo. He was like dodging in and out of stuns and like, morphing back and forth, like hitting the right heroes in the fights, like not getting caught by anything. Just, it's like he's got like 10,000 Morphling games or something. Just get it out, man. Like, or at least try to answer it. You know what I mean? Like, you need some sort of answer, because the Wind Ranger didn't seem like it was anywhere near enough.
No, and that's a core answer. The support answers in game number 1, like my favorite support duo in Southeast Asia is definitely on T1 with Zephyr and Whitemon, but Execration were impressing me, whereas most Southeast Asian teams are kind of carried by their cores. Execration has a surprising amount of emphasis put into their support duo, and Rubik Disruptor does not offer you anything, really.
Where's the Lion at, man? I feel like
I'm wondering.
If you pick this Lion hero, makes heroes like Puck and Morphling and Void Spirit, these like very annoying to deal with mid laners. You just completely nullify their entire existence. You always have an option for dealing with them. Doesn't matter how high skill somebody is on the hero. If you get hexed, you're just
cast, baby.
Yeah, instant cast. Shadow Shaman was another hero I think we saw at the start of this season's DPC, where heroes like Morphling and, as I mentioned, Void Spirits, like these heroes looked really bad at the start of the DPC, and they're coming back. And I think there's no coincidence that like Morphling is looking really good now with Lion and Shadow Shaman and these instant stuns falling off.
Do you think that's why we're seeing AA first phases, because people don't want to waste a ban on Morphling? Because I don't think AA is that good of a support right now, but it answers a lot, like Io, Abaddon, Morphling.
Yeah, that's the thing. Exactly. Like I think AA is decent. Like the Shard is great, having some way to clear waves and do damage. You know, I think the hero's definitely been buffed. Like the ultimate does a ton of damage now, which is great. It's easier to hit now, which is great. But it's nothing to make the hero like S tier OP.
Yeah.
58% win rate in pro level pubs. I mean, that's an insane win rate, and I think it's purely because a lot of the cheese heroes, Morphling, Bristleback, Io, as you mentioned, these heroes are dealt with by AA. And so yeah, I definitely think so. That's why this hero is highly valued by a lot of teams.
So maybe a different first phase opening from Execration. The bugs are incredibly popular in Nyx Assassin and Broodmother, but Nyx Assassin, he'll fit into any draft. You don't need to craft something specifically that makes Nyx Assassin look good. He looks good no matter what. Broodmother, on the other hand, you first phase it, all of a sudden every single one of your picks on your team needs to be engineered to enable it, make sure that you can play a Broodmother game. I know we all know about Alchemist games, but there are such things as Broodmother games as well.
When there's a Brood in the game, it's a Broodmother.
It's just that simple.
Yeah. I've learned a lot from Senpai Sind, but I definitely think a lot of the things that you said about the Brood, both of you, very much going to be true, and we heard it echoed from all the casters as well, just the fact that Broodmother falls off, right? Now, when we get into this next game, we've talked about some of the strengths of Gambit, we talked about some of the strengths of Execration, but we should talk about what the stakes actually are as well, as we're starting to get close to the end of our first day here of Wildcard. We're about to get to, when we finish today, we'll be at the halfway point for Wildcard. It's going to take us 2 days to cover everything. Have there been any big surprises for you so far, Tsunami?
Yeah, I don't know if they can hear it in the distance on stream B, but you can hear Capitalist losing his mind over a Vici secret game right now. China's not looking as unstoppable as I would have been led to believe. It was my region I covered. I went to bat for them. They're looking good. They're not just looking like overwhelmingly dominant, though. And so I'd say that's my biggest surprise so far, is China's looking mortal.
Secret one, that for anyone who maybe didn't get to see, production did just inform me of that. But yeah, I honestly, I feel like anytime we come into an event like this and all of the folks are completely like, okay, yeah, it's all about China. This is the reason to watch. That region never overperforms.
Hence Europe at Singapore.
I wonder what that is. I've always wondered what it is. I don't think that we'll ever be able to just find the answer straight up. But do you think a lot of it is when there is a region that seems to be that good that it just gets answered? Like there's just that much more focus on those teams?
I think with China, T-Gov actually had a really interesting theory on that. He said something along the lines of, I think it was T-Gov. Maybe I'm just quoting somebody else and they're going to be very mad at me.
It was probably me.
Maybe it was you. Yeah, it was very intelligent, so maybe it wasn't T-Gov. But,
probably Sind if it was really
probably Sind, yeah. But basically they were saying that China has this like infrastructure. They play on a lot of lands all the time.
DPC was played on land.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't see that in the other regions. And so when they come to something like this, it's like, sure, maybe they don't overperform because they're just not that hyped up to play. It's not a different environment from what they're used to, which depending on how the other teams are doing, that's either a weakness or it's a strength, right? Like if everybody is playing lower because of the crowd and because of the cameras and the lights and being surrounded by people and the crazy COVID restrictions and all of this stuff that's like a lot, you know, like maybe China is just like, yeah, this is how it is. Like this is, you know, and so they perform it the same and then everybody else goes down, or maybe some teams go up, like OB Neon in the previous major, like Gambit, I think they've got this like what I would describe as like this motivation from being like they have the underdog motivation, right? So maybe they go up, but only because they're in such a weird situation. Maybe a team like Secret goes down.
So you think it's a consistency thing?
I think so.
China might just be in an area where practice how you play. They're constantly practicing and playing in the same environment. They feel very much at home. They're just coming out and they're giving you the same performance every single time. Definitely an interesting thing to think about, because that's more similar to the environment that most teams have to perform in now with the new format, right? When you all of a sudden have games where you're not going to be as hyped up because all of a sudden it's league play. It's harder to figure out what those stakes actually are. You got to show up. You have to play no matter what. And sometimes I feel like the teams, they can't get that I'm trying to even think what it is, but the wind in their sails.
The adrenaline.
Like, wow, I'm at an event. They can't necessarily get it for league play. And I think that's why we find some of the teams in the situations that they're in right now.
And China could just be fatigued also, because in addition to playing the DPC on LAN, they have iLeague going on concurrently with all their DPC seasons. So they're doing their league play, and then they're also doing other LANs in between. And we, on the DPC coverage, generally don't put too much stake in iLeague performances. Like, random teams will be winning with off-meta heroes. It seems like iLeague is more experimentation, but 5 months of back-to-back play can be grueling. And all of the Chinese teams that showed up in Season 1 and Major 1 did the same in Season 2 and Major 2, which is also true for Europe. So I imagine all these top regions are feeling a little bit winded after all this, but Gambit didn't really do that well in Singapore, and now they have 2 different players. Execration didn't even show up at Singapore, so they're happy to be playing international opponents. It's a change of pace for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. A lot to prove indeed. And Gambit, I mean, you talk about some of these teams being winded. You do almost feel like that's kind of the reps in the gym that you need to be the boss of the gym when you show up to something like this. Because this is a day where you are very much going to be put to the test, just back to back to back to back to back games. And then you got to wake up the next day and you got to do it again. So I feel like some of these squads that are used to that environment do have the upper hand here. But Gambit very quickly has proven that they have the mental strength that you need to bounce back from a crushing defeat.
Yeah, I mean, these playoff jabronis, they don't necessarily win just because they get the double elimination all the way up in upper bracket. We saw in Singapore, sometimes you just bomb out 2 series back-to-back. You don't get that practice of wildcard where you get to play 10 different games. You're just cruising along, you're waiting, you're keeping your eye on it, and then you show up, first game, everyone's been playing like 10 games before you, you lose, then you're like, oh god, we have like no time to experiment. We have no time to find out our team chemistry. So
yeah, you have no time to really mentally wrestle with those ideas to figure out what does work best for you. But we're going to be jumping into the draft right now. We'll have to see what ideas they can actually pull out of their minds here. And we already talked about some of the things that we didn't love in the openers, Jenkins. So for anybody who's just tuning in right now, what are some of the things that you want to see change in these early picks?
I think if you are going to be picking the Broodmother first phase, this is a hero where it's like there's a lot of mixed opinions on this back in the green room. It's like some people are like, oh, Broodmother is better with the right-click build. That was Lacoste that said that, actually.
Yeah, Lacoste.
You say that Broodmother's better with this pipe build. People are saying Broodmother falls off. Broodmother's been figured out. I actually disagree with you on that, but it's funny because like it's just one of these heroes that it's so polarizing right now, and so I think that. One thing that's worth talking about is just that the draft was kind of just jacked from Team Secret. I mean, there's no coincidence that they just picked the exact same draft, and maybe later on when they pick different heroes and the Ursa, for example, not getting picked up. I think that's an important element to it, where if you're playing this Radiant Broodmother, you want to take over the enemy jungle, you have to have some way of taking Roshan. That seems to be a big portion to what made that work for Team Secret. So I think basically what I'm saying is if you pick Broodmother, have something that you're trying to accomplish with this hero's early game lead that it's going to get. Have some reason that you care about taking that tier 2 and taking over the enemy jungle. I would also say banning out the Morphling is not okay. They ban out the Brood. I see. They just get it out. I think that's smart.
How often do you think just doing the old copy pasta on another team's draft after you've seen it work against a squad actually bears fruit.
Well, like Jenkins said, the important part of the copy pasta with the Broodmother strat that Secret ran is they had an Ursa. And in this game, Execration, or in game 1, Execration had a Phantom Lancer. Those are two wildly different heroes.
Different,
and so once upon a time, Broodmother's claim to fame was like, I'm going to make an ocean of space for my one position. I'm going to constantly be bringing heroes to my lane. I'm going to make the enemy team have to spend so much time trying to deal with me that my carry is just going to sit back and relax. Not really the case anymore. Now you want a carry to be all like, okay, good, you've made like 15 minutes of space for me, and you've built like a Solar Crest or Pipe or something to keep me alive. Now I'm going to go to your lane and we're going to kill everyone
Yeah, then
together.
you play with the Brood, exactly, which a PL doesn't exactly want that. It's different, and I don't blame them for not understanding that. It's really hard to break down and understand this hero. It feels completely different than the previous Broodmother. It's like we've talked about, every single counter that deals with the hero, Broodmother also deals with in some specific way. She has way different timings than before, and so I understand. It's funny, like Gambit just beat Broodmother, and still they say like, all right, we're so done with this hero. Just like get it out. We're sick of dealing with it, because it's the only thing that makes them look awful, other than Nigma, of course.
Yeah. It is one of those things, though, when sometimes you go to copy pasta the draft, and it's the same as you're sitting there trying to spam something, and you accidentally go a little bit too far. Yeah, you get the username.
Don't include the username.
You don't include the username when you do the copy pasta.
The secret.puppy, Broodmother, and they were like, oh wait, oh whoops.
Yep.
Tried to do some backspaces, accidentally type in Phantom Lancer instead.
Can't delete the message.
Can't delete it.
It goes a little bit too far.
Just embarrassing. You just embarrass yourself in a public forum, such as Twitch chat. Just
not familiar with the experience.
Yeah.
Wow.
Leshrac. On the other hand.
Leshrac is
all right.
Chad in that.
He's ripped.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's go. This disco pony's been hitting the gym.
I mean,
hello, Leshrac.
Come on, those are why are his abs here? Like, how small is his torso?
He has
I'm very
a 10
confused.
pack. It goes all the way up to his
No, that's
pecs.
not a Chad. I don't believe this. You can't call that a Chad. This guy's got a torso that's like 2 feet.
He's got like
this is not normal.
The Chetcha Betcha chin, though.
This is like he got his ribs removed. Who's that?
That was Fairly Odd Parents. I don't know where that came from. Yeah.
I thought you meant Crimson Chin.
No, Chetcha Betcha.
Oh yeah, he's the. Well, there's the Crimson Chin.
Yeah.
He's the evil guy, isn't he? Or the superhero?
Oh, yeah. No, Crimson Chin's. Wait, is that like his
You're
alter
thinking
ego?
of the cool guy.
Chetcha Betcha.
Ah, he's the cool guy, right?
Oh, that's Chetcha Betcha. I didn't mean Chetcha Betcha. I did mean the Crimson Chin.
Okay.
Another failed copy pasta. What a rough day.
Not having a good day. It's been long for you. It's been a while since you've been in the hosting saddle. It's okay.
Man, Chetcha Betcha just flew right out of my mouth. I was so sure about it. Speaking of being sure, how sure do you think they are about the Ench here? Very different start to their draft on the side of Gambit.
I think they would have been sure about it if they were going to pick a Darkseer afterwards, but instead they pick up a Timbersaw into a Nyx Assassin. I thought Nyx Assassin loves playing against Timbersaw.
Yeah, Timber, very small mana pool.
Yeah.
But he does indeed like to use that mana, which so the Nyx Assassin preventing that, and also having a very easy Spike Carapace. Every single one of Timbersaw's abilities is AoE, so that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Very easy to stun him, and unfortunately for Timber, there's no break anymore. That was when Nyx really dealt with Timber, when you could actually break him. But the Leshrac, there are 2 heroes currently that seem like they make it so that Timber can never pop off. And that's Leshrac and Batrider. And every single time this Timber gets picked in first phase, you see the immediate Leshrac ban and then Batrider ban in the second phase, because there's so many damn bans in that second phase. And so I like this. I like to see teams just, all right, you know what, maybe if this is a bad Lesh game, we'll like throw it off lane or whatever, but at least we're guaranteeing that also the Timber is going to have a bad game.
So
or not good.
Bad I can understand, because Sticky Napalm and Firefly in lane is probably a huge pain in the ass for Timbersaw.
Yep.
Why Leshrac?
It's the same thing, except when you get level 6. Like, what you basically do...
Nova.
Yeah, Pulse Nova. You just have some carry lane against the Timber that's fine. Like, any carry's going to be fine against Timber until Timber's level 6.
Sure.
But becomes a problem. Well, guess who also becomes a problem level 6? Leshrac.
Okay.
So same thing. You have that timing where you put the Leshrac versus the Timber. And Batrider's kind of the same, too. Like, you don't need the Bat versus the Timber in lane. It's just once the Timber starts becoming a problem, Bat goes and deals with it. And so the Timber can never pop off. But the thing is, Timber's such a good hero because of the Ag Shard that he always is going to be relatively good. Because Flamethrower is just too OP. That's a nice Ag Shard.
And once upon a time, I would have considered Leshrac to also be a good answer for Enchantress.
True,
Enchantress is not
Same
really
reason.
that squishy anymore, though. She is hard to kill. I see like these hood Enchantresses. This game maybe even a full pipe I would see. and with the shard as well, I'll see like Holy Locket sometimes.
Yeah.
She takes a lot of
She can be
energy.
a bait. For sure. Like, if you're a Leshrac and you hard commit for an inch because it's like, oh, you know, she's good against this physical damage, I'm going to go kill her.
Yeah.
Like, I'm this magic damage hero. And then all of a sudden you spend your entire mana pool and she still survives at 10% HP, then you're just done. And if Lesh dies like twice in a game, he completely falls off from being that hard carry hero.
Mm-hmm. Very important to keep in mind, potential matchup that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. But Lion, something that you guys were talking about a whole bunch. For anybody who missed that, Tsunami, why were you talking about Lion so much as something that we expected to potentially
One of the main reasons won't be too relevant this game. It's the instant cast Hex. Chances are Execration are going to be sending this Leshrac mid, so rules out a possibility of a Puck or a Spirit. So that was Lion's main thing, but I think one of Lion's biggest issues back in the day is that he would kind of be a one-hit wonder in the late game. He's just kind of like a Hex, and he's like, all right, great. I'm going to sit back, wait a little bit. Finger doesn't do very much damage.
I did my job.
Yeah, I did my job. I provided instant control. Now he's getting HP from Fingers. He has a shard that gives him spell immunity. He has a level 20 talent that he can drain into allies.
Yeah.
His scaling is like 1,000 times better than it used to be, and he's just a good laner.
Yeah,
overall.
he has a 1 second downtime on magic immunity.
Yeah.
Like, basically permanent magic immunity while sucking 3 people. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And actually, one of the things in the late game that I think is kind of underrated is mana drain. Like, you have these heroes that become impossible to kill. Oh my god, they do so much damage in the late game. With no mana, heroes don't do anything. There's very few heroes that actually do things in the late game without mana.
And it's like a 40% slow or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good slow. It's a good slow.
Really strong.
Yep.
And it's a dispel for him. He doesn't even need to channel like the full immunity. He's just like, okay, great, you slowed me, I'm going to take it
That's true,
off.
yeah, that is true.
So Lion, I think, is probably going to be on the come up. We saw Shaman in the first series. I think Shaman, his thing is that he can push a little bit better than Lion. Well, a lot better than Lion. But I think Lion's just more all-purpose.
Yeah, better scaling, for sure, online, I think.
And Execration, looking like they're going to lean heavy into team fight. They got
Against
a Warlock
Nyx.
Leshrac.
Wow, they go with the Storm against Nyx. So
yeah,
I can definitely understand this hero against. You see this Warlock come out, and immediately you need a backline assassin. That's actually some language that I heard PPD use on NADBC. I thought it was awesome. Like the difference between an initiator, who's a hero that jumps in, and then an assassin, whereas this is a hero that in the actual fight you can jump one of the backliners. So it's like an initiator, but after the fight actually starts, which is kind of cool. And okay, they just go with the instant anti-mage pick because it's super good against the Timbersaw. Because
and the Storm.
Yeah, and then the Storm. So that's actually a really solid pick. But I don't know if AIM's that good of a hero in general, though, is the thing.
Yeah, and this lane's going to be kind of rough, because I guess it'll be Enchantress Timber versus an AM, so that's a lot of pure damage that Counterspell's not going to help you with. No targeted spells, I guess, really. Enchant kind of counts, but not really. That's a tough lane, but it is nightmare situation for Storm Spirit, though.
It is a tough Storm game, dude. The only hero he's good against is this Warlock, because you can jump on him in the fights.
Yeah.
But Nyx, like, that's such an easy carapace. You've got the mana burn, the chain stun. Leshrac is going to take a dump on Storm in lane.
Is there anything that can be locked in as the last pick to maybe make Storm's life a little bit easier?
So Gambit are looking for their carry. It's going to be probably something early game oriented. I don't think you win the late game as Gambit against an anti-mage.
I think that would, maybe you could, like, if you go with some PA, some hero that completely obliterates the anti-mage in the late game, that could work.
PA versus Leshrac, though?
That's the thing, is like when you have the Lesh AM in the late game, like they cover a lot of bases, at least in the late game. Like these heroes are a little weird to pick together because they both kind of take up a lot of space in the early game, but if you do get to the late game, like Lesh and AM carry in a totally polar opposite way. So that does suck for a PA.
So what's a dream hero in this situation then? They ban out the Jug, Terrorblade's out, Morphling's out, and then the Gambit bans.
Faceless Void is banned.
What's the ban in between AA and Faceless Void?
I think that's Tidehunter.
No, Tidehunter's to the left of Faceless Void.
I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna be totally honest here.
Like, I think it's Ursa.
Some sort of demonic thing.
Okay, I mean, I'm down for an Ursa ban.
Sure.
I think it's Ursa.
Okay. Execration, they need their offlaner, so hence the Viper and the Tide bans.
Is Mars banned?
Mars is still in.
Okay, Mars seems like a very obvious choice right now. It's good lockdown for the Storm. You have the Mars Warlock combination. Mars plus Leshrac just locking people into this pit for the Mars for the Leshrac to do a ton of damage. Like, it just seems too good. And it's some hero to go in first and get stuff done. Like, once again, we have the same issue with the draft with the Execration, is that there isn't really a hero that as soon as the game hits like 5 or 6 minutes, that's going to want to run around and fight people. So I think they absolutely need that, and they have great team fight to make space for the anti-mage if they pick something like a Mars, maybe even a Centaur. Is that in the game?
Centaur's in the game, and that was Nico's comfort. The only thing is I don't think that takes advantage of Fatal Bonds too much. It's a great initiator,
yeah,
but like then
true.
their team fight is just Fatal Bonds and Pulse Nova.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Well, if we look closely at the computer, we can see what they're going to pick here.
Let's see. I know.
His feet are just straight on the mouse pad there.
He's chilling.
His feet are on the mouse pad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really dangerous.
He's picking heroes with his heel.
You can accumulate fuzz on the mouse pad.
It's true.
Yeah, you have to be careful with socks on the mouse pad.
Take the Bloodseeker, and you were liking Afterlife's Bloodseeker also, so this is really annoying for Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's one of these drafts on Execration where it seems like they have a lot of counters to the Gambit draft, but I think it's a little bit less well-rounded.
Yeah.
It's just counters. And
their
sometimes
5 heroes seem a little disconnected.
Yes, I would agree with that, for sure.
And now Gambit needs something to lane up against a Bloodseeker Nyx Assassin.
Carry. Lifestealer.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, the Lifestealer, this is a hero to bomb with the Storm, so you were asking for something to kind of enable and play with the Storm. That's the hero. It's really good against Anti-Mage. It's good against Leshrac. It's good against Anti-Mage because you do physical damage, good against Lesh because you don't care about magical damage, but terrible versus the Bloodseeker. Then again, you can infest if you get Ruptured, so that's one of those double-edged swords where it's like you have this BKB Piercing Disable in the Rupture for the Lifestealer, but also he can infest and just walk with Rupture on, and that's fine.
What do you think Lifestealer's build is going to be this game? Because I'm seeing a lot of different Lifestealer builds. I'm seeing like early Scotty sometimes.
I would say probably he's going to go probably Armlet Deso, just because how are they going to push towers if he isn't the one hitting towers right now? And you have a Timber to tank for you, so you can actually put some tower pressure on and win the game early. And I don't think you want to go late game against Execration.
Yeah, it seems like Execration somewhat has that inevitability if they do manage to get there. So what do you think Gambit's path to victory will be here, Tsunami?
I think they're going to mow down towers. Enchantress sustain, Timbersaw just parking himself in front, Storm Spirit with that backline assassinations.
Yep.
I'm leaning towards Gambit for this game number 2.
All right, well, let's see if Tsunami is right. We're going to be throwing it over to the game. Let's get this one started.
So Lacoste, here we've got the Lifestealer bombs. They need to hit their timings and a ticking time bomb in the Anti-Mage on the other side. Which way are you leaning for these two drafts?
I'm leaning towards, let me just check, Execration. They have Anti-Mage plus Leshrac. What I want to see from Gambit is aggressive tri-lane against AM and just leave Timbersaw alone in one of the lanes. Put some more pressure on AM. Just try to shut him down. If that doesn't happen, I'm a bit worried. They don't have any team fight whatsoever. Enchantress plus Lion, they're strong laners. They have a Timbersaw, but AM, 2 items can easily just take over the game, especially against the Storm Spirit. Eventually, you're going to need to get a Lincoln Sphere because you might kill your own team, something that you don't want to do unless you're griefing. But
so then we're relying on these Storm Spirit timings around his items, the Lifestealer Infest bombs to try and catch out individual targets with the Lion and the help that they have there. Kind of use the Timbersaw as bait, potentially, to get themselves out of that laning stage.
This is a pretty popular support duo, mostly in Southeast Asia. I see that CIS also loves it with the Enchantress plus Alliance. So let me just check what they're doing. If they're planning on tri-laning Gary, or if they just want to play it normal.
All right, get ourselves into game 2 here. It's best of 2, as it looks like for now. BZZ wandering up towards top with the Lion there as well, but this is more indicative of them potentially securing those bounty runes early on, and they've left the Lifestealer alone down bottom for now.
Maybe they showed him bottom on purpose, so they think, Lifestealer's bottom, no aggressive tri-lanes. I love Enchantress Lion, I love Tuscan, potentially aggressive tri-lanes, so let's see what they decide to go for. Someone's drawing on a mini-map, it's Brown.
And that Lifestealer is moving. Dream, like you said, made that swing from bottom lane back in towards mid. Might even consider sniping out this little bounty rune at the bottom spot. And he's waiting down there. We might get 3 for Gambit. He runs up towards RR, and Bloodright is going to zone him away. And Dream misses out on it, so just going to be the... Oh, it's not a 2 for 2. Look at that little sneak out from BDZ. Grabs the 3rd one for Execration.
The reason why I wanted to see an aggressive tri-lane you get your mana burn as a Timber, so then you really don't put any pressure on the AM. It's also Anti-Mage plus Warlock, which means that he's going to be full HP, can afford to blink in aggressively, burn your mana, and then the lane is kind of done. Of course, he's going to buy that Soul Ring. Anti-Mage also, like, you burn Lion, he might get the mana drain back. Warlock starting with very interesting build, just getting the Fatal Bonds level 1.
Yeah,
connecting on the full creep wave and 2 heroes.
Shove the wave, try and get level 2 a bit faster, put that pressure on. Palos taking a bit of damage there from the Whirling Death, level 1 out of Afterlife, as he does lose his Courier in the meanwhile also. Lion has his work cut out for him, like you said, the sustain from RR's Warlock here, definitely difficult to deal with, especially when he gets that, with the points up in the Shadow Word.
He blocked the small camp, RR will be able to deward that immediately.
Very nicely done. So they'll be able to drag that wave back and reset it. Anti-Mage can get healed up when they hit level 2, which is pretty shortly. And like you mentioned, they've burnt through Afterlife's mana pool. He's got nothing left. He's half HP. So he's looking a little worse for wear up in that top lane. A good start for Execration there. We can take a peek into some of these other lanes because mid, that Storm Spirit, 10-3 up against the Leshrac, who is at 2-0 low cost.
Storm Spirit gets level 3 faster and start playing aggressively, has his bottle coming up to him, rune spawning in 15 seconds. Yaoi just needs 1 extra CS to get that bottle.
Is that what we expect though? Such a drastic difference in CS between the two mid laners. 7 last hits difference there. Loronoff having a cracking start.
It shouldn't be that bad. It's just that Leshrac misplayed it. He gave him level 3 faster. Storm Spirit. I was focusing on top, but I can only imagine what happened. To go back to the bottom lane, talk a bit about it. BZZ finally gets a creep. Stun on a lifestealer, gets a point in rage, something that you don't want to get early on, especially when you play against the 2 melee heroes. Yeah. BDZ did a good job blocking off the small camp with the sentry and just body blocking the big camp. So you know that I think he's going to keep doing that. Yeah. So Enchantress can get the big
You have to. Make sure Ench doesn't get that momentum from the early laning stage. I see Storm just continuing that race forward, doubling up on the CS of the Leshrac. Water runes are coming as well, so he'll be able to refill his bottle.
Well, maybe you also need some water, Gary, huh?
Yeah, absolutely do.
Pick up that water rune.
Get the water rune, reset my throat. Down bottom. Nico being run at. Ench can't quite get the body blocks there onto the Bloodseeker, so he'll tango back up. And there's that top lane, Palos. Anti-Mage trying to get it onto Immersion. Can't stick on the target though. Just going to have to rely on that heal and sustain for the Warlock as a nice double wave comes back in towards his tower.
He has enough money to buy a ring. Courier not there, also lane pushing, so that means that he's not going to be able to get it anytime soon.
And Fatal Bonds are messing up his last hits under tower a little bit there as well, annoyingly enough for Palos. We'll see what he gets up to and where he picks up that ring of health.
Warlock has healing salve, that's what you need to have as a position 5. Just bring some regen for your carry. Lifestealer on the bottom lane. CSing nicely, 16 CS, 14 on a Bloodseeker, going Mana Boots first item. Not sure I like it. Mana Boots got a buff in terms of gold.
Yeah, it's
how much
cheaper.
you need to spend it, but Rush,
so what is it?
I don't think it's needed. You know, just bring a Mango, bring possibly a Clarity. Maybe your position 4 gets a Bassi. But
interesting. Does that indicate he wants to go Greaves later on? Or is it going to be Arcanes into Atos?
I don't know, Gary. I'm a bit baffled by this decision, to be honest.
Bamboozled by the Mana Boots. Great 2-man turnaround stun from the AM with that little counter spell there. I've got the Fatal Bonds ticking away in Afterlife and Immersion.
Oh, he's missing a lot of CS on AM. Actually didn't get any of the 3 because of the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, they're messing up with it.
Yeah. Click the scoreboard, disable health from Warlock.
That's not going to work. Well, he's still up there, 23-5, so he's not struggling too much. He can't do that much damage back to Timber though. He's lost all his mana. Well, mid lane, Yoei trying to get on top of Loronoff. Storm Spirit still plenty of regen and HP to play around with in that mid spot.
That Mana Boots will give them mana. Nice.
Oh, will it?
Yeah, it will. So they can spam their spells.
How surprising. And Palos picks up his ring of health off of that top secret shop. So he's got even more staying power in that top lane. Afterlife, obviously he's got mangoes, he's ready to fight if need be. Might pop a couple of here just to try and get that damage onto the anti-mage. And he holds out. So far, you know, not too bad for the Timbersaw. This Lion's definitely helped him out, and they're not bleeding away any kills. That's the most important thing. No one's feeding. No one's giving anything away. And top lane, again, the counter spell back onto the Lion. Palos really is on top of that. And Warlock just going to get the pull across. Bottom lane, looks like they're trying to get in towards that Nyx Assassin and the Bloodseeker. Dream. And just going to whack out Nico, get him away from that lane. Got a Harpy there for the BZZ Enchantress. And like you've been saying, they've been blocking up these camps. There's Storm Spirit. He's hit level 6 and goes onto your way with a TP rotation arriving now from the Warlock. The stick, the turnaround.
Available. That's going to be a return kill.
He's got the ball lightning, but not enough mana to get the distance. The Pulse Nova and First Blood grabbed up by your Leshrac.
Warlock is not even needed. All he needed to do is pop a stick, a bottle, Fairy Fire, not even used. Like, he's not respecting the damage coming out from Leshrac. Leshrac is one of the heroes that got insane buffs over the couple of patches where his alt AoE is 500. It's like attacking people pretty much so you can run them down. Before, I believe it was like 350. You need to be on top of him.
No, it's real nice. They're trying to stay around that mid lane. They brought Dream in here to defend the tower against the Lesh with that Diabolic Edict. So a movement which they felt was necessary as Gambit ditched the bot lane.
They needed to bring someone. Timbersaw does not have enough mana. Maybe if he pops a Mango, can rotate to the mid lane. This leaves Enchantress on the bottom to collect some of the XP.
And now Dream's got that long walk back down towards bottom lane. At least he's got the phase boot, so he will wobble himself down back to that tier 1 area. And Yowei, level 7.5 almost, that Lash back to Fountain. Could think and consider about his first rotation, or the stacks we see there on our screen could come and clear through them as RR has built up beautiful bank in that dire jungle and gets a D-ward.
Oh, that rotation from Yowei got scouted. Timbersaw popping the Mango. He needs another one. Oh, gets burned.
There's the mana burn and the Void. Nice stun from Yowei as well, clear through Afterlife, while Storm Spirit is stealing a couple of those stacks that the Warlock had been picking up.
That was very costly, that he popped 2 mangoes, died, and now Leshrac can go for a rune, can try to invade enemy triangle, see if there are any stacks there. Also, free bounty, why not take it?
Oh, thank you very much. And this is very scary, right? We were talking about how the late game, the panel was mentioning this Execration side dragging the game out, look incredibly good with this AM, the Nyx, the Leshrac up against this Radiant team.
Oh, Voronov does not find the rune.
Oh, sad.
Go back to your talk, Gary. I'll answer the question.
Nico, he's TPing home. Yeah, when does Gambit really want to try and hit their stride? Is it around a Storm item timing, the Armlet Lifestealer? What's the game plan?
Problem is Timber is getting shut down. He's not gonna feel comfortable playing into Lash because it's mixed damage. It's mixed magical and physical damage.
Yeah.
2 supports, they're really not that good at rotating. Lion is okay-ish, but Enchantress mostly focusing on the laning stage. Storm Spirit always gonna need to be careful. 1 rotation from Anti-Mage, bam. Mana Void, you can kill him, +1 extra hero. Potentially need to be very careful about it. Nico on the bottom lane after finishing the mana boots, going into Road of Aethos against Storm Spirit, against Timbersaw. That's just going to be a really, really good item. Something that we don't see. Teams taking the safe lane tower.
Oh, Storm! He's been found out! BDZ sets it up, he's not even level 6 yet, just double stun under that vision. The Dire Ward scouts the Storm as he was trying to farm, and they've shut him down tremendously. At least Afterlife is going to be able to claim a tower up top as well, so structures, they're starting to fall here.
They got 2 towers, so at least that's something good going for them.
Little by little, they can build up some kind of net worth for themselves. And Lifesteal is going to have a pretty good timing on his item build anyway. Armlet potentially back into a bit more damage. The SNY could be coming out for him.
Anti-Mage can't farm the jungle. The jungle is stacked, so he can't clear those camps. Needs to be in the lane. Leshrac, one of the better heroes to just overall clear creeps around the outpost. I think that needs to be fixed in the next patch, where Dire has a much bigger advantage in terms of that. Like, you can farm those 2 camps easily, and exactly what Leshrac does. He's there, and we'll farm it.
The proximity of those camps. So nice for Medusa, for Leshrac, for Gyro, all these heroes. Clear through them at ease, and that's going to put him over 5,000 net worth, like 5.2k. So he's going to be sitting on that Yule Scepter now, 10 minutes in. He'll have it about 10:30. And this is a good time for him to go and smoke around with the Nyx Assassin, who's also hit level 6. So he'll have Vendetta to scout, start things off, and Yoei can look for these early pickoffs. And Storm Spirit is an ideal candidate to go and grab because, like we've been saying, they need the Storm Lifestealer to get the ball rolling. As Emergent, he'll chain stun the Leshrac, but he's going to get found here by the AM and the Nyx Assassin. Lion will hand over his life to Palos. Ooh,
and they want to give kill to Palos, but it's going to take away what? He's going to live.
Lion's going to juke away from this one. I mean, BDC, there's the stun, takes the kill away from AM, but a bit of miscommunication coming through from Execration, maybe. And this allows a bit of time now for Gambit to get into mid lane. Catapult wave, shove into the tier 1. And Nico forced to stand his ground and defend it. A wrap around from Yoei though. Lorinov can ball lightning. He doesn't get it off in time. Yules and a split earth. They're going to catch the Storm Spirit out with a chain stuns, perfectly timed. And Lorinov, it felt like he should have seen that one coming.
He faked Warlock ulti just to show that they're not there. We're not trying to kill you. And they actually do it. Now, Yule Scepter done on Leshrac. Storm Spirit, he's not going to have a game.
No.
I see his item build. He decided to go for Kaya, thinking about a BKB.
Oh.
No matter what you get at this point, like, it's just not going to feel good. You need something that gives you mana. I wouldn't mind the Orchid Rush into BKB. Into Linken's possibly,
yeah.
But you know, this is something that he can only dream of in this game because things are really not going well for him.
It's one of those difficult spots where you commit to the treads and you're thinking, wait, if I'd not gone treads and Orchid rushed, maybe I would be in a better position.
It's just too many counters. He had a good start. Now Leshrac rushing that Yule Scepter. Great setup for either him or Nyx Assassin. Playing into AM, who has Battle Fury finished. 12 minutes in, no boots, has a band of Elven Skin. So pretty damn good timing.
Yeah, and we're looking at these towers fall. You know, you mentioned the two side lanes going down early. Lauren off bottom, turnaround stun with Finger of Death and Yoei. Destroyed by Immersion, baiting out the Lorinov Storm and guarding him with his life. But in come the Fatal Bonds and the Golem. Great rock dropped onto the Storm Spirit. He's silenced up as well, so he's going to get taken down by the Bloodseeker. RR picks up the final touch as Immersion under this tower. He's ruptured up, and the Golem just whacks him into the ground. It's a double for the Warlock.
Unfortunately for them, Leshrac died, but they got a clean-up crew. Afterlife. There should be a good kill on Warlock.
He wants RR, but it's a carapace from BDZ, and the stun out will hold that Timbersaw back. Yeah, the fact that this Storm Spirit now is being dumpstered pretty hard by Execration means you're going to be missing out on those Lifestealer Infest bombs. Timbersaw didn't have a terrific start to his game, so he's not applying that same amount of pressure out on the map as a target for them to go on. And AM, he's freely farming.
Execration draft is well-rounded. They have good early game, they have counters to the enemy heroes. You're never going to feel comfortable against Rupture. As a Lifestealer, as a Timbersaw, you have this mixed damage coming up from left.
Oh no. See ya. BZZ shredded. Half a second.
Second kill still. It's not like I'm counting, but you know, this is the second one that I noticed.
What's his item going to be then? If he's grabbed up a couple of kills, what's he buying on that Nyx Assassin?
I see a Yule Scepter queued up, already has that staff. I also wouldn't mind seeing a Force Staff, just to be able to push people out of the trouble. You get the value out of it, especially against the Lifestealer, Storm Spirit jump. Kaya done on Storm, going into BKB, definitely needs a defensive item. Like, they don't have the best Roche taking lineup, so he can't get away with that. You know, maybe pick up the Aegis, then go for a different item build. It's just not going to happen this game.
It's very much a right here, right now. We need to start transitioning ourselves into team fight shape.
Infest bomb available if they want to go for it, but I feel like teams and players got better at using Infest. It's not all about that bomb, it's more about the save that you get from the Infest.
Oh yeah, using it in a team fight. We saw it in that series where now RTW was jumping into Kuroki's Ancient Apparition to save him from any ganks. Radiant's scanning, but it's just on the very edge of Anti-Mage where he was farming, and he's cleared the triangle. So he gets away from Immersion, makes sure that there's no jump onto the AM.
You have a win condition for Execration. You don't need to go greedy with the items. Leshrac not going Boots of Travel, which I really like. Just wants to be able to fight with the team. Sanj, like Kaya Sanj is okay. So BKB is also okay. I prefer Kaya and Sanj in this situation. But yeah, Boots of Travel would be relatively greedy considering you have AM in the team. So you got that covered. You also have a relatively good scaling hero coming out from the off lane with the Bloodseeker.
And you've got to know that the way back into this from Gambit is with those Lifestealer bombs, so if you play as 5, you're not susceptible to being jumped. Group up together and stick and play together around that top tier 1. It should be a simple, systematic maneuver here from Execration, and that's how they've got to play. No need to be rushing around doing anything crazy, just play your heroes, cast your spells, move around the map as a solid unit, and force Gambit to be the ones to react to you.
AniMajor going for Manta style. I would prefer if this is SNY more than Manta. I've seen that quite often.
Okay.
Follows, because he has nothing to dispel.
They make the jump. Well, that's a nice blow up on the next assassin. BZZ. There's BZZ and BDZ, right? They're grabbing all the kills. And Chantress and Nyx getting themselves up on the board.
We'll see what AM decides to go for, because there's nothing to dispel. Like, he can't really dispel a single thing, doesn't care too much about the Enchantress. It's all about that status resistance when you're playing against Lion. Manta gives you more kill potential. You blink on someone, Mantis style, burn mana faster. We'll just see what he decides to go for.
Lion, he's dropped. Yoey, that Leshrac just outputs so much damage.
Yoey has been, I think, the
shining star.
Shining star pretty much in the Season 2 for Southeast Asia region. For Season 1, it was Yopaj, and Yoey, he is just doing a lot of things in this game. After horrible start, you said Storm Spirit had double his CS.
Yeah.
And now he's back in the action. He's sitting at 1,500 gold on top of him.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Nice little lead down to catch onto mid lane. Afterlife going to try and chain away. I couldn't finish him off through that hood, and the plate mail is grabbed up, so a tanky Timbersaw now. We're also seeing this Bloodseeker. Oh, Palos. The Storm Spirit's on the AM. We're used to seeing the AM killing off the Storm, but he's now running out of mana on Lorenoff. The double damage rune's still going. And no real follow-through for him.
He should be careful. A couple of right clicks plus ulti could make a big play, turnaround play.
Well, yeah, this Bloodseeker, what is he going? Like Arcane Boots, Hood into Rod of Atos. He's going full utility on this Bloodseeker. So he's going to have the catch onto the Storm, which it might be lacking a little bit outside of the Lash Yules and that Nyx Assassin catch you were mentioning.
You still never feel comfortable playing into AM. Your mana is gone. If he doesn't die, can easily just blink in and get the big mana void. Decides to go for the Manta style in the end.
I'm a big fan of Warlock, saving 2,000 gold as well. He's got
Hand of Midas, Gary. Is it time?
That's what I was wondering, man. I was looking at him thinking, oh, I know this situation all too well. Warlock, one of my favorite heroes.
I've been here multiple times.
Like Solar, guys, do we need Solar Crest? I don't really want to Solar Crest my anti-mage. I want Hand of Midas.
But what if you get Hand of Midas into Solar Crest? You get it not faster, but then you get like another item.
The acceleration is there. I might even be thinking about like Midas into the Aghanim Shard. Get that nice Shadow Word going. The Shadow Word talent's real nice as well. So much heal and sustain from your Warlock. As Execration take the bottom portion of the map now, jungle all controlled up, even scanning Roshan to make sure that Gambit aren't sneaking into that pit for an Aegis. It's a pretty balanced, even game though, 8 kill difference, but Gambit are keeping competitive in terms of net worth. Lifestealer's up there, nearly at the anti-mage's level, and they do move into Roche after the scan was used. So maybe unexpected here, as Execration completely out of position and no way for them to really contest this.
They don't know this is happening at the moment, so it's gonna be good. Storm Spirit needs to get it. Storm Spirit needs to pick it up. The best Aegis carrier in the game.
Give that to Lorenoff, absolutely. BZZ gonna move out of the pit, see if he can spot anyone coming, but no. Execration unaware of that Aegis being taken, and now it is dead even in terms of net worth, but Aegis advantage for Gambit.
Gary, I know these mid players. Do you think he's gonna switch to Kaya Sanj? Because he is holding on to Aegis. Just simple.
On the Storm?
On the Storm. Simple yes or no.
What about Bloodstone?
No. He needs to upgrade the Ogre Axe.
Oh, I see, sorry.
BKB or Kaya Sanj.
No, he's going to go BKB. I trust Lorenoff to make the rational decision.
That's rational, but knowing Dota players, I think he might go for it. Let's see if he gets a kill.
It looks like he will be able to grab Nico there, and the golem dropped on their heads though, but the Finger of Death finishes off the Bloodseeker as the AM jumps in, takes out the Aegis immediately. Dream in a spot of bother now, turns onto Yoey. They've got a lot of damage, the physical shred through. Leshrac down and out as Storm Spirit will ball lightning off to the side towards Warlock, but Gambit able to reset here potentially, but under the stun, Blood right, get the Dream, Lifestealer, catch him with Palos, Anti-Mage clears through him, but Storm makes the secondary jump. Nice heal, sustain coming through for the AM as Afterlife holds his ground, and Nico, let's see if he can chase this one. He misses out the Timber Chain. AM wants back in. They'll find their 4th kill. It's actually a 5-man wipe, including that Aegis, as Execration needed 2 heroes and 1 buyback.
Like, imagine if Flashrack used his abilities in that fight with the Fatal Bonds. Storm Spirit just dies immediately, and you lost the Aegis. You can't afford to get Kaya and Sanj. You need to get that BKB.
Yeah, absolutely. Desperate need of that BKB. And what was that? A buyback from Bloodseeker. Lesh died, but you get 4 kills plus the Aegis. So yeah, 5 kills all in all. And Gambit, once again on the back foot, forced to retreat to their side of the map. And Storm Spirit hiding in the trees as Execration close in around Lorinov. Oh, BDZ, Yoe, onto the tier 1 tower. Let's see if they can spot out the Storm or any of these other Radiant heroes coming in. Storm makes a little half jump forward. BZZ frontlines a little bit, but it's Execration retreating once more. Back to their triangle, gather up the safe farm on the map.
They should feel very confident going into mid and late game with their lineup. Lashtrack scales well, Anti-Mage doesn't necessarily need to be strong and carry-to-carry matchup. They can deal with him later on. Just be able to blow up Storm Spirit and the supports, and then go back in and finish off the Lifestealer.
AM gets complete free time down bottom now. Basher done. There's no real great way to catch him right now. And Lifestealer's coming down here to take out an Observer Ward, clear out the remnants of that lane remaining. And Radiant do catch a glimpse of someone with their scan around the Arcane Rune top. BZZ attempts to deny, but BDZ is there to grab it.
I gotta be careful with the Bs and the Ds.
I do. Bs and Zs everywhere. Oh, kills off a neutral creep. Nice little vendetta.
And just in general, we gotta
save the Bs.
Yeah, exactly. Not necessarily Gary B, but the important Bs.
The important
Gary...
Bs. Well, I don't make any honey, do I? So I'm absolutely useless. Save the Bs. Something I've been watching a lot of is the people that go around like taking a swarm of bees, putting it into a new home, finding the queen, gathering them up. It's very therapeutic.
Like, that's all cool unless you're allergic to bees.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh, no.
Don't get stung. That's some nasty stuff.
AM?
Wasps, on the other hand. Not a fan of them.
Not a fan.
They're not bees.
They're really not contributing anything
to society whatsoever. Evil, evil little things. Well, there's the tower. 3rd time lucky. Execration take that tier 1 top. And they are playing very patiently. Again, it's just that group up, stay together, make sure that no one is an obvious target for the Storm Infest bombs, and it forces Gambit to go out hunting and looking for a big team fight. There's a lot of scribbling on the map there, Lacoste. It feels like they're a little bit confused about where they want to go.
Very artistic team overall. Just, you know, while they're playing Dota, they're drawing some stuff on the minimap.
A bit of cubism, a little bit of impressionism going. From our very own Picasso's here on Gambit. BDZ Vendetta, so he'll be able to scout any smokes coming from the right-hand side. And Execration playing the fog and the tree lines. This is a nice little spread. High ground ward, the Tinker ward on the left side. And BDZ, he'll see Afterlife. Doesn't want to really kick things off on the Timber Saw. And Leshrac, the turnaround, they blow through Afterlife almost immediately. Nice Yules up as well as Lorinov's BKB spent into the Golem. They get the big stun in. They'll take him down. Oh, it's a beautiful catch onto Dream as well. The Lifestealer and Timber Saw shredded in an instant. And Yoe still alive. They save the Leshrac, keep that magical damage going. A triple kill into that final touch onto Storm Spirit, and Gambit left without a hope or a prayer.
Big play from Yoe. He is waiting. He gets a stun on Timbersaw.
There's a 5-man. They're going to wipe them off the face of the map, and Ultra from Yoe comes through again.
That's another one. Yeah, he's holding on to Yule Scepter. Storm Spirit tries to jump him, understand that he is going for him. Yule Scepter while Pulse Noah plus Edict is running. He needs to back off while still feeling the damage.